Are you ready to go on a little journey? Because I'm going to take you on one. Hello, muckers. Welcome back to my YouTube channel. I hope you're all doing very, very, very well. We have been covering Dramageddon on this YouTube channel over the past couple weeks, and it has been intense at times, hilarious at times, sad at times, scary at times, alarming at times, and very manic at most times. But basically, the reason I wanted to do this was not only was it the 5-year anniversary, but I think in watching everything back to back, going back and finding old deleted videos, it really adds a new perspective. And this time I've actually changed my opinion on all the key players. And I think it really took watching everything back to back and finding deleted videos and all these different things. So while I have been uploading them on my YouTube channel, and you can go watch them individually if you want, this is just a little bonus video that I have thrown in where I'm going to put everything in chronological order. If you ever want a long upload or you don't want to have to go and watch the other videos here and there, this video will be by Sister in its entirety, completed, start to finish, all of the key players' involvement in it, from videos to tweets to everything, deleted things. This is where you can find all of it, and here's where you can find my commentary on it, and also down below, if you want to give your overall take on Bye Sister, please let me know. It's been a long time coming, 5 years. I have been wanting to properly dive into this, and it felt right, and the conversation is very much so happening online right now of people revisiting it. So, without further ado, I am going to introduce you to all of the videos, and also, I do want to let you know that I have a new P.O. box. It is right here, and if you send anything to my P.O. box, I'm going to be responding with a signed little postcard of me and my dogs, and a little letter just to say thank you. It is Adam McIntyre, Studio 120, Regency House, 91 Western Road, Brighton, BN1 2NW. Let's get in with it. Again, this is the chronological order breakdown of Bye Sister from start to finish. Voila. Hey muckers, welcome back to my YouTube channel. I hope you're all doing very, very, very well. Okay, I want to get something out of the way first and foremost, because it's going to be something that you're going to notice. I have lost my voice, and my voice is a little bit awful right now. However, that is not going to stop me from this historical event which has happened this week. It marks the anniversary, 5 years of Bye Sister, Tati Westbrook. I saw everyone talking about this, and I just came back from New York. I had an amazing, amazing, amazing trip. Thank you so much to everyone who came up to me while I was out there. By the way, I went to Washington Square Park like every single day whenever I was in New York. And I very quickly learned that that was the hotspot for people coming up and being like, what song are you listening to? Or what's your favorite song by this artist? You know, there's like TikToks that you see of people coming up to people on the streets. That happened every single day I went to Washington Square Park. I felt like I was in this like weird TikTok universe. But I had a very, very, very fun trip. And I'm very happy to be back. However, with traveling, I went to a couple concerts, just out partying and stuff. I have lost my voice. But again, I feel great. I feel fine. I just don't have my voice right now. Also, do you like this little, it's a little 2-piece as well, which is really cute. I love it. And I also got my tam when I was in New York. Basically, we're feeling really great. So what we're going to do today is we're going to go back and revisit on the 5th year historical Bye Sister. We're going to see how it's aged. We're going to watch it. We're going to celebrate this moment together. I saw everyone online was talking about this, and by the way, Trisha Paytas loves to say that I copy her anyway, and I did see that on Patreon she had reacted to this as well, and she had said that she was reacting to it for her first time, which obviously is bullshit, but I was like, oh, here we go, Trisha Paytas is going to accuse me of copying her with something else now. First it was the pink mic, second was covering drama, and then it's going to be Bye Sister. Anyway, no. I was seeing so many people on TikTok reacting to this, and I wanted to do it. And then I saw Trisha doing it as well, and I was like, oh, well, I'm eventually going to do this. So before Trisha Paytas says, oh my god, Adam McIntyre just copies everything I do. Congratulations, I'm sure she's going to be giving birth very soon, though. So big up, Trisha. Hope you're doing well. Hope the pregnancy goes well. All right, let's get into this. 5 years, babies. Let's do it. Every time I watch this, I have a different perspective. And just every time I watch this, I'm like, wow, the internet was just crazy. Oh my god. So May 10th, yeah, a week ago. Historical.
My bridal makeup, which is what I am wearing right now. I just wanted to congratulate you on almost 1 million on Instagram. I want to say huge congratulations to
I love this little intro at the start that's showing how amazing she was to a friend, to James. I think it's very beautiful, this inclusion of this, because then it just segues into her sitting and being like, hi guys. And her makeup and hair and outfit was a slay in this. She looked gorgeous. You know, one thing she did to take down James Charles? She put her best fucking look forward. And for that, that's queen shit.
James Charles, if you have not checked his channel out on YouTube and you want to be inspired, he's a freaking teenager and he's like a genius with makeup. James Charles is the face of their holiday collection, and I saw him do a really cool look. And
Ow, what was that?
to try this palette, we are going to be taking a first look at the new Morphe palette.
Sorry, that photo of James is so beyond Facetune. It's so funny. Look, who is that? Who is this? That's not James Charles.
Morphe palette. Hello.
So beautiful. I'm so scared.
Oh my gosh! Thank you. Like it?
It looks so gorgeous. Do you like it?
I love it. Sorry, James, I'm on to another Morphe palette, but you guys can still use code James for 10% off this one. I'm the friend that's encouraging you guys to use code James for 10%
Girl, we get it.
savings.
You're an amazing friend. We get it, girl.
You know, James's code, I'm wearing my sister's apparel.
It's becoming annoying at this stage.
Grand scheme of it all, like, you have to
Not Gabriel Zamora. Long time no see. Hey.
really check in with yourself and really think about,
Oh my god, the top comment on this video is, I need to see this in an IMAX theater.
like, is this really, like, a thing? Because if not, you're going to be sitting on the internet crying over vitamins when things are really going on around the world, but,
Still topical.
you know, like vitamins.
So if you're going to go on the internet and cry and heavily imply that there's a horrible human being and everybody can get what it is, girls, sit on the internet and
Now again, I assume everyone knows the context, but if you do not know, this all started because James Charles promoted Sugar Bear Hair, which is a rival company of Halo Beauty, Tati Westbrook's like vitamin, bullshit. James Charles did a sponsorship with Sugar Bear Hair because they gave him like VIP at Coachella or something, and then Tati Westbrook was like, I just feel so betrayed. And also, I really picked this up whenever she said this in the opening clip. She's like, and he's a teenager and he's freaking killing it. She's a grown woman, and I think that through my own personal experiences, I can kind of look at this in a different lens of the fact that, he was a teenager and she was a grown adult. Like, why were you trying to be his friend so much? Or why were you trying to hide behind this idea of a mentor? Like, y'all know I do not like James Charles, but that cannot stop me from being objective here. I think there's something really crazy about the fact that, like, yeah, she, is a grown woman and was going after a teenager to befriend them and then turned the entire internet against a teenager. And as iconic and historical as it is, it's, a little bit, why were you doing that as a woman, of a certain age, compared to a teenager?
talk about it then.
Hey, you guys, welcome.
She looks, and I will always say this, like, phenomenal. She looks like the hair, makeup, the rings, everything, the tan, the makeup. She looks so fucking good in this video. And also, it's not lost on me that we have a Jeffree Star Cosmetics PR package in the background. And again, as we are aware, Shane and Jeffree were very involved in the making of this video, allegedly.
To today's video. Obviously, from the title, you know that this is going to be intense, different, and this is
Definitely different.
Not a video I ever thought in a million years that I would be making, but I feel after a lot of thought that it's necessary for me to have a chat with you guys. I feel when you put aspects of your life out online,
I just can't imagine James watching this for the first time.
you have to address them if you make a radical shift. So a lot of you guys saw my Instagram story. There have been countless videos made about it. For me, what happened when...
Which is ironic because wasn't she exposed for feeding information to drama channels around this time? So the videos are being made because you were allowing them to be made and actually fueling them.
I posted the video that now has gone very widespread. I was sitting here in the studio. I didn't have makeup on. I was ready to film a makeup try on, and I received a text from James Charles. I was completely blindsided and my emotions just got the best of me. I never jumped straight to social, but I was just like so gutted, and I made that 2-minute little Insta story. It was therapeutic for me. I don't regret it. What I said in that
It was therapeutic for me. I don't regret it. I can't believe this all stemmed over Sugar Bear Hair. If anything, this gave her company, like, in the long run, the worst trajectory. Like, in the moment, I'm sure she got so many sales from it because she was gaining so many subscribers. And it's also crazy to me that this situation is why you can now no longer see subscriber counts on YouTube, because people were doing the mass unsubscribe parties from James Charles.
Lost in this community, and that's so true. And it is more than one thing. And it wasn't specifically just about vitamins or about Halo, but it was just about being lied to and feeling disrespected. And, you know, James Charles, he had 9 days after Coachella to talk to me. He knows where I live. It's not far from him. He could have come face to face and chatted with me because he knew that this would hurt me. We've had plenty of in-person conversations that were at length about other influencers doing the same deal and him not liking sugar bear hair and dragging the other people and being like, Tati, I'm on your side. Like, you've got me. Like, I will support you. Yes, mom. Like, you've got my
Not yes, mom. Not yes, mom.
loyalty. So I always felt really comfortable with that. And I, of course, to not even get a...
So what I'm hearing here is that Tati Westbrook befriended James Charles because he was so popular as a way of getting something out of it. She was getting promotion out of it. She was getting her products. So she was using him. So this was the first time that James Charles, like her using James Charles, didn't work in her favor. And he did something against what she wanted him to do. So this was the first time she was facing the repercussions of him being his own person and not someone that was being mentored or, you know, pushed into doing things by her. And I think she didn't know how to control that. I think the grasp she had on teenage James Charles that was very weird, and it was probably very, very, very annoying for James. It was probably very, like, what's the word whenever you're, like, restrictive? Like, he probably missed out on a lot of deals because of her and stuff. You know what I mean?
A phone call, to not even get a text a few days prior, but right after that sponsored post went up, to have a text like, hey mom, love you, I'm stressed. Just so you know, XYZ, I just did this post, but it's no big. And that's pretty typical of James Charles's behavior from the time that I met him when he was 17, before he really had taken off on YouTube at all. I know that he has a way of just getting what he wants. And I've always...
Oh my god, it is really crazy to think about this, because, like, she's saying, like, from the time I met you at 17, like, you have a way of getting things you want. Okay, so you're talking about, like, a 17, 18, 19-year-old. Very, very, very young. Very, very, very young. And, of course, people at that age, you know, don't, like, have a lot of life experience that maybe you have specifically in the industry. And, again, that doesn't take away from people being bad people. Don't get me wrong. But the way she's speaking about him here is like, oh, he was just probably a very young, spoilt kid who got a lot of fame and money very quickly, which I think exactly describes him.
Blamed it on his age. I've been like, oh, he'll grow up. Like, it's fine. He'll grow up. Like,
well, he will grow up. He was like 17 years old, like you just said.
Adore and love, and he'll grow out of this, and he'll mature. And I want to be someone that can give him solid advice. And there's something in my heart that is pulled to him, and I love him, and I am there for this kid.
It's a little bit weird in theory, actually.
Have been, and there's so much that you guys don't know, and I'm going to share a lot of it with you because I feel at this point that I have to, because Gabriel Zamora decided to drag me out on the dance floor by calling me out by name in a video that he made about opinions and makeup. I want to say...
I forgot that she said that. So Gabriel Zamora is the one to blame here. Well, I don't think so, because no one was really chinned into Gabriel Zamora. I think Tati was waiting to make this video, and I think if what we heard about Shane and Jeffree is true, then they kind of gave her the confidence to make this video. But I really don't think any of the parties here involved really thought this through, because at the end of the day, the people that faced the biggest ramifications of this were Tati, Shane, and Jeffree. And James would have gotten off easy if he didn't end up turning into what they accused him of years later, where he now has all these allegations against him. If he never did that, then he would have gotten off and he would have been loved and adored. You know, because the No More Lies video he did was so well done. Like, it was so well done. However, whenever you then years later have allegations against you, we're not going to be on your side.
That I don't know Gabriel Zamora. We've never had any beef, but we are not friends. Majority of the time that I've spent with Gabriel Zamora was in James Charles's kitchen, which was not too long ago. Before that, I'd maybe give him a hug.
Not the exact location. We were in his kitchen eating Oreos.
throughout the years, but we aren't friends. We don't hang out. I don't have his phone number. We don't chat, DM, talk, none of that. There's no relationship. So he does not know me at all. And I really have to feel from what I've witnessed in the past of how stuff kind of goes down as far as like really ripping into a situation and giving your, your 2 cents. This is typical behavior if you go and hang out with a group of influencers. Yes, it's about makeup. Yes, sometimes business. Yes, sometimes jokes. But a lot of the time, it's whatever's brewing or happening or someone going through something and just like everybody kind of giving their little bit of it to the point that the whole story changes. And I just couldn't help but feel that that's what happened because everybody was hanging out behind closed doors. I know that James Charles was very, very upset and obviously vented.
Oh my god, this is all stemming from him taking a sponsorship with a rival brand where she's saying like, everyone has their different perspective of the story. Everyone's adding information to it. It's all turning into lies. At the end of the day, this story was literally that James Charles took a sponsorship to get VIP at Coachella, and that company is your rival company, and he is your friend, and you didn't like that. At the end of the day, that is what this is. Like, this story became so dramatic, and the reason it became so dramatic was this video. Like, we're only 5 minutes in, and we really have no solid foundation on why we do not like James Charles yet, other than he took a sponsorship company and he's a spoiled kid. Like,
to his friends, which in turn, for whatever reason, made Gabriel Zamora feel empowered enough to call me out by name. It really minimized my feelings. It's a horrible thing to tell a person like, hey, it's sunshiny outside. Don't feel bad about whatever you're going through. And I always like to tell people pain is pain. And yeah, at some point you have to feel it.
She's talking about fucking gummy bears here, by the way.
Because life will never stop being painful no matter where in the world you are.
We're talking about gummy bears.
We're always going to experience heartbreak, and that's part of being human. For me, I always like to say that just because the person next to you is in a full body cast doesn't mean that your broken arm doesn't hurt. Pain is pain.
So if you're eating a gummy bear and Tati Westbrook wants that gummy bear, like, what is this analogy? What is this analogy, girl?
Let it go the way you do, process things the way you do, but that's private and that's your business and no one has any to tell you how to feel. So that was so not right on so many levels. But even that, like I was in North Carolina with my sisters, I saw that snap, everybody's, tweeting me and I'm like, I still gotta let this go. Like, I just gotta let this go. But then with the video, I'm like, okay, we're getting a little bit rough and wild right now. And I feel like behind the scenes, my name is being dragged and my reputation and my character. I need to speak on a few things.
That's so ironic because I think it was accused that she was the one that was talking to drama channels. Now, again, I do believe that James Charles was also talking to drama channels. So I think what's happening here is that her and James are talking to like their allies in the drama community and they're making videos, pro or against, each person. But again, this is just so dramatic, isn't it? Like the internet was just so dramatic. Like the stories that blow up on the internet now have nothing to do about like gummy bears and stuff. But like, wow, I was hooked. Everyone remembers when and where they were. This is a historical event.
That I feel would have been better.
My life was never the same.
But we're public. And, just like Gabriel said in his video, like I started this public, bad on me. I am an influencer, creator, whatever we want to call it. I do live.
So yeah, in theory, Tati did start this because she made the response to James's sponsored post, which is very unprofessional of her crying and being like, I feel so betrayed. I feel so betrayed. So then people asked. So then Gabriel responded to her. So ultimately she did start this. James just did the sponsorship. And honestly, I would probably do the sponsorship too if I got VIP at Coachella. Sorry, Tati.
Online. So what you guys saw in that IG story, that happens to so many of us. Like we let our emotions lead because we're creatives.
Yeah, but most of our problems don't stem around gummy bears.
It's a technology that allows you to express, so widely and so quickly. I'm a really, really big believer in hitting the pause button, thinking things through. And
that's ironic.
I didn't. So here we are, and I'm going to talk about it all.
Here we are.
Obviously, so many of you guys understand that this is more than just a...
She looks so fucking good.
There's so much going on with...
It's something that's so interesting. She goes, you all think this is just about a sponsored post, but there's so many layers to this, which is ironic because she has all this information about James Charles she's going to tell us, which we're going to go through because I forget a lot of it as well. I just remember the sucking dick and cock. And you did it at my birthday dinner. There's different keywords I remember, but the overall story I forget. Which is so ironic because I feel like this video just, pops up every few years. However, if she had such a problem with James Charles doing all of the things she's about to say, then why did it take James Charles having to do her wrong for her to bring it to the forefront? Because she didn't care about it. Now, again, you can say that it was James and Jeffree, or Jeffree and Shane, that, you know, kind of pushed her to make this video. Ultimately, that's true. Ultimately, she made the video at the end of the day herself. She's a grown woman. They're grown men. But also, she kept all this information about James in until the gummy bears got involved. So she's inauthentic here, and I don't think we all kind of focused on that in the moment. But, like, there's no authenticity from her either. Like,
with James Charles right now that I do not support, that I do not agree with. Fame, power, and a fat bank account will change almost
fame, power, and a fat bank account will change
anyone.
Almost anyone.
People that will tell you to your face that you're doing the wrong things.
So I guess that was Tati in his life.
You will
But she's not doing that anymore. You know why? You add the gummy bear.
change. And I tried to be that person for you, James. I really tried. I don't think there's any getting through to you, and I don't want to be friends with you. I don't want to be associated with you. And I need to say that very publicly.
This is so dramatic.
Just be closed.
She goes, I need to say that publicly so this chapter can close. Oh, baby. This chapter would never end. For the rest of your career, still to this day, this chapter never closes.
So I want to share with you guys.
You wrote a book with no ending, baby.
So public about this, because I know the first thing a lot of people will say is, hey, why didn't you pick up the phone? Why didn't you message him back? Like, you guys should have handled this privately. And I absolutely agree. The moment that everything kicked off, he started panicking. He was texting me, and then it got increasingly demanding. And I don't deal well with someone telling me that I need to accept an apology on their terms to fix their problems. So when you cannot even say, I'm so sorry, I knew this was going to hurt you, I hate seeing you cry, oh my gosh, I can't believe that you're feeling this upset, like, I didn't think that you would be this upset. When you can't have any emotion.
I hate seeing you cry, baby girl.
Who loves you so much, and all you're caring about is your image, and that people are questioning if it's you, and people are commenting.
All I can think about is after this video, when she was gaining millions of subscribers a day and James was losing millions a day, Shane and Jeffree were posting after each milestone, being like, congrats on 14 mil, babe. Congrats on 15 mil, babe. Congrats on 16 mil, babe. Congrats on 17 mil, babe, with a photo of her. And then they deleted all of them then whenever the tide started turning against her.
And that's what you're worried about. I'm not okay with that, and I need to like take a time out. I knew that I needed to talk to James, and I was planning on hopping in my car and, you know,
I'm so obsessed with the dramatic. She's doing to show you her eyeshadow. I mean, it looks great, girl.
sitting down with him, but I changed my mind very, very quickly when I found out that he had been giving his side to drama channels. He had been in contact with plenty of them. I immediately knew that this was all about
I think it was also accused that she was also doing that, so I don't really have an opinion on that, because, I mean, guilty and guilty. It's crazy that I've lost my voice, but I can still sing a song.
control, and had little to do with his care for me, because I just don't think that he does. If that's the playing field.
Do you care for him, though?
Just know my receipts are like stacked thick. To be disclosure, I have spoken with 2 drama channels that reached out, and one of them is Here for the Tea, the other is Tea Spill. They're both making videos. I needed to share.
I'm so obsessed with her being like, well, he was reaching out to drama channels, and she goes, just to keep full transparency, I reached out to these 2 drama channels.
A little bit of where I was coming
Arguably
from.
2 of the biggest at that time as well. Like, she had the power play here.
Like, I'm crushed because this person was family to me. This person is someone that I absolutely loved, cared for, and would have spent all the time in the world protecting. But he's just too far gone at this point, and the behavior that...
I think she definitely has this superiority complex about her where he's definitely so much younger than her, and she feels the need to have to mentor and save him and stuff. She's coming across so fucking irritating in this video. I think this is the first time I'm watching the video where I'm like actively against her. I feel like every time I watch this, I'm like, yeah, Steva, just because I don't like James Charles. But I think this is the first time where I'm like, wow, you're an egotistical, aren't like, come on now, like, what the fuck?
I don't think I can even talk about, like the DMs that I'm getting and the things that I'm hearing are so gross that I don't think that I can protect that, and I don't think I can help that, and I have to let this go, you know, like I have to let this go. So there's the full disclosure, you know, I don't have a camp of people that I'm like, okay, let's like work on this angle and like, how can we do this and how can we do that? This is not strategy to me. This is me having...
That's ironic that she says that, because she did say that Jeffree and Shane were helping her with the video, which in turn would be people helping you with the video. So either you're lying now or you're lying when you said that Shane and Jeffree were involved. Which one is it, baby?
Someone that I mentored, someone that I care
I hate that fucking word.
really not care for me and exhibit that. There was...
Why is there pencils on my fucking shirt? That seems like a safety hazard. That seems dangerous. I'm gonna take these out. Actually, but it's kind of cool, right? I'm gonna keep it in. Let's just hope I don't fall on them. I'm going out drinking later, so might have to take them out for that.
When Shane Dawson came over to hang out with me, who I adore, I don't know terribly well. We've been talking for a couple of months. The day that he came over, where we were just playing with makeup, like that had been...
It's ironic because at this time, Shane and Jeffree needed James Charles to be taken down because they were trying to do the conspiracy launch. And ultimately, he got taken down before the launch. Who did that? Tati. Seems like they all had something to gain out of this.
And for a very long time, we had been talking. That date had been set before all of this kicked up. And I just, like, I can't help but think that James Charles felt like that was somehow like some sneaky thing that happened, because his ego is so big that he will think that everything is about him.
This is so ironic. She's saying here that James would think that me hanging out with Shane was me talking bad, but actually it was just like a convenient time or whatever. But she ultimately went on to say that Shane and her were talking about James during that time, and Shane was wanting to edit her thumbnail and her video during this time. So she's either lying in this video or she's lying in the Breaking My Silence video. Remember that one?
So that visit had nothing to do with me sneaking around and like really manipulating the situation at all.
So she's lying somewhere here.
It's important for you guys to know a little bit of the history that I have with James.
Her story.
He contacted me through my DMs, you know, when he was first starting out. He was 17. He was wide-eyed and ready to make it on Instagram and social media. And, you know, he kind of had his YouTube channel going, but not really. And, you know, the first response I gave him was like, keep up the good work or something like that. And then he came back, and he just has a way of saying the most gorgeous things that make you feel so special. So...
Woman, you're talking about a 17-year-old here. You're trying to basically say that a 17-year-old manipulated you. James Charles said sweet words of endearment, and I let myself be manipulated by him. Girl, grow up. Grow up.
He always told me that I was the reason that he wanted to get into makeup, and I was the reason that he was inspired to...
Okay, girl, maybe you were, maybe you weren't.
My channel was one of his favorites, and he just loved watching me, and it was just... nice to hear, to be honest. I was like, wow, like this kid, like really, like I'm like...
Or maybe you're the egotistical one. You're saying that him saying all these compliments was really nice to hear. Maybe you're the one who's the ego here.
The grown-up...
Maybe you wanted to help him because you knew that there was a power play here because he was such a big fan, Tati. Bonk.
Like, how can I help you? There's a huge age gap between me and James Charles, and it's so funny because back in the beginning, my husband was like, you know you're not best friends with him, like he's a kid. And I'm like, yeah, I know. I'm like, but he's really like looking for some help, some guidance.
So you're aware that it was weird, by the way. I mean, again, I have a different perspective on this time. This is a really weird, interesting, creepy dynamic that she has with James Charles, and to think of how she turned this against him. Ultimately, in the end, we figured out he's a bad person too. But for time and place, she's not looking great here.
I made the choice that I was going to help him. Like, a lot of people online were crapping all over him back in the day.
Ironic.
He had drama with Nikita Dragon. You know, I've never screwed him over. I've never publicly humiliated him. I've never...
So you said I'm going to do it in the biggest way possible.
...done any of that. And a lot of people who are buddy-buddy with him right now have not always had his best interest.
Ironic.
They want him to succeed. They saw this new kid coming up and they're like, no, this is not going to happen. And I was constantly like, you're talented. You've got this. Keep going.
What I'm saying is your Instagram is hella... Okay, wait, why do you have his phone number? If you're saying that, like, he messaged you and said he was a big fan, you just started talking in DMs, he has your phone number here, so you gave your phone number to a fan. Like... Tati sends James, you remind me that I still have a little artist inside. Womp womp. Girl, it seemed like you just wanted someone to big up your ego. You got more out of this too.
How can I help you? I had a lot of influence at the time. You know, my channel was much bigger. Come on my channel, do my makeup. You know, we started talking pre-Cover Girl, so we're talking before everything exploded. And I had his back then. I invited him to my wedding. He didn't have money for the flight or hotel, so I paid for that happily. And he felt a little bit bad about it. And I was like, hey, like, let's just have fun and you can do my makeup for my wedding and help me out. It's sad to think that I will never be able to watch my wedding video without seeing his face and thinking of him and thinking about all the things.
This is just a really, really, really nasty video when you think his eyebrows are crazy here. This is a really nasty video if you think about how young he still was here as well. Again, James Charles has those things were then, you know, we'll talk about. But for right now, she's like the evil villain here. Like, she didn't get her wish of a best friend. James overtook her and she got jealous. And she needed to take him down and took him down. She did, honey.
I hoped our relationship would be. Like, I always envisioned that he would grow up. At some point, we'd kind of meet up as friends because he would be an adult. And it is such a unique...
So what, you befriended him all of his childhood to then be a friend years later as an adult?
Have someone to connect with through business that really understands the complexity of everything involved in having a YouTube
Girl, you're talking about a child here.
creator. I think I sent him a text one time. I was like, I can't wait until all of this is over and we're on a yacht of our own, not on a brand trip, you know, and like, I think that I'll know you for the rest of my life. I wrapped as much love
Sending this to a kid, by the way.
around this kid, more from like a
Kid.
parental stance than like a best friend stance. You know, my husband, who he ran an agency, he was the VP of motion pictures. He knows the industry through and through. I don't talk about that end of my husband's career too often. He's so gifted with his view of how deals, contracts, business development. He's a master at it, and I love his brilliant mind. He was mentored by Roland Perkins, who was one of the original founders of CAA. He has built businesses and sold them. He is so insanely intelligent. Anytime that James would need help, he'd be like, Dad, what should I do? And he'd come over and he'd be like,
It's from Dior. It's really good.
will you manage me? And James is like, no, I'm not doing that. I don't do that anymore. But your family, how can I help you? My husband would spend hours on the phone, looking over contracts, getting him in a better...
So here's the thing. So now Tati and her husband are like the managers and the saviors and the parents and fucking everyone to James Charles. Like, so they were creating this unrealistic dynamic where as James Charles, he probably owed them everything, which is the worst foundation ever because all he'll be able to do is disappoint you. So you did that to yourself, and it's actually kind of evil to put that much pressure on a 17, 18-year-old.
Position. So we helped him get into Style Hall back when basically no one wanted to work with him because of his Ebola scandal, and everyone was really afraid that he was very toxic. But once again, you know, we had his back. They got a boutique management around him. They finally taught him how to monetize his videos. He was making $90 a video, and because of me and my husband, he was making $2,500 immediately from a switch being flipped because his former management did not go in and do that for him. So that's just like a small sample.
Isn't she literally Jesus?
We've done for James Charles. Another thing I have an issue with is James Charles never even apologized to my James. If this was just about
My James.
you know, like, you know that this is our business, apologize to him too, but that's not what this is about. Oh, this is just like really hard to do. Oh my God. Okay.
She goes, whoa, this is really hard to do, while looking at herself in the viewfinder. Did you see that? It's just another like egotistical, narcissistic YouTuber. Oh, she goes, oh, it's just so hard to do. I don't even know how I'm gonna do this. It's really, really difficult. Really difficult. I'm like so near tears right now. Girl, all these people are just so fucking full of themselves.
Absolutely loved James Charles. My husband loved James Charles. He had an open door here in my home anytime he had a problem, anytime he needed life advice, business advice. You know, we were here for him. I've promoted him. I've supported him. I've put him in so many videos. Every time that I hold up a Morphe item, I always say use code James because I wanted him to make it and make enough money to feel like he had the resources to do what he really wanted to do with the creative videos that he always envisioned making. And that's
okay, girl, we get it. You're amazing.
If it is creating content that we are all emulating right now, James Charles, you are changing everything. I love you so much.
I was from the pit of my guts so proud. So proud. In Gabriel's video.
I love when she does this really dramatic part where she's like, I was so proud. I was so proud. And then it cuts to her being like, oh God, this video is a mess.
Something that I thought was really offensive was the insinuation that my relationship with James Charles was transactional and that I would be crazy to think that I had an exclusive with him when it came to my vitamins. And for someone that I helped when no one would, asking for absolutely nothing in return, never asking for a payback, never asking for a dime, any of the deals that were structured, if anyone ever offered a kickback, we'd say no, put it in James's pocket. Help James. Help him. You know.
So she's amazing. She's amazing, darling.
If I could give him advice, I did. If he needed a safe landing.
This is what it is. This is a woman with a savior complex. That is what this boils down to.
I was here. I mean, even to the point of putting myself at risk, business-wise, you know, I had him here not too long ago. Like, this was when a lot of scandal was happening in the community, and he came over to my house. It was really, really late at night, and he was super upset, and he's like, I can't sleep. I feel so upset. I don't know what to do. I'm so stressed out. Oh my God, what do I do? And it had to do with his Morphe deal because the percentage they were offering him was not great, to be honest. And at the time, I personally felt that he deserved more. And this is like purely coming from a business perspective because at the time they had dropped Laura and Manny and things were falling apart and there was a separate issue with the vault and that whole thing. To the public, it didn't really look great. So James was kind of stressed out about that. He hadn't signed his contract, so I didn't feel like I was interfering with anything, giving him advice. He was worried about things, and I wanted to, of course, wrap him up and like just make him feel good. And
because she's what? She's so amazing.
And I negotiated another deal on the side for him that would have given him $1 million the following week, with a guarantee and with a higher percentage. Now in business, what this does is it gives you leverage so that you can go over to your other deal that you haven't signed yet and feel like you have a backup plan. So maybe you want deal A really, really badly, but you're nervous to ask for more or nervous to ask for things to be on your terms. You're terrified that if you do, you'll lose deal A, the one that you really, really want. But the psychology of having deal B waiting for you just in case allows you to have a stronger presence when going in and negotiating. So he had that thanks to me and thanks to the hours that my husband spent making sure that he had that padding and that, you know, safety net. And he went and talked to Linda and he got a higher percentage. So literally millions in his bank account. My relationship with James Charles is not transactional. I have not asked him for a penny. I've never been on his Instagram.
But if it's not transactional, then why is the gummy bear thing a big deal? If we're just going to speak morally, then, you know, it's just business, isn't it, honey? You know, you say everything's just business. It's just business, honey. Honey. But it is transactional. James Charles got more popular than you, and you didn't like it. And that's why you needed to take him down.
You know, we had a mini falling out after the Jaclyn Hill launch party. Everybody was over at my house. We were all talking. Things were said that I cannot unhear. At my dining room table, I cannot unhear it. When I confronted him on it, he cried, he apologized. I have so much empathy for people, and I really want to see people grow and step into themselves.
Hashtag empath.
I'm the person to ask, like, well, what made you feel that you needed to do XYZ? Like, what happened to you? Or like, why do you feel like you need to do that? I'm not perfect, but I have a desire to do better all of the time. And I have a desire to grow.
She goes, I'm not perfect, but I'm the closest thing to it.
And step into myself more and more and more. And this life means so much to me. And I know that it's not just this. So my actions and my integrity mean so much. I need to know my truths, and we all know where we're messing up. We all know where we're bending things to be in our favor. And that being said, I can't be the person to point and write people off very quickly. Like, it takes a lot for me to really want to.
Okay, we get it. You're amazing. Come on, girl.
And so I've always had a really forgiving heart, because I know to get here, I've required a lot of forgiveness myself. So we sorted our stuff out. You know, I had mentioned to him that, you know, it did kind of suck that he had never had me on his channel. And it's just really...
But didn't you a couple minutes ago say that that doesn't matter at all because it's not what? Not transactional. So it is. It's so interesting to me that, like, in the moment, even I've watched this, you know, like a year ago and stuff, never picked up on the fact that, like, that's all she clearly cares about here is the exposure from James Charles. And I mean, obviously with the gummy bears, you know, sorry, I love that I keep calling them the gummy bears. I'm not calling them hair vitamins. It's like, by the way, I've used hair vitamins before, like actual ones. If anyone has any ones that actually fucking work, let me know. I've never used Sugar Bear hair, though. So if they want to give me a sponsorship, send me to Coachella. Fuck you, Tati.
Funny that we didn't end up collabing until it was in his favor. So he was popping off online about exposing the beauty community and doing a docu-series. And I was like, no. How entitled do you have to be to think that you have it rough? You are a 19-year-old millionaire. You do not get to wake up and, you know, stress out about...
Didn't you say earlier in this video that if someone's in a full body cast beside you but your leg's broken, you can still complain about it? Did you or did you not say that? Did you or did you not say that, like, you can still have problems? So why are you now being like, you don't have any problems?
How unfair your job is. Like, that's just so ridiculous to me. So after hours and hours and hours and hours and hours and hours and hours of talk, he arrived at the decision to not do it. I was like, it's...
Which is ironic because Shane and Jeffree then worked on the same idea of a series. So I wonder if Tati was involved in that.
It's gonna be like the downfall of your career. Don't do it. Like, don't expose the community because you're part of the community. Like, do you think you're better than everyone? Because you're not. I think something that I'm really
Which is ironic that Shane and Jeffree did it.
And it was really hard to see the way he was treating Marlena from Makeup Geek. Like, I did not like that. I also don't think that it's cool to publicly shame a woman who paved the way. Get off your high horse and have some respect. You don't have any for the people who are in this industry longer than you, and that's the sad fact. I think one of the biggest reasons that I'm doing this video is because all of us are somehow forgetting that his audience is made up of 12 to 14-year-olds. Like,
only a couple years out from you wanting to be their best friend, though, Tati, right? Right.
Dominantly, and he is role modeling to them his behavior. His behavior online is what they are seeing and what they are emulating as how they should behave to be successful and adored by the masses. Everything is over-sexualized, and that's the huge underlayer to this all that I finally have had enough. The last phone conversation that James Charles and I had, he said some things telling me about a situation that happened in Seattle at my birthday, and it literally made me want to vomit. Oh my God, you tried to trick a straight man into thinking he's gay yet again, and somehow you're the victim. You know, it's really disgusting.
It's so beautiful to me that I haven't seen this video in a long time, but there's still little things that will stick with me. All right, we're getting into the sucking dick and cock balls. We're getting into that now.
To manipulate someone's sexuality, especially when they are still, emerging into adulthood and don't quite have everything figured out.
Tati Westbrook, the biggest ally to the gays. Or sorry, the ally to the straights. Forgot she's an ally to the straight people, not the gay people.
Are using your fame, your power, your money to play with people's emotions. You're threatening to ruin them. You're threatening to embarrass them. And you're doing that to have them behave sexually in your favor, even if they're straight. And you know what? That's not okay. That behavior is not okay. Whether you're a woman, a man, gay, straight, bi, whatever sexual orientation.
As Lady Gaga said, no matter gay, straight, bi,
you are, that is your personal call, and it is not someone else's.
Yes, Diva, you better stand up for the gays. Yes. We want to see her at Stonewall. She threw the first brick at Stonewall. I want to see her on the LA WeHo Pride Parade next year. Come on, for the 5-year anniversary this year, this June, we want her on the Pride float. We want her going, no matter gay, straight, bi, lesbian.
It's not someone else's to play with. It's not someone else's to mess with. And how dare you laugh about it and make meme after
meme and straight boy. I love straight boy. I love
straight boys. I love straight boys, and make it a joke.
Because it's not.
Because this behavior is not normal. It's not okay. Cracking someone's sexuality is not an escape room. This is shit that will follow them for the rest of their lives. And you need someone to tell you to stop it. And that's exactly what I did in your kitchen in front of Gabriel Zamora. So I'm really shocked, Gabriel, that you really don't care about this at all and what is happening. That you are totally complicit with the situation, obviously, with the video that you made. All right, I'm pissed. I literally, eye to eye, had enough respect for you and love for you and care for you to tell you to go and get some help. I told you that this was not good. And
sorry, she is serving face while saying all this. Like, that is the best part about this video. Like, she could be saying the worst shit, but I'd be like, bitch, she looks so fucking gorgeous this entire video. It's so impressive. It's so impressive.
Your career completely destroyed. His parents came to visit. They had.
Oh, here's when she throws the parents onto the bus. This part was controversial. She goes, like, whatever the parent was called, like, Linda, I was looking after your kids when you weren't here.
Over at my house, and they were lovely. And you guys loved meeting his parents. I was shocked that James even then was saying to his dad that every man is a little bit gay and that.
Okay, here's my thing, right? Tati Westbrook has she has no place to talk about family dynamics. And also, like, I have joking banter with my family, specifically because I'm the only gay one. And she really can't speak about family dynamics and, like, jokes and stuff like that. Because at the end of the day, so much of the shit just is jokes. And James being like to his dad, everyone's a little bit gay. That's not, like, he didn't just kill your family, Tati. Like, grow up. I'm sure you've heard so much worse in your life, Tati. Like, please. Tati Westbrook freaking out at the fact of someone being gay. Whatever happened to that allyship, Tati?
There's no such thing as a straight man. And, his dad's like, you're wrong, James, you're wrong. If someone who is very masculine and has been with women decides that they're bisexual, that they want to explore, that's fine. Like, so be it. But again, it's just like, it's not yours to take. So talking about that at the dinner table with his parents was kind of weird. Him talking explicitly about sex and things that he would like to do. And I was just like, I was like, oh my God, oh my God, oh my God, oh my God. Like, I am used to this around, everyone else, but not his parents. Like, I thought.
So what you're saying is that you as an adult were having conversations about sex with James Charles whenever he was underage, because you said that you were friends with him since he was 17. So that means that you were talking to him about sex whenever he was 17, 18. That makes you look bad, honey. Honey.
thought around his parents that he would not behave this way. Like, it was just like, no big deal. Like, sucking dick and cock. Like, I'm just like, oh my God, time and place. And you did it at my birthday dinner. And I made excuses for you then. You were talking in detail about things you wanted to do to the waiter. And when I said, James, he's straight, your response was, doesn't matter, I'm a celebrity. So...
I thought it was, doesn't matter, I'm famous. What was it? Doesn't matter.
And when I said, James, he's straight, your response was, doesn't matter, I'm a celebrity.
Okay, I think I can do this from the start.
But about sex and things would not matter. And I made excuses for you then. You were talking in detail about things you wanted to do to the waiter. And when I said, James, he's straight, your response was, doesn't matter, I'm a celebrity. So freaking gross. And you said that in front of my family, in front of my childhood.
And I had to call everyone up the next day and apologize on your behalf. God, this is history. This needs to be in historical textbooks. We need this in classrooms.
Friends, I had to call every one of them up the next morning and apologize.
Could you imagine getting a, hi Tati, how are you? We had a good time at your birthday party. Hey, so sorry about the sucking dick and cock comments. If anything, it probably livened up your shitty party.
Because it was so uncomfortable. And I've continued to do that, but it's just all kind of stacking up right now like this. When James Charles's parents left my home, you know, Christy, you grabbed my hand and you said, you know, thank you for looking out for my boys, like keep looking out for them. And I have, and like I'm handing that back to you. Like, you need to not be on Instagram liking comments and sharing with people that you're disappointed that I'm upset. You need to be not on Instagram. You need to be here in LA because your boys need you.
Oof. That was the one of the things in this video that I really didn't like, where she's like, you need to be off Instagram. You need to be actually looking after your kids. I didn't really like that comment from her. I think that was a low blow for sure.
I do also want to tell you guys, you know, add insult to injury. The Sugar Bear hair thing, that was a blatant lie. Like, come on. You went to Coachella, somehow had a security issue, and
I do believe that James Charles wasn't lying about this, by the way. I think she's being dramatic here.
No company would ever go out of their way to have an extra.
But that's not true. Companies literally go to these events with so many free passes. Like, she's just lying here.
You know, handful of passes that cost thousands of dollars a piece, like just in case. There's value there and there's a value exchange. Like, Gabriel's correct about that. Brands know what they're doing. And that leads me to believe that this was orchestrated beforehand, but he had an emotional conflict because of me and promises he made to me behind the scenes. So he had to come up with a very clever story. And
if this relationship wasn't transactional, then why would you have a problem with him doing this? Quick.
Launch day. That part felt super, super shady to me, and it was so quickly like glazed over, and then it hopped back into, I've had the most stressful week of my life with boys. I have so much anxiety, and it's like, dude, like, oh my God, you saw me during my launch. You know what happened. You know about the coordinated event that happened. You were with me. You know what I went through to bring everything.
I just want to know what Sugar Bear Hair's PR team thought of this video. You know what I mean? Did they get sales from this or did they not?
Life, the risk involved in going into a category that no one wants to get into because it's so hard and challenging. And it's not a palette. It's not something that people buy multiples of. People are not going to buy a hair vitamin from over here and one from over here because that would be too much for your system to handle. So when you pair up with my #1 competitor, it's embarrassing to me. Is it going to crush my business? No. But it's embarrassing, and you know that because of things I've had to deal with in the past. And if you don't have my back, at least have your subscribers back, dude. Like, are you kidding me? A, you say you don't like this brand.
That's so crazy. She's like, have your subscribers back. Sugar Bear Hair and Halo are probably the same fucking shite. You know what I mean? Like, please stop this savior complex about how incredible your company is.
At all. And that it would be embarrassing. So, like, stick with that. Like, stick to what you speak. Practice what you preach. You say that you're the realist. You can't be bought. Well, you just were. I don't think you were in a dangerous situation. I really, really don't. You know fair well how crowds are. So if you did think there was going to be a dangerous situation, I think you would have brought your own security. You have the millions and millions and millions in your account.
Gonna be honest, if I was general admission at Coachella and there was a lot of people coming up to me and stuff, or maybe I was just getting really overwhelmed and a company offered me a sponsorship to be in upgrade to VIP, I'll take it. I'll take it. I would promote the fucking Miranda Sings book if it got me in the VIP booth. If I was that stressed out, I'd promote fucking ukuleles. I'd sell myself out really quickly to get in that fucking VIP section if I was so overwhelmed in GA, because you know there's one thing I hate? Festivals. I hate festivals. I hate that many people around me. I hate concerts when I'm standing. I would befriend my biggest enemies. My old childhood friends that I hate. I would fucking best friends with them for the night if I could get in there. Get me out of this crowd. So I'm on James' side with this one.
To do that, because you are the first person to overshare your finances with everybody. You know, I tell you guys, like, I can't be bought in any situation. I would have left. A lot of people are like, what was he supposed to do? It's dangerous. It's like, leave, go home. It's a couple days of your life. It'll happen again next year. Bring security next time. Have some loyalty to that fan base who has put all that money into your bank account instead of...
Girl, what is the difference in him promoting Sugar Bear Hair and Halo Beauty? Fuck me. Jesus Christ. Seriously?
Lying to them. Because you say you don't like the brand. You, I'm sure, hadn't tried the product for more than a week because they...
That is true, by the way. What she's saying here is true. Like, you promoting this to your audience such last minute means you haven't even tried the product. But most of these influencers don't do that, so...
And 9 days later, you had the story. So you hadn't even tried it for a full month. Do better research. Melatonin over time, not great for you. Look into the formula before you promote it, which I also thought was really strange because the reason that James always said that he couldn't promote Halo on his channel and really do, like, you know, heavy endorsement.
Wait, so she's pissed here about the fact that he wouldn't promote Halo. So this is stemming back to the fact that this is a transactional friendship.
Because he has a teenage audience and it would just be inappropriate. You sold out me, but you threw away our friendship, but you lied to me, made up a story. You knew this would be embarrassing for me. No, our relationship is not transactional. I have never asked you for anything in return. You should have walked away. You should have held on to your...
I love these dramatic poses she's doing.
I know that now.
She just said you're a phony. Ooh.
I know that you're easily bought, that a good time is more important to you than your integrity. And
this video is so ironic of her being like, I know you can be bought now. You spent the entire fucking 30 minutes being like, oh, I would make sure to get him millions in his deals rather than only getting a couple 100,000. Like, we're aware all of you only care about money.
If everybody's like, oh, come on, a 10-second ad, it means nothing. If it meant nothing, they would have just said, have the security and safety. Don't worry about us. But no, there was a negotiation and a I do this and you do that because there's value there. So when you think about the millions that he has on Instagram, that swipe up, that call to action, him saying that he's had anxiety and this has helped him sleep, which no, he didn't say it was an anxiety pill, but I think alluding to that to children with a vitamin that looks like a gummy bear that tastes like candy, like my mind is freaking blown, you guys, because
her mind is blown.
Marketing sleep pills to children is like a good idea at all. I would never do that ever in a million years. Bad role modeling. I really believe that as we evolve, whether it's cosmetics.
If this was not a competitor brand to her, she would still be friends with him right now. Even if he did promote fucking anxiety pills to kids.
Technology, nutraceuticals, you know, everybody's always going to try and improve what once was. So for me with Halo, what I am really trying to do is improve something that already existed, yes. I wanted to...
Okay, so here we're just getting into an ad read.
But then you go and post an apology and you can't even mention my brand name. Like, I'm not an idiot. I know what contracts look like. I know what the exclusivities look like. And it just smelled rotten to me. And it just was the timing of it all off.
The time and place.
Finding out about ways that you've been behaving that I don't agree with, for you to lie to me and make me the villain and go around and circulate a story to work on your side, saying that I'm loving the drama because it's improving sales. That's not the case.
And I keep my side of the street clean. You would have known what I mean. 'Cause Karma is my boyfriend.
My family, I love you still. This is not about money. At all. Like, at all. I feel like I've said my piece.
But it's not about money.
I don't know what's gonna happen next.
Oh, honey.
I'm scared.
You should be.
But if I didn't make this video and I didn't say things publicly, I think that I would be...
It's so fascinating to wonder how different the YouTube sphere would be if she didn't post this video. Shane and Jeffree's career would be completely different. The conspiracy series wouldn't have been as big because they used this drama to promote it. James's career would... I don't know what would have happened to it. I don't know what would... I think Tati would have just faded into the background. Like, it's very interesting to think of, like, the knock-on butterfly effect of this single video. And also, so many rules in YouTube changed after this. Drama changed.
You don't get to the success that James Charles has without knowing how to work someone, and I don't want to be worked. I don't want to be manipulated, and I tried everything that I could, but I don't matter to him right now. I'm only a piece in his game, and everything's a game, and I'm tapping out.
Girl, this video is not serious. She goes, this is just a game to you. And then it cuts and she's like,
He's in his game, and everything's a game, and I'm tapping out.
what is she doing? She's just posing.
Feeling like really intense, and like I wish
Why did she keep that in?
you guys could like be inside of my head and understand like,
I do not want to be in there.
truly like what YouTube means to me and why I need this, like why I need me and you, and why I need
Me and you. Leave me out of this.
to do things the way that I do. I have forced myself to go with my intuition and to like really, really try to do the right thing and to be a good person. And I know I'm a role model, and that matters to me, and that has gravity to me. And I like that. And I want to make a difference. And let me also share that when I do reach the level of success that I hope to with Halo, I'm going to make a lot of positive changes. I have huge plans for what I want to do to give back. And I have a very huge why. Like I know why I'm here. I know my mission. It is not all about me. And that's why
This entire video has only been about you.
I'm very willing to help. This is all just kind of blown up. And
Because of you.
I never thought it would be like this way so fast. It just like things just happened really, really fast in sequence. I felt the pressure to make this video. I could have just never talked to James again, which was an option I had in my mind because I just didn't want to give him anything to work with. Like you guys have to understand, like I'm freaking afraid of him. Like he's 19 and I'm afraid of him. Like that's messed up. I'm really sad to see things end this way, and I hope that things change. I really, really do. I didn't feel safe talking about any of this privately because I know that it would get twisted and used against me somehow, so I had to do it this way. I've seen too much happen behind closed doors where things get twisted, manipulated, and I'm not going to let that happen to me. And if I fall apart because people don't like what I have to say or that I said it loud here on my channel, I guess
Womp womp.
that's on me, and this is my choice. Because I've always been a person that wanted to not let fear control me. That's been an issue of mine in the past. And I want for anybody out there
She's talking about a 19-year-old James Charles here, by the way.
in power and someone else telling you how to feel because there will be a consequence. Don't let that fear eat you up. You are free to be who you want to be. You're free to speak up if something's not feeling okay. And if you ever need to defend your character, go for it. And I hope at minimum I'm an example of that. I want to let you guys know I don't hate James Charles. Like, I think I'll always love him. I think I will always care about him. I think I have that pull more so for the person I first met a couple of years ago than the person he's become, because I'm just not on board with how this is all evolving and how emotionless he's become. I don't want my career that I've built for 8 years to go down the toilet because of this.
Well, that is exactly what happened. And Tati Westbrook is like a legacy act on YouTube now. Like, this is her legacy.
I'm sitting here going, God, I hope not, you know? He knows a lot of my business detail. He knows a lot of what's around the corner for me and my brand. I've been very open with him. And, you know, he could completely try to retaliate and do weird things. And I guess I have to kind of be prepared for that. But it is what it is. I'm going to keep going. I'm going to keep filming because I love what I do. And that's what matters the most to me. I want to create great content that makes you guys escape this nasty world. I want to share with you my life and the good parts of me and show you that no matter who you are, you can make it. You know, I had freaking nothing, like nothing when I started out. I didn't know how to edit. I didn't have a computer. I didn't have a camera. I had no job.
And now she knows how to serve face on YouTube video.
Struggle. And crippling depression, and anxiety to the point where you can't leave the house.
Maybe you should take a sugar bear hair. I hear they're great for anxiety, honey.
I really had the cards stacked against me from so many different areas. And I know that people have it worse than me, like even back then. But I just want to let you guys know, if you have a passion and you're good.
She is so brave and so inspiring.
You know, you got it. Like, work on it, move forward, work hard, and you can do anything. And I've always wanted to be that.
She makes me believe I can do anything. I'm so inspired right now. The world is my oyster. Is that phrase?
And this is for the ladies. Like, I'm cool with men in makeup. Love men in makeup. But this is for the women. I'm in my 30s. I'm in a beauty industry. And I'm in front of the camera, not behind it. And that matters. And brands want to work with me.
She's scaring me. Who's she talking to here?
And that's progress, and that matters. So I'm here for so many reasons, and it is not just money. So you guys are first. I am you. I am here because of you, and that will always hold true. So I
love that she's ending this video with a bullshit parasocial thing.
Business as usual, and I'm going to put my phone down as much as I can. I'm going to put the noise down as much as I can.
It's ironic. I think she picked her phone up more after this. All right. Let's debrief really quickly. All right. By the way, the hoops are back. Who remembers the hoops from last summer? I had to get my ears re-pierced because I accidentally kept them out for so long. So I just hit the 6 weeks where I had my studs in, and I have my hoops back, and I feel so cunty. All right. This video is really interesting. I think this is the first time I've watched it where I'm seeing the perspective of, like, wow, she really is so manipulative. And also, it's really crazy to me that, like, her relationship with him was 17 to 19, and she was, like, in her 30s the entire time. Like, that is really very similar to Colleen Ballinger. So I feel like I sympathize with James a little bit here, which I never thought I would do because I really don't like him. Obviously, this is ironic because ultimately all of this aged in the defense of Tati, that James ended up getting accused for doing all these things, so he's a bad person as well. It's one of the most interesting pieces of online lore. Let me know your opinion of Tati at this, like, specific moment, like, looking back on this video in theory, and then, like, how it's kind of aged. Let's talk about it. Anyway, 5 years of her story. I appreciate y'all being here. I will see you very soon. And again, please make sure to go adamandeve.com/Adam. You will get 4 items from any of the 12 for literally $20. See y'all very soon. Goodbye. Hi, muckers. Welcome back to my YouTube channel. I hope you're all doing very, very, very well. Okay, people really enjoyed the revisit we did to By Sister by Tati Westbrook, the ever so iconic piece of her story, that I thought, let's continue it, because basically as the days goes on, it is the 5-year anniversary of a lot. It's actually about to be the 5-year anniversary of No More Lies, which I'm very excited to get to as well, because you know my opinions on James Charles, but I'm willing to give my 10s where 10s are due. And that video is a 10. It didn't age well because James Charles ended up doing everything that he was accused of. But for the moment, I'm willing to give my 10 where 10 was due, but I will take it back. But anyways, I want to watch something that I don't know if I've ever properly dived into. So in the Bye Sister video, Tati Westbrook references what started this all, the iconic piece of herstory, stick with me, that started this all, which was when James Charles went to Coachella and he did the sponsorship with Sugar Bear Hair, which is Halo Beauty, Tati Westbrook's biggest rival. And also, I think it's so ironic, someone commented on my video and was like, Tati Westbrook saying that James Charles is promoting Sugar Bear Hair, which is like filled with all these bad things that kids shouldn't be, taking, but like, is Halo Beauty not the same thing? Like, anyways, she was like, my money. This is the piece of evidence that started it all. When Tati Westbrook did her Instagram story breakdown about James Charles, now it's like 4 or 5 minutes long. I want to dive in immediately. So this started it all. So I'm enjoying this little 5-year revisit we're doing, and I think that it feels right to do this as well. So I hope you're doing well. Not much of an intro because I'm just so excited to dive in. Let's get to it.
Hey guys, who is having a crappy day? Raise your hand.
Girl! Who is having a crappy day? Raise your hand. Girl. What an intro. Oh my god, I feel so bad for her. Oh my god, do you see up here the amount of Instagram stories she did? Bitch, I would have been like this. Click, 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 click. Get to the good part. Who's having a shitty day? Raise your hands.
Right now. I just wanted to hop on. I don't even really know why. I never get in these moods to just like
so dramatic
or do a rant or anything like that, but I'm literally sitting here in my studio like I can't film, and this never happens to me where I feel like,
okay girl, we're up here right now. We need to be down here. Oh my goodness gracious. I did not. Raise your hand if you think she's being incredibly dramatic. Raise your hand if you're going crazy over the fact that this is about gummy bears. Whoa, that's a crazy start. We're only like 3 seconds in and she's immediately crying. Oh my god, she was upset over these gummy bears, honey.
I'm here, I know what I should be doing, I should be working, I should film, and I just can't because I'm stressed out and I feel really lost, and I feel in my community especially, like I feel really lonely.
Okay, this is one thing about these influencers. There are no tears in her eyes. There are no tears coming down, but she has the crying voice, which is when you know that someone is fake. Yeah, because when you're talking like this, but you're not crying. Oh my god, time and place, to quote yourself. Oh my god, this was about a 19-year-old James Charles going to Coachella VIP with Sugar Bear Hair. Okay, this is a tad dramatic. This is a tad dramatic already. But let's continue.
And through this whole journey of YouTube, I feel like I have been someone who's been super supportive to my friends. And it's
here we go.
Really crap to feel like, not that you should do things to get support, but like...
She goes, not that you should do things to get support, but that you do things and you should get... The overall overarching point here is that Tati keeps saying, like, I didn't expect anything back from James. I didn't think that this was a transactional friendship. But it's very clear that Tati Westbrook was expecting when James Charles went way past her in terms of virality. Is that the right word to use there? That she wanted him to take her with her, or with him. Because, Tati really helped his career. So when James went super viral, very clearly she got jealous that James got more popular. And that James didn't take her with, like, that's literally what this boils down to. And that's why she keeps reiterating the same point that I didn't expect anything back, and I didn't,
we should support one another. That's how it should be. And, I'm having one of those days where it's like smacked in my face of...
Why is my fire alarm going off? What the fuck? Okay. Hold on. Sorry, that very clearly freaked out my dogs. I don't know why that happened and why it only lasted a couple seconds. Normally they let us know if there's like a fire detector. Is Tati Westbrook trying to stop me from making this video? She started a fire in my apartment complex.
What's what, and having to take a look at things and realize what they are and not wanting to realize what they are.
Oh, there's tears now.
So I guess I'm kind of hopping on here to share with you guys, like, me and you, because at the end of the day...
Oh, me and you. Okay, she's involving us. She's involving us as the audience. We're not a part of this as well. Okay, honey.
That's all it's ever been, is me and my audience. You guys matter so much to me, and the reason I started this was not...
It's really interesting that she's going on like a little parasocial rant here. Anyone else notice that? It's like garnering this like weird support. You know, she's like, it's only been me and you. It's only been about me and you. We're all that matters. It's almost like she was building like the audience up when she needed them. Like she needed them for the James takedown. And that's what she's doing here. She's trying to make the audience also feel in a way that they need to be upset about this. And she's upset, so we should be upset. She's crying, so we should be crying. She's talking like this, so we should talk like this. You know?
Not for fame or money. And I have to really be in that all the time, like in that mindset. And
she harps on about this. It's not about fame and money, but ultimately at the end of the day, this started because she lost out on money with Halo Beauty because James promoted Sugar Bear Hair. I just wish these people would be more honest and upfront about it. Like, I feel like I would have more respect for them altogether.
Made it really easy to say no to a lot of things while other people have said yes. And
so that's obviously about James.
Story here on YouTube has just been different, and I like that. But it comes with some disappointment, you know. I'm having a rough one, and I guess I just felt like sharing that with you guys. So maybe you don't get lost in all of this land of escape, that real life is what's real, and sometimes social media is...
Real life is what's real is so crazy because she ended up starting the biggest online drama, I think, of all time. This is really interesting that she's basically relating this back to our life yet again. You know what I'm saying? She's like, I need you to not get lost in this. I need you. I'm like, I'm good, babe. We're good. I don't care about James Charles going to Coachella. I wonder at the time how many people knew this was about him. I assume everyone did because it came hot in the heels of it. But I would have loved to have been like in the beauty guru lore at this time because like many people who I was reading my comments, I feel like a lot of us became a part of the beauty community like after Bye Sister, like because it was so much. I did not know Tati before Bye Sister, and I feel like a lot of people did know her and a lot of people didn't know her. I feel like a lot of people knew James Charles, didn't know James Charles. So I feel like this in a way involved a lot of people in the beauty community. And it's interesting because I'm watching her right now, but I also know at this time she was messaging drama channels, to quote Shane Dawson, because you were messaging drama channels. So she's not completely innocent here. And when she's saying we need to focus on the real world, I mean, honey bunny, I don't know if you were focusing on the real world as well. You know what I mean?
Just a distraction, and that's okay. When you do so much for people in your life and they...
Okay, so when she's saying this, like when you do so much for people and whatever she says next, okay, it very clearly was about James Charles.
Not only don't return the favor, but they just don't even see you. Like, I get it. I fucking get it. I'm just so upset. I feel really used. And that's the bad part of Hollywood. Welcome to business. Everybody says what they need to say and uses who they need to use to get ahead. And I have had about enough. I've had about enough.
Girl.
It's not right.
Again, I'm watching this woman in distress and I want to be on her side, but I'm like, this is about a 19-year-old promoting a different kind of gummy bear. Shane and Jeffree were probably watching this like, yes, yes. We've got our fucking storyline. We've got our fucking storyline. Ooh, this is a bit much for a bite gummy bears. I'm going to be honest. And it's crazy how many people ate this up in the moment. Wow. I'm still curious as to why the fire alarm went off, because we got no warning of that. And then this also happened yesterday. All day. It woke me up. And it happened for fucking every fucking hour. I don't know what's going on. And the fire alarm's so loud, which is a good thing, but like, please.
I'm just gonna stay in my lane.
I'm just gonna stay in my lane. What did she not do? Stay in her lane. She ended up doing the biggest controversy on YouTube ever. YouTube had to contact her and be like, hey, can you delete your video? You're making us look really bad.
For the most part, I always have, and I am going to continue to.
That is true. Like, when she says, like, I'm going to stay in my lane, for the most part, I always have. I think that's the most unfortunate thing about this. Like, Tati Westbrook's legacy is Bi Sister. But before that, like, I ended up, you know, doing my Tati Westbrook lore. You know, she really was known as, like, the one that stays in her own lane, minds her own business, does her own thing, you know, just plays with her makeup and stuff. And she was really, really, really liked and adored. And I think this changed people's perception of her a lot. And that's unfortunate. That's unfortunate. She is crazy, but there's something about her I really like. I don't know what it is. I want to smoke a joint with her so bad. Do you think she'd be the person, though, that would be, like, bad to be around high? I don't know. I kind of want this shirt, though.
Create the most incredible products for you guys. The most incredible content. I'm going to push myself. But
she's going to push herself to make the most incredible content. And did she fuck? She made the most historical video of all time a week after this. Bi Sister. I wonder what the actual timeline was. It had to be soon after this. James must have been shitting himself when he goes on and he sees Mommy Tati going like, I'm fucking over Hollywood. I'm fucking over it. He was probably at Coachella like, guys, I need to go home and call Tati.
I'm also going to push myself to show you this shit show that you're seeing right now, because this is real. And I would cry to my girlfriend like this, and
we're her girlfriend.
You're my friends. You've helped me build this. You've helped my dreams come true. And you matter, and this matters, and I'm just gonna keep moving forward. But like, I had to let you guys know that, yeah, having a bad day.
Really?
Good. So not good. So heart hurt. And that's that. But I am just gonna get back to it, and that's all you can do sometimes is take it.
Now, again, Tati ended up saying that Shane and Jeffree were the ones that really pushed her to make the video. And I'm going to be honest. I'm going to be completely honest. It's equally her fault as what it is theirs if they did do that. Do I believe that they were involved in making the video and pushing her to do it? Yes, just because how much they celebrated her gaining subscribers after it. But also, there is something to be said about the fact she is completely responsible for this. But with the state that she's currently in, I think it would have been very easy for Shane and Jeffree to have, like, pushed her over the edge to, like, make a video. You know what I mean? Like, she's not really the most stable in this. So I think she would have been very easily to, I'm not going to say manipulate, but push in the direction of doing something they wanted to. And ultimately, I think she wanted revenge on James the same way they did. You know what I mean? No one's better than anyone in this. Except for me and the Muckers, of course. Because we're a sisterhood. Like her and her audience. We're sisters. Oh, no, not sisters. Hey, sisters.
Deep breath, vent it out, talk to your friends, have a cry, suck it up, stand up, move past, you know? So anyway, if you want to laugh, go watch the PR video. This is not funny. This is probably so Debbie Downer. And I'm so sorry to do this to those of you that think it's cringy to cry on IG.
Not cry on IG.
I just feel like breaking a wall down and just getting closer with you guys and being real. So that's that. And I'm going to go wash my face.
Okay, so her saying, I just wanted to break down a wall and, like, make us closer and stuff, it was very calculated. Like, keep in mind, after this, like, she probably wiped those big girl tears and, you know, like, went on with her day. You know what I mean? There's something really interesting about her saying, like, I want to break down the wall now and show you the real thing. She probably already knew she was going to make the Bi Sister video at this stage and just wanted to have, like, the utmost trust from her audience, and ultimately she did. I'm so curious about the Bi Sister video when it went from like YouTube community, beauty guru watchers to like mainstream media. Like, what was the jump? You know what I mean? I think it was because James was already so unlikable and in so many scandals that the general public already wanted a reason not to like him. And then she gave him a perfect one, and she looked good. She had good points. She was confident. If she had made the video like this, I don't think Bi Sister would have been taken well. But when she made the video and she's like, sucking dick and cock, like, it's iconic. Please let me know your opinion on this. I think there was a lot of manipulation in this, actually. I'm surprised. I didn't think I was going to have this reaction, but I think there was a lot of manipulation in this. Let me know your opinion. Let's talk about it down below. I appreciate you being here. Goodbye. Hi muckers, welcome back to my YouTube channel. I hope you're all doing very well. Okay, so we are currently in the midst of our 5-year revisit to Bi Sister, the historical event online. And I was going to start watching the No More Lies video, and then I realized that there was actually a response that was deleted by James Charles in the midst of that. And it was this video, which was awful. This video was terrible, like so bad. James Charles was on an Australian press tour at the time of the Bi Sister video. And when the video dropped, James was actually supposed to be doing a meet and greet. If you know your lore, you know this. This is actually when I got into the beauty community space because I thought it was so fascinating. He was supposed to be doing a meet and greet in Australia a couple hours or the next day, I guess, after the Bi Sister video dropped, because when it dropped, in America, like that was the morning of Australia. So he was going to be doing this big meet and greet, and he ended up still doing it, but he was severely late for it. And this video he made in the midst of it, whenever I think he was in like a hotel room, and it was very clearly a rushed video. It was very clearly a horrible decision on his behalf. As much as I have my opinions on James Charles, and I do, the No More Lies video, specifically for the time, was one of the best responses we've seen to someone being called out. Like, he had everything prepared. So this one was definitely not that. I have not watched this in a very long time, and I'm very intrigued to see how bad it was. This was definitely just a clearly panicked, needed a response, but it very clearly shouldn't have been done. I'm really intrigued, so I'm going to dive right in.
James here.
I remember that a majority of this video is heavy breathing and mouth sounds. So buckle up for that. God, I love the hoodie as well and the white background. It literally is just typical YouTube apology.
I'm currently traveling abroad and just woke up, but I wanted to sit down and make a video addressing everything that's going on right now, because I owe everybody an explanation. But most importantly, I owe two important people an apology. To Tati and James.
What's interesting as well is he apologizes to them in this video, but then in the Bi Sister video, it's a completely different opinion that he has, if I can remember correctly, but the attitude is completely different. It very clearly was heavily edited by his team, and very clearly a lot of people were involved in the No More Lies video, whereas this one was definitely just him. But keep in mind, at this time, James Charles was losing the most amount of subscribers that like anyone has ever lost at once. There were live counts, that were literally watching his subscriber count, plummet to the ground. It was like a first we've seen on the platform. YouTube ended up taking away that feature of being able to watch, subscribers live count because of this. So he needed something quick, but this was not it.
Westbrook, I'm sorry for everything that is going on and everything that I've put you through over the past few weeks. I met Tati and James almost 3 years ago now, when I was first coming into the industry and when I had no friends and nobody to talk to or look up to. And Tati very quickly took on.
Even if this was the only video he made, it's not good. Like, I'm aware that he was stressed and he needed something up, but the tone in which he's making this video, the tone in which he's currently doing an apology is piss. Like, it really is so bad. So when he posted this, he then lost more subscribers, obviously, and then I think he just ultimately deleted this video, took a bit off, and then came back with the No More Lies video. And then Tati started losing all the subscribers, Jeffree started losing, Shane started losing. and it got really, really, really messy, and public perception then turned on his side very quickly. You know, people dropped him very quickly, but then came back very quickly. But even the tone he's saying in this video, I'm so sorry, they really looked out for me. Like, there's no emotion behind it, because obviously he doesn't agree with what he's saying, but he just knew that he was trying to stop losing subscribers, but it didn't work.
A parental role with me, because she knew my parents were across the country. And over the past few years,
There's the mouth noises.
her family, her and her husband have given me so much love and advice and opportunities and a place to stay and a shoulder to.
You know what I also realized that was probably a big thing for James? In Tati's videos, she talks about like allowing James to get deals that made him like millions on the dot. I think Tati lifted a veil to the audience of how much these beauty gurus were making. And I feel that that was probably a really bad thing for James, because while he was flaunting his lifestyle, I feel that the audience didn't appreciate knowing that he was as rich as what he was. So I think that there was also a big chunk of an audience that were bitter at how much money he was making and wanting to take him down from that as well. But I think that that was a very calculated move on Tati's, you know, behalf to bring up that he makes so much money, and was, you know, basically saying she was responsible for it. Because now people would watch this video and be like, oh, well, don't worry, you've made like 10 million, you know what I mean, kind of thing.
Cry out at 3 a.m. and support when nobody else would or wanted to.
So much mouth movement here.
So disappointed in myself that I ruined a relationship that did mean so much to me.
He literally wins the I don't give a fuck award here. He literally does not care. Like, this video is terrible. Like, he just shouldn't have made it. Like, this video is awful.
Even if I didn't do the best job of showing it all the time. And throughout all of this, what sucks the most is that I know there's nothing I can say or do to ever earn that friendship or trust back. But I don't blame them for it.
Oh, so much.
A lot of most of my career over the past few years.
He goes, most of my career.
And about me making mistakes and trying to learn and grow from them.
That's a crazy statement. Most of my career has been me making mistakes. Who's giving these people a platform?
And I haven't always done the best job of that. I can admit that. But I have always tried. Because I know there's a lot of people watching me, and that a lot of people look up to me as a role model. And I hate knowing that I disappointed not only them, but most importantly, two people that have been role models.
Could you imagine being in the line for James Charles's meet and greet in Australia that day? I wonder if there's any footage of it. Could you imagine being in the line of the meet and greet? I would have thought that he wouldn't have done it, but obviously probably like strict contracts. Like, that must have been so awkward, because the entire internet was turning against him, and then you're waiting in line for a fucking meet and greet to be like, I love you so much. James Charles, Australia, because he went on like Australian TV and stuff and was like asked about it. Oh God, I'm seeing all of his singing videos. God, do you remember whenever he did his tour just like singing? God, these videos are awful. Like, this is what we're dealing with. Like, these videos where he was like prancing back. Oh God. Oof. Oof, oof, oof. I wonder if I can find any footage of the meet and greet. Australia meet and greet. So yeah, he was like booked on TV shows. And also I do think it was very tactical that Bye Sister came out whenever it would have been nighttime in Australia, and he would have woken up to it. But I also think as well, the fact that like he wouldn't have had his equipment to make a proper response. I think everything was super planned, which is why I do believe that Shane and Jeffree were involved in this, because they would have known that as well as Tati. But I think the three adults in this were definitely trying to organize this at the best time possible, so that at least they would have the one up for a couple days before he could respond. Okay, James Charles meet and greet in Australia. So this was the meet and greet. I think. Hey girl, do you still love him? So this had just happened after Tati's video. God, he must have been terrified. He must have actually been terrified. I'm falling asleep in my fuzzy hoodie. Oh my God. He must have been terrified to do that meet and greet. Because I remember as well that like they were like, oh my God, James, they were like, we knew that he was staying on a high floor hotel room. Like it was like really weird how much they were actually analyzing his life at this stage. Like the adults should have known better in this. And by the way, everything they accused him of, he ultimately ended up doing. But at least at that time period, like it was like 3 adults like teaming up on like a 19-year-old because they were bitter and jealous. And that's kind of scary actually. And you know how I feel about him.
Doing this. I wish that I could say this was the last time that I would make a mistake, but it won't be. I know that'll disappoint people more and more as I continue to learn and grow every single day. I have a long way to go. Very long way to go.
The most emotion he's shown so far is laughing at him being like, I have a long way to go. My hopes are high. Oh, he's doing like heavy breathing.
That's okay. I'm going to keep trying my best and keep learning and growing, and be the best version of me that I possibly can be.
What is that?
And I'm sorry for that.
God, the apologies are just awful in this. And he goes, and I'm sorry for that. And then like fucking just slapping his lips together.
In regards to the Coachella situation with the brand deal and the security guard, I've already told my truth about this twice. And instead of talking about it for a third time and explaining it and going into detail and pulling up receipts.
Which is ironic because he ended up doing that in the No More Lies video, which ultimately was the thing that saved his career at that time period. But it's funny, he'd be like, I'm not doing that again. Oh, he would. And he needed to, actually, to save his career at that time.
Matter. And I understand that no matter what I say or do, there are always going to be people that don't believe me and will think that I'm lying. And that's okay. At this point, the truth really does not matter. It's the feelings that do. And no matter what happened, I hurt 2 very, very important people. And they've been really, really loyal to me, and I betrayed that. And it sucks. And I wish more than anything that I could take it back. In regards to the boy situation, I've been involved with a lot of very unique and strange situations that have left people confused or upset. And I've learned the hard way about ways that I can interact with boys that I'm interested in.
I love that this was the first time of many that we hear him address his relationship with men. This was the first of many. Like, to this day, we have apology videos where he's like, the way I deal uniquely with my men. Like, this was the beginning of it. You know what I mean? And at this stage, like, after the No More Lies video, I wanted to be on your side, but then you ended up doing everything that you were accused of. If not worse. Actually worse. 10 times worse. 100 times worse. So that's the thing that's really interesting about this entire saga. Tati Westbrook was ultimately wrong for her video, but everything she accused him of, he ended up doing, but worse. Like, if you strip back her video, sucking dick and cock, time and boys. But he ultimately ended up becoming the person that she painted him as, which is really interesting. So it like begs the question of like, was her video warranted? Was she warning her? Like, what did she know that she wasn't saying? But then if you're not going to say it, then don't fucking make it. You know what I mean? Don't like, we don't want to fill the gaps in because then we're speaking for people. You wanted to start the conversation, so finish it.
And also ones that I should or shouldn't be talking to. This is a conversation that I know a lot of people are uncomfortable with, and it's something that I should have been far more careful with bringing into the public eye, especially with the last situation that just happened. I've had to learn it the hard way. But coincidentally enough, Tati really was one of the people to sit me down and tell me how it looked from the outside, and let me know, hey, talking to these boys might get you in trouble one day. And she was right.
And he just never learned since.
In regards to my own mother, well, I know you want to defend me and fight for me, and
Because James's mother at this stage was obviously doing what a mother was and was like talking shit about Tati on the internet and defending him and stuff. I just think it's really weird that he addresses his mom in this video, because I would have like actually said like leave her out of it. I know Tati brought her up in the video, which I don't necessarily agree with. She made a comment where she was like, Christy or whatever her name is, she was like, you need to be looking after the boys, not me. You need to get off Instagram and you need to look after your children, which I thought was a low blow, but it kind of ate.
comments. But I ask that you don't. This is my problem that I...
Why are you talking to your mother through a YouTube video? Pick up that damn phone. Pick up that... If I ever like was like, Mom, can I tell you? She'd be like, pick up that damn phone. Stop speaking to me through the fucking screen.
got myself into, and this is my job to deal with this. No matter what anybody is saying or commenting or talking about, Mom, I need you to know that you are the most important person in my life, and that you are an amazing mother. And I don't know what I would do without you. And I'm so grateful for everything that you've done for me and the lessons that you have taught me, and everything that you continue to do for me and my brother. And I need you to know that. I need you to know that.
Pick up that damn phone.
And the same thing goes for Tati as well.
He goes, my other mother.
Who is an amazing person and truly does want the best for everybody around her. And I'm so disappointed in myself that I hurt her. A lot of times when I've had to address things in the past, I've acted out of impulse and I've gone off.
That's so ironic, because I think if anything, this video is acting on an impulse. Like, this one should not have been made. The No More Lies, yes, but this, no, this is acting on an impulse. But again, when you're in that situation, I don't know how that feels.
And tried to pull receipts or facts.
Which he ultimately ended up doing. He ended up doing all those things. He said receipts, screenshots, and facts. Like, he ended up doing that in the No More Lies video because he knew he had to.
And play the victim. And I'm not doing that today.
Not today, but you eventually would.
That is all I have to say. I'm sorry.
Bleak. I think this video stemmed from him panicking, him being in Australia, not having access, probably same time zone as his family and team to talk to them, probably being surrounded by people who were like, you've got to get something out quick because you have a meet and greet in the morning. And ultimately it ended up being one of the worst videos that he ever posted and one of the most memed videos. And that's why I think he came back so strong with the No More Lies video. If he hadn't have made that video, or if it wasn't as good as what it was for the moment, we would have never seen him on the platform again. Like, he would not have had a career, which ultimately probably would have been for the best, because, you know, we're aware of things he's been called out for since this. But let me know your opinion on this. Also, let me know your opinion on the fact that Tati... Bonnie's barking. Let me know your opinion on the fact that very clearly this was a strategic upload from Tati to do it when it was inconvenient for him to respond to. I think it definitely says something about her that this was more planned than how she innocently lets up to be. I don't know. Let's talk about down below. I appreciate you being here. Goodbye. Hey muckers, welcome back to my YouTube channel. Okay, I am so happy. May God bless Dustin Daly, who has provided me with a copy of the long lost Why I Did It video by Tati Westbrook. Now, this is a video that Tati Westbrook made after deleting the Bi Sister video. And let me tell you something, finding this piece of herstory online was one of the most challenging things ever, and Dustin Daly really pulled through and texted me the link of this video. So Dustin, love you lots. Thank you so much. This video is possible because of Dustin Daly. Thank you, Dustin. I have not seen this video in a very long time. Now, this video was this was a bad moment for Tati. Like, the Bi Sister video was, YouTube were begging her to delete it. YouTube ended up getting her to delete the video. Her public perception was in a downward spiral. The public was already starting to turn on James' side. The No More Lies video was a brewing. No More Lies video came out. Then everyone turned on Tati. Shane and Jeffree, who were, you know, uplifting and supporting Tati during this time, really just dropped her. And so she was really all alone. And it was not a good place for her career. And it's also not lost on me that the Jeffree Star PR is still there. God, it's just so crazy. Anyways, hope you're all doing well. I need to ask you something before we get into this. Now, I was prepared to just shelve all of this after this video. You know, the way we have been revisiting the 5 years of Bi Sister, and we've basically covered, you know, Bi Sister, No More Lies, Why I Did It, Jeffree's video. Here's what I want to ask you, and I need you to, like, respond kind of quickly because I would like to do this within the next few days, if you would like me to do this. Bi Sister ended up having a knock-on effect that lasted a couple years past it. What I'm talking about is when Tati Westbrook took a couple years off and she came back with the Breaking My Silence video where she blamed Shane and Jeffree for everything. Then we have the Jeffree Star apology, and we have the Shane Dawson Instagram live breakdown and the Shane Dawson video as well. If you want, do you want me to also cover that, or do you want me to shelve it after this? Because what I'm planning on doing is after we have covered everything, so whether you want me to stop at this video, the 5 years, or whether you want me to pick back up again with the Breaking My Silence when they all start fighting, if you want me to stop with this one, what I'm going to do is put all of them into one video, and basically it be like a Dramageddon rundown. It'll be like 3-4 hours long, so if you ever want to just watch everything in once, it'll be there. But if you want me to cover the Breaking My Silence, the Shane Instagram breakdown, the Jeffree video, let me know in the comments soon-ish, within the next 24 hours if you watch this video, and I will choose to do that. And then I'll put that all in like a close the chapter Dramageddon video. I'm having so much fun revisiting this. If you're also enjoying it, let me know. But if you want me to end it on the 5 year, which would be this, let me know. Or if you want me to do the other 3 or 2 videos, I can get them out to you within the next 24 hours, and we can close this chapter on Dramageddon, and then we will have covered everything. It is completely up to you. Comment down below, and then if you comment down below that you want it and I do it, then people can say, oh, you're just bringing up drama again. Hey, y'all want it. And then if you don't want it, we'll end it at this one. Let's get into this video, Why I Did It, Tati Westbrook. Okay, now her confidence levels, if I remember correctly, were a lot different in this video than the Bi Sister video. All right, Tati, come on, girl.
Hey guys, so I'm not back.
Good start. Really off to a great start. She looks like she's been crying. Her eyeliner, eye makeup looks amazing though. The lip gloss, I mean, I can't not comment on how amazing it looks. She's not really giving us hair and, you know, outfit like she did in Bi Sisters, so we're definitely getting a stripped back version of her today. So no glamour today.
I needed to hop on, answer some questions, and at least do that for you while I take a time out. I'm not going to be filming again for a while.
Her eyes are beautiful. Wow.
I might put up because, you know, I've always said that I want my channel to be like an escape and like, you know, a good place to play with makeup and fun stuff like that. And I still want my channel to be that. But right now, you know, I need to take a time out. And all of this has been way bigger than I think anyone could have ever imagined. And when you think of the number of subscribers that I have and like big videos that I've had in the past talking about controversial issues, never in a million years would I think that this situation would reach what it did. And
Two things. Number one, again, the Jeffree Star PR in the background, why is it there? She doesn't even just have Jeffree Star's product just sitting in the background. She has like the entire case that you would get at a Morphe store before they dropped him. Like, what is the purpose of, like, it is so distracting. Like, come on, girl. Number two, when she says that she doesn't think it was going to get to the magnitude that it got to, I fully believe her. I really, really, really fully believe her. And I think a lot of you will believe her as well. I don't think things going viral in the beauty community is one thing. This went viral mainstream, and who was like the head of it? Tati Westbrook. Even though there were other people involved, it really, you know, fell on her shoulders, as it should, because she was the one that ultimately posted the video, and she's a grown woman. And I have made excuses for her in the past, but like, call a spade a spade. I mean, you know, really revisiting this time, I can see that her reasonings for doing the video were not what I thought they were in the past. So I can agree with her there. But also, the things that she was accusing him of and the things that she was talking about, to expect that people wouldn't have a big response to that is a little bit negligent on your behalf. And I struggle to believe that she also didn't think it was going to go so viral. You know what I mean? I'm in two ways about it. Like, I think she thought that it was going to blow up in the beauty community and James Charles would be tarnished for a bit. I don't think she thought it was going to go mainstream. I think both can be true at the same time. However, this, again, was one of the biggest moments in YouTube history and clearly for her career. And this definitely changed Tati Westbrook's career forever. You know, her biggest videos up until this point would have been, what, a review or something like that? Now her biggest video on the platform is By Sister. So
I've just been at home reflecting on all of this. And really, when I made that video, I thought that I would be the one that would take the hit. You know, I thought I was going against, you know, millions and millions of subscribers, and that my separate part of the internet, you know, my 5 million, because like, this is how crazy this has gotten, would be affected, and that I would be the one losing subscribers for speaking up, and that I was going against.
Maybe an unpopular opinion. I actually kind of believe her here. I actually kind of believe her. Because if you think about it, James Charles had like over 20 million, maybe over 25 million subscribers or something like that. And she had, what, 5 million? And so, you know, she's calling out a big player. But at the same time, James Charles, it's important to note, and a lot of people were commenting this, James Charles was getting in a lot of scandals running up to By Sister where the general public were a little bit annoyed at him. His ticket prices for his tour were extortionary, that people were really annoyed. His tour also wasn't good, that people were really pissed about. He was just getting in scandals here and there. People were getting pissy at him. So, I mean, it really, like, she really pulled the Jenga block out and it all fell down. And then, you know, it was the catalyst for everything. But there were a lot of things building up that his public perception wasn't that great. But I also kind of do believe her when she says that she thought that she was going to take the hit for the video and she would lose subscribers and she would. I actually kind of believe that. Now, let me know what your thoughts are on that, because I can also see the point of view of, oh, she's lying here. You know, she's just trying to cover her tracks. I can also see that, but I also do kind of, I actually do believe her when I thought that she thought that, you know, she would get in trouble for the video, as in she would be the one losing subscribers and whatever, considering she didn't talk about drama up until this point. I actually kind of believe her. Let me know what you think. And again, if you completely disagree with me here, that's very valid. I agree with her and I believe her, but I also could be easily swayed because, again, my opinions on her literally flip-flop, 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 and I'm willing to put my hands up and say that. She's just a very interesting character that I never know how to fully, like, develop an opinion on, and again, that is my fault, but she, like, sometimes I feel sympathetic towards her, sometimes I'm like, oh my god, you're really evil, sometimes I'm like, oh my god, you're naive, and then sometimes you're really calculated, like, I don't know, but again, because you have the Jeffree Star PR thing here, I'm like, you're a little bit weird,
Someone with a lot more power, and I knew that fair well, and I knew this would cause a lot of controversy. I know that, but I didn't think it would get to this magnitude. I didn't think it was possible, and
okay, she is acknowledging there that she did know that it was going to be a big controversy. So again, like, you know, it's a little bit negligent.
I want to share with you guys that I do really want the hate to stop. I want the picking sides and the abusive memes and the language and all of that. I really hope on both sides it can stop. That's not why I made the video, and I feel like,
I mean, I don't agree with her there. I think she's lying there. She says, I didn't make the video for people to choose sides. That is bullshit. Like, here's what I'm saying. My opinion on her flip-flops, because I just think that I don't think she's a very truthful person. I think there's a lot of manipulation behind what she does. And I think we're seeing it here. I think her going, I didn't make the video to pick sides. You made the video to end your friendship with him then? You would have done that privately. But James showed us that you were refusing to speak to him privately. So you were doing this to have some sort of effect. So, you know, she's not telling the truth here. So this is what I'm saying. Like, she'll say something and I'm like, I believe you. And then she'll say something and I'm like, well, that doesn't make sense. So like what, she's so like, she's one of the more fascinating people in the beauty community, which is interesting because really she has one of the more boring personalities in the beauty community. With so much respect, I don't mean that as a negative thing. So that worked for her for her entire career up until By Sister, you know what I mean? Oh, Tati.
I wanted to share with you guys why I did. This was really a wake-up call, and it was me trying to...
Also, I do think it's important to reiterate again that this video got deleted, so she obviously doesn't stand behind this video anymore.
Someone who I found completely unreachable, and I had been...
Okay, so she's saying that she made the video to reach someone who was unreachable, but James showed that he was calling her on her multiple numbers, calling her husband, and she was refusing to respond. So she's not telling the truth there.
Trying to deliver the same message so many times because this wasn't just about one thing. And I think a lot of you guys understand that.
It was about gummy bears.
Zeroed in on with whether it's just about me and my business and a betrayal, or if it's really just like the allegation of the guy in Seattle. And the thing is, it's about a lot. And it's about a lot that I didn't even talk about. It's about someone who reaches across all platforms 30 million people that are children, dominantly children, and who...
You know what I'm going to say. If you're an Adam McIntyre viewer, these are children. Hey, Cody. Hope you're doing well.
The ability to get honest more and more each day. I'm losing the ability to reach and say, hey, like, I don't have a contract with you. I'm not your manager. I don't earn from you. I'm not taking anything from you. I am your friend.
That's really interesting. I'm not earning from you. I'm not doing business with you or whatever. This all boiled down to the fact that he did a sponsorship with a competing brand. And again, it boils down to friendship and betrayal. But again, you said to him in your text, you know, I would have given you the pass. Like, I can give you a sponsorship. I can give you the money. So it does boil down to you wanting to have business with him.
And I've watched you from, you know, your infancy here on YouTube to what it's become, and like I care about you, and I think that you're in a lot of trouble and you need to stop behaving this way because it's gonna go real bad if you don't. And
ironically, something James said in his No More Lies video was that the only person that put him in harm's way in his career was Tati, and that Tati had messaged him or talked to him in the past about like, one day someone may expose you, you know, for things that you do, and it ultimately was her, which was a warning in a way. So when she says, you know, his career was going in this way, it really was going that way because you were, you know, in the process of making this video and stuff. So I mean, that's also true in the same retrospect that, you know, you caused this. It would have happened inevitably with the way he acted, but I mean, you sped up the process.
Have it be just kind of like shrugged off and laughed about is not okay.
Meme after meme, and I love straight boy, sucking dick and cock, and it's not a joke. And I had to call everyone up at my birthday dinner and apologize on your behalf.
And then I really feel the last straw for me was the way I was treated and our relationship was treated, with just zero respect. You know, it was all on his terms, and that showed me that really there was never going to be any getting through face to face on the phone, any of that. And
maybe you shouldn't have been befriending a 17-year-old.
Be really loud and vocal, and to wake up someone that I really love and still do.
Oh, here comes the waterworks.
Before they go and make some really serious mistakes. And I sat and I was like weighing pros and cons of like, okay, well, like he's doing this, like no one's really stopping him. No one's going to get through to him. Like this is like going to end badly. And then I will have to sit for the rest of my life and feel like I never said anything. So
I don't know if you saying something with By Sister was the best case scenario. I'm going to be honest with you. She's like, you know, one day someone would have said something about him. Yeah, it was you. You did. You keep alluding to the fact that James Charles was going to himself. You're saying if he took it too far or whatever. I think the only person that pushed him to that point was you. Like, we're aware of that, right? And I know she's making this video because she feels guilty, and it's very clear that she feels incredibly guilty. But I mean, I don't know, like, she keeps me... One day someone would have exposed him. Yeah, you did. Like...
What you guys need to know is that there were a ton of private conversations, and they've been ongoing. It's been touch point for a long, long time. And the sequence of, you know, from my birthday...
And he did another birthday!
Like, that was the last, like, isolated event that really made me go, like, it's time to grow up. Like, you're gonna be 20 very soon. Like, you're not a child, and you're behaving as an adult.
But if he was at your birthday party, he still wouldn't have been able to drink alcohol, right? I'm not saying he's a child, but I mean, maybe you shouldn't be befriending people that you've known since they were fucking, like, 16 years old. Like, come on, Tati. I know mentor and all that shit, but, like, there's mentor, and then there's wanting to be someone's, like, best friend and also kind of control them in a way, which what this dynamic is weird.
You know, with your own home and your career, like, you need to step into being an adult and being held accountable. So I did what I did.
And I agree with what she's saying here, but I don't think she's the right person to be saying any of this, and I don't think she displayed a sense of maturity.
I want you guys to know I don't hate James Charles. I don't want you guys hating on him. I can't even go online right now. It's painful to watch someone that you have cared about be dragged and...
Quick, why is he being dragged? You. She's like blaming the audience and being like, it upsets me so much to go online and see this. Yeah, why are the audience doing it? Anyone know that? If you know it, you're gay.
To know that this all started because of me. And I don't think anyone deserves that. I just don't. I think people deserve a wake-up call, and I think people need to be called out for their actions, and I think someone's got to do it. And I hope that this inspires conversation for more parents to talk to their kids, because we're losing that. Like, we're out of touch with what they are watching and what they are emulating, and that's a big button for me. And I think there's behavior there that's dangerous.
I mean, this is really interesting to, like, put this now back on, like, oh, parents, like, this is a great learning, you know, curve for you. How about just focus on what you did wrong? Not everything needs to be a lesson.
But the story spun in so many different directions with words that I never used. I was trying through YouTube to meet with James tonight. It is Wednesday when I'm filming this, and I wanted to meet in person in a safe space at one of the Google offices and just try to talk through things. I still feel like I need distance from the relationship, and I don't think it will be repaired, but I wanted the opportunity. I wanted...
Not the jump cut. Oh, here's where she goes, oh, fuck. And then remember Shane Dawson? He was like, she never swears in videos. She goes, ah, fuck. I loved it. It was so camp.
From the relationship.
I love the jump cut when she goes to cry. Jump cut, and then she goes, ah, fuck. Wait, let me do it.
I wanted... Fuck.
Sorry, do you see her just checking herself out? She starts crying, and then she looks at herself in the viewfinder. God, she goes like this. Oh, fuck. Girl, commit to the crying bit.
I love him. And I don't think he'll get that for a really, really long time. And I don't think anyone will. And I don't want you guys to subscribe. I don't want you to feel bad for me. I don't want you to feel sorry for me. This is not about me.
I don't think I do.
It's not about me.
I think it was. I mean, you made the video out of spite because of, you know, the sugar bear hair. That's what this stems down to. Because you had the information about the Seattle guy for so long. You had the information that apparently he was making straight men uncomfortable. You chose not to speak about it until it affected your business. So you did make it about yourself.
It's something else. It's something bigger. And
yeah, money. She's a gorgeous crier, though, isn't she? Gorgeous.
Any of that. But
lip gloss is amazing.
From multiple conversations of things that I've heard and from things that have been shared with me from my community and things that have been happening, like it's respect, honesty, and behaving in a way that I just do not agree with. And I think that someone owed him.
Also, can we talk about the fact that after Bye Sister and the video was going super viral, her, Jeffree, and Shane were celebrating each million of subscriber that she was gaining off of the video? Let's not rewrite history. This may be her story, but let's not rewrite it. It's inauthentic. Like, I'm on James Charles's side with, like, the adults that are involved, like, taking him down. Ultimately, I'm not now because he fed into it and ended up, you know, doing those things and worse. But in this moment, like, this was a nasty game. The adults involved were playing. It was a nasty, nasty, nasty game. It was to take him down and to profit off of it. And that's what you did. So we don't need to play this, like, savior complex, which is what she often does.
To say something, because I think the message was heard. I just want you guys to know that there is no celebration in what's happening.
But that's really fascinating considering Shane and Jeffree were tweeting you after every million you were gaining, and it was this big thing behind the scenes for all three of you, how much you were gaining off of it. I just think that this is so inauthentic.
And if I could give all of the new success back and the new subscribers back, I would. That's not why I did this. I'm gonna do what I can to move into happier times and to bring you guys the content that you deserve. This is not a normal thing for me. You've been with me for long enough, a lot of you, to know that I stay in my lane and I don't.
And that's true, and that's unfortunate. It is true. That's what she was known for, minding her own business. That's why this is really unfortunate. But that doesn't evade responsibility.
I don't really go anywhere. Like, I don't go on brand trips or to events or mingle in my community. And I just kind of stay here and I play with makeup and I do my thing and I love it. And that means the most to me. And the people in my life mean more than anything. And I pray that we can all kind of go through this storm together and end up on the other side, James included. I don't think his career is over. I don't think he's canceled. I think he needs some help, and I think he needs better people around him. And I know I will never be that person again. I guess the big thing that I wanted to share is, and I've said this so many times in the past, and I'll say it again, like, you know, when someone is called out on their crap, you know, they can do a few different things. They can, you know, change and make a great comeback and really look at what they're doing that's not right and fix it.
Again, but this calling him out was off of spite. So I'm not even James, but like, how do you expect him to change if it's not even coming from an authentic place that he's being called out? It's coming from a place of spite and greed.
And that's all I hope for. I am going to focus on my family and my husband and the people around me that know me and that know my heart. My family's being contacted by the media. That's never happened. I was offered to do interviews, and if I really wanted to take him down and ruin him and cancel James Charles, I would have been at every studio and I would have been sharing every little detail that I could, and just know that I didn't. I think
Do you want... What do you want? A round of applause? Your video had the most amount of impact any interview would have. Probably a monetized video at that too, you know what I mean?
I think that we owe it to James to let him figure it out and heal. And I hope that he does that, and I hope he seeks out people that have his best interest and not just people on his payroll, because you need that and you deserve that and you need to be guided. Like, I'm afraid to come across like I know it all and that I'm like Miss Perfect, because I don't know it all and I fuck up all the time. Okay?
Ooh, she said fuck.
A spiritual advisor and talking, and it's, you know, made clear to me like we're all the same, and like I need to have love for everyone, and you know, and I hope that that's my message. And like with James Charles, we need to love him. Like, we need to...
The same person who did that like 45-minute takedown is like, we all need to love him. We all need to love him. Wrap our arms around him, hug him. We need to love him. What are you talking about?
Be able to call people out and get them to like wake up to what's wrong and right, but also give them the chance to figure that out. This has all just gotten really, really crazy, and I don't want it to just go away and be dusted under the rug, but I do want to move through this, and I do pray that he moves through it and that he one day, not now, it won't happen now, but I hope that one day he'll look back.
Don't worry, honey. He was cooking up the No More Lies video during this time. He has a... Don't worry. He's working on something.
And be able to acknowledge that...
I think as well, a big part of her was probably making this video out of fear, which is why she's like, we need to work in this together. We need to pull through. I'm wishing the best for him. I do think a big part of this boiled down to fear, if you think about it, because James was so silent. He had made that really shitty apology video. He had deleted it, and then he was quiet on social media. So she knew that he was probably working on something, and it probably terrified her to her core, which is why she also said earlier, you know, if I could give back all the new fame, I would, because she knew something was coming.
This was from a good place. I really, really hope that you guys see that this is a cut that is much deeper than vitamins.
Gummy bears.
Because I was hearing people say that there was a story about me and it was just too much all at once, and I did get defensive, and
Beautiful crier.
that I believe in and the things that I know I'm doing the right way, I'll do that all day, every day. I love what I do here too much to not suck it up and sit back down here and keep filming. Just please don't name call.
Sorry, these jump cuts are crazy. Just randomly, it'll be like the most gorgeous crying shot of all time.
My name. Encourage people to do the right thing. Encourage people to change for the better. Look at yourself and do better. Like, I try to do that all the time. It doesn't mean you're going to get it right all the time, but like, that's the better way to go than just to enjoy and take pleasure in someone's downfall. I don't think
The irony.
I just don't. I feel like a very public conversation was had between myself and James Charles, and I'm
Because-
sorry I have to get to that.
But you didn't respond to him privately. We saw proof of that. Now, come on.
But he did publicly apologize, and
You have a storm coming.
that we can leave it at that, and
Oh, no.
and that people can drop this and move forward and let some actual healing happen.
And if I was James too, I wouldn't have dropped it. I would have made sure that I had the last word in. Who do you think you are? Like, yeah, I would. I'm like, specifically knowing what we know about her from James's No More Lies video. Yes, I'm having the last word in this.
And
I'm going to take a solid time out and reflect. And I'm thinking about everything, just so you know, like I'm thinking about everything. I think a lot of people have opinions and they watch our community and maybe that's why, but I didn't think it would go down like this. I've been unable to really look at much. There will be new videos soon. They were pre-filmed. So know that, and know that I'm taking a time out, and I'm just needing to not be on social media because it's a really dark place for me right now, and I need to figure out what my next move is for me, spiritually, for me, and what this means to me. Because if it's all about money, I don't want to do it.
After making a video that got like millions and millions of tens of millions of views, I'm sure that was a lot of money. She goes, but it's not about the money.
Shoot. You know, wow. The internet is the only place where if you cry too much, you're a victim. And if you suck it up and power through, you're a bitch. And I'm just trying to find the middle. I'm sorry for making some of you feel so heavy. And if you feel disappointed in me and you don't understand, that's okay too. You know, it's okay. Try to find a way through this with love and compassion and...
Not her mothering us right now. She goes, it's okay. It's okay. Hold my hand. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. Shh, 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 shh. Mommy's here. You're the one crying, not us.
Try to find compassion for all sides. You know, I can't say this enough. I love James Charles. I loved him from the moment I met him. I don't know. He was like this underdog kid that everybody took a shit on.
She goes, I took him under my wing because he was someone that everyone shit on. Okay. Remember when we were talking about like spiritually looking inwards?
Like that's how I felt for a long time. So I felt...
So you said, let's take it out on him.
Somehow, like I need to help him like it was helping me. I know a lot of people are not going to understand. And a lot of people think this is fake. Or that they think that there was this like big agenda or anything. And
that's interesting because in the Breaking My Silence video, she basically says that there was an agenda with Shane and Jeffree trying to help her make this video. So,
there's not. So, yes, I'm hurting, but so is James. And so is our community and a huge audience. And I guess I just pray that we can all like be kind with each other through this. And
here comes the mothering.
Take a time out, and I'm gonna come back, and I'm gonna continue to play with makeup because it makes me the happiest. And I promise you, I'm gonna hold myself to an even higher standard because this is forcing me to really look at like what really matters. And is working so much really worth it? It is doing all this at such a speed really worth it, you know? So
you make makeup videos. That's like any YouTuber complaining about their work. I'm like, shh, shh.
There's just a lot changing, and I'm so grateful for this whole journey because it's made me a better person. Like, I owe that to YouTube and I owe that to you guys. So I hope that James takes the time out too. Oh my God. That
he's working on something
within himself and understands the power that he has.
See how she's like wishing him well, but still kind of saying that like she wants him to get better and get help. It's her way of when James inevitably responds, she still believes in what she's saying, but she just wished she had done it in a different way. So then if people go, oh, Tati walked back on her video, you know, we can fully believe James is no more lies. Now they can be like, oh, she just feels bad that he got hate, but she still believes in it, if that makes sense.
Because this power that we have here on this platform can change lives. But I love you guys so much.
We love you, Tati.
Thank you for listening to me through all of this heaviness. It's not going to stay this way forever. You know, storms are storms. Temporarily, they pass. And
tell me why the Breaking My Silence video came out a couple years past this. What, like 2 years after this or something?
Appreciate when we're not experiencing a storm, you know. So I love you guys, and I miss you.
Miss you more.
But I'm gonna go be with myself for a minute and be back and get back in it full force. So thank you so much. Please be kind. I love you, and I'll see you guys soon.
Again, it's really not lost on me, this PR package in the background of Jeffree, and then in her next video addressing this, she would end up throwing Jeffree and Shane under the rug. You're promoting him in this You're promoting him in this video. This video definitely was out of fear. And again, she ended up saying that YouTube asked her to delete the Bye Sister videos, so this was probably made out of fear from YouTube, that she didn't want to get kicked off the platform, fear of knowing that James Charles was going to respond, and that, you know, the tide was going to turn on her, that Shane and Jeffree probably weren't still sticking up for her behind the scenes, so she had lost that. I think this really boiled down to a lot of things. I just can't believe that this video, where she's like asking for peace, got deleted and is so hard to find on the internet. Again, thank you, Dustin. Muckers, let me know your opinion. My goodness gracious me. I'm going to film my next video with a Jeffree Star PR package right there. All right, I'll see you in my next one. Goodbye. Okay, hello, Muckers. Okay, it's the big one. We're going to be doing No More Lies, and I'm very excited because this video was crazy the last time I remember. So this was the big one from James Charles. This was the whack towards Tati, James, and Shane, and this one is what really got public perception on James Charles' side. If he had not made this video, James Charles would not have a career. Like, he would not, point blank period, have a career. It's because of this video that he was able to stop losing subscribers, and he actually started gaining them. And then Tati Westbrook started losing them like crazy. And that's when she went silent and she was like, I need to delete the video. That's when Shane and Jeffree did their apologies. Jeffree Star did an apology after this video. Things got crazy. It's 40 minutes long, so we're going to get right into it. No dilly-dallying going on here, but again, I do think it's ironic after the video we just watched where he was sitting in the hotel room and he was like, I don't want to do a video of receipts and proof and stuff, which ultimately he ended up doing. Obviously, the reason for this was because if he had not done this, he would have had no career. But this really flipped the script. Oh, he's written something here. I've never read this. To address all the questions, yes, this response is planned. I said in the first few minutes of the video that I had to outline points I needed to hit, and I practiced my speaking too. Not trying to hide anything, I just had a lot of things to say in this one video. Number 2, I started taking screenshots of everything when I was in Australia, but I missed a few and had to take a few when I was back in LA. The time zones are 17 hours apart, and I tried to make sure I noted every time there was a change, but it looks like I missed a timestamp note in the convo with Sam, who was the waiter. None of these screenshots are edited. Why would I risk editing a screenshot when the other party could come forward and prove me wrong? All screenshots are in chronological order. Number 3, I blink a lot always. This video is no different. Him going to all those body language people, I blink a lot. Number 4, this video is not monetized. In fact, it's actually copyright claimed. Some people are seeing ads for some reason. I'm sorry, I don't know why. I appreciate the comments, but I don't need hashtag Team James. I want to heal and move on from this situation, and I want everyone else involved to do the same. The internet has seen enough negativity over the past few weeks. Okay, are we ready? Now, he has the SA hotline and the side hotline in the description. Now, my main thing with this video is this video really destroyed Tati. Like, it really picked her apart, and for the most part, I think I believe him on most of the things in this video, if I remember correctly. The problem is, while I can agree with things in this video, we are aware of how James Charles' trajectory online went, and we're aware that he ended up doing worse things that he was accused of by Tati. So it just begs the question of, where do we go from here? What opinion do we have? But anyway, this video has 57 million views, 2.6 million likes, and ultimately James won because YouTube kept this video up, but they literally asked Tati to take down her video. So YouTube, we're Team James. Let's get into it. This video is so different already than the other one he made, but let's get in.
My YouTube channel titled Tati. This video was a direct response to the video that Tati Westbrook
Whoa, he speaks so fast.
uploaded to her channel titled By Sister. Before I say anything at all in this video, I want to make it very, very clear that everything I said in that video in regards to my sentiments towards Tati and my apology, I stand behind 100% and still reign true. I know I got emotional in the video. I apologize.
I mean, I don't think he got emotional in the video. I think he showed no emotion in the video. And if you haven't seen that one, go watch it.
Very, very hard for me to deal with, especially when it came to talking about my very own mother. In Tati's video, she discusses many of the different reasons as to why she was choosing to close a chapter in her life that I was heavily involved in, making many of her private issues very, very, very public, and now millions and millions of people have weighed in with their opinions and speculations on subjects that they honestly know absolutely nothing about. I will not ask for sympathy, and I will definitely not ask for forgiveness either, but I will ask that you watch this entire thing all the way through.
Honey, we're chinned in.
Opinions or talking about this story more. Hello, future James here, popping in quickly. I know doing an insert in a video like this is not professional, trust me, but I filmed this several times now, and as time keeps going on, more and more things keep coming out into the public and more people are speaking on the situation, and it is very important to me that this video has all the information, all the facts, all the receipts, and is current and present because I will not be addressing it again after this matter. This morning when I was editing this video, I noticed that last night, Tati had uploaded a video to her channel called Why I Did It, and this morning, Jeffree Star was on Snapchat talking about the whole situation. First and foremost, I do want to issue a thank you to both Jeffree and Tati for taking some of the responsibility for blowing this whole thing up and for starting everything. I really respect that a lot, and I also appreciate the fact
He's already hitting them with jabs.
away because I think we're all aware at this point that it has gotten way too far. The past week on the internet has been the darkest I think we've all ever seen, and it's also been the darkest time that I've ever had to go through in my life, and my thoughts got to a really scary place. Watching Tati's video, it's clear to me that she also is in a really dark place as well and has been pained by this whole situation. If I've known anything about Tati over the past 3 years, it's that she has a huge heart.
I thought he was gonna say huge ego.
No denying that, and I think that, or I do believe her when she says that she did not want this to get so vile. I don't really think any of us thought it was going to be as big as it really was. In both of their videos, Jeffree and Tati both mentioned that they hope that I'm able to change and that we can all move on from this situation. And trust me, I agree. There's nobody that wants this over with as much as I do. But in Tati's second...
Which is so ironic because allegations are going to be a thing that ended up sticking with him in his career for the remainder of his career up until now, which is why I would love to sit here and when he goes point by point, agree with him, and I would love to be like, yes, wow, what a way to end this. But he's made many videos since this addressing allegations, and many of them have been true. Like, he's agreed to 2 of them as well. So it's like, it's just such a hard place with him. It's like, it's so difficult to give a comment on it as for right now. I'm going to do one when we get in. But he ended up bit himself in the ass because he ended up doing a lot of things that he got accused of, but doing worse things. You know what I mean?
Video and in Jeffree's Snapchats, they both said that they stand behind everything that they mentioned. And unfortunately, there have been allegations made against me because of these things. And I don't really feel comfortable just moving on from those. I would like to take this video today as an opportunity to kind of explain everything that has happened.
And also, Jeffree at this time said that he, you know, he said he shouldn't have gotten involved in stuff, but after this video, for years on end, Jeffree would continue to talk about James Charles and allegations. And again, James Charles does have a lot of allegations against him and has been involved in so many things. So again, it's like, is it like bad people, but like right message, I guess? I don't know. I mean, Jeffree Star doesn't care about the victims of James Charles or the alleged victims of James Charles. I think he just uses it to weaponize. So again, it's like all these people are bad. Like,
and address literally everything. There's a lot that happened behind the scenes leading up to Tati's video, and there's a lot that happened behind the scenes and publicly after Tati's video, and I feel as though it is my responsibility to kind of let you guys in on those because there's a lot of misinformation going around and it's just not really good. Just like Tati said in her video, this whole situation is a lot bigger than just vitamins. And I think anybody who's kind of followed this
Gummy bears.
is well aware of that at this point. Trust me, I am too. There are way bigger issues here that I will be discussing and talking openly and honestly about later on in this video. I have a few notes in front of me here, and I want to make sure that I hit every...
It's also ironic he kept this video up, but then his video, I think it was called An Open Conversation, where he acknowledges 2 of the people that spoke up against him as being true. He deleted that video. So, again, don't really know what to comment on that.
Point and that I don't miss anything. But that being said, to get to those issues, this did start with vitamins. It was kind of the catalyst, so I want to make sure
Gummy bears.
and you guys are able to get the full context and full story of everything that has happened. Starting off, my friends and I all attended Coachella weekend 1 from April 11th through 15th, and I had an artist pass provided to me by a brand. We had a really good...
What was the brand? Say it. Come on, rub it in her face. Say Sugar Bear Hair. Wouldn't it be crazy if this video was sponsored by Sugar Bear? It's not. Would have been crazy, though. Tati would have sent me a cease and desist.
I mean, you guys saw this
video sponsored by Halo Beauty.
And my video. It was really fun, and we will definitely never forget it. But at Coachella,
You'll never forget your time at Coachella. Neither will Tati Westbrook.
With a boy that I had been talking with for 5 months prior, and it all kind of clouded the overall memories. Later on that very same week, on April 19th, my best friends and I in the family group chat made the last minute decision that we wanted to attend Coachella weekend 2 again to kind of relive those memories, but boy free. I texted my manager Jake that very same night asking if it'd be possible to get us in for the next day since it was already Friday, meaning we're missing the first day of the festival, so therefore we could only go on Saturday. Because it was so last second, we were only able to get VIP tickets, which is not the same as artist, but we headed over anyway and wanted to have a really good time. For those of you who may not be familiar with Coachella, I do want to quickly clarify the different passes just because it kind of is important to this whole situation. VIP, although VIP is still very open to the public. Artist passes, however, are passes that you cannot buy. The only way you can get a hold of them is through a brand getting them.
So artist passes are basically the industry ones where you'll see celebrities. VIP is you'll see influencers who, you know, just have money, or just people that have like daddy's money, you know what I mean?
From the actual festival, or through having a personal connection to one of the artists or bands that are playing. It's in a very highly secured area that is not open to the public. Along with artist passes though, there's also something called a performer pass and backstage passes and a lot of other things that can keep you more protected. Keep in mind, weekend 1, I did have an artist pass. Weekend 2, I had a VIP going into the situation. When we walked into weekend 2 with me and my friends on Saturday, April 12th.
And keep in mind, James Charles is going to Coachella with those like assless chaps. Please keep him away from the public. Just give him the artist pass. You know what I mean? Give him the backstage.
April 21st, we noticed that there was a major difference in the
time and place.
VIP section, and I started getting mobbed really quickly at a super unsafe capacity because, as many of you guys know, whenever we stop to take a photo, kind of other people tend to come and it just turned into a big situation, and it honestly was not safe. I had remembered from weekend 1 that my friend Nikita Dragon, who I was with a lot of the time, was brought by Sugar Bear Hair and had an artist pass, security and backstage passes, and was very taken care of and safe. When I felt unsafe in the situation, I panicked and I texted Nikita and asked her if she had a connection to the Sugar Bear Hair team that could potentially help me out. Nikita replied right away, and she gave the Sugar Bear Hair team my personal phone number, to which they reached out to me and offered to come rescue me with a pass and backstage access and security to make sure that I was okay and was able to enjoy the festival along with my friends.
Oh my god, it's so funny they gave him the script to say. So the script says, Sugar Bear Hair came to my rescue in Coachella. They have amazing, delicious vegetarian hair vitamins, and they just launched these amazing vegan sleep vitamins. Half swipe up. So he just agreed to do it. And obviously, morally, that's really wrong to promote this to your audience because you haven't tried them, and this is something people ingest, which is something you need to try if you're going to promote it. So it is shady and bad to do this to your audience and shows you don't care about your audience, but that's one thing. I do have a problem with that, and Tati Westbrook also brought that problem up, but also she didn't care about your audience. She just cared about the fact you were promoting a competitor, so she's not on my side either. But him saying that Sugar Bear Hair just came to the rescue last minute, I believe him. Like, he has shown the proof of it, whereas Tati Westbrook was like, no company would do that. No company would just have passes. Yeah, they do.
Access and security to make sure that I was okay and was able to enjoy the festival along with my friends.
You went to Coachella, somehow had a security issue, and magically Sugar Bear Hair is there with a contract.
God, she looks so good in this video.
Your friends. No company would ever go out of their way to have an extra, handful of passes that cost.
Oh, he clocked her so bad here, actually. Oh God, he made her look like a fool.
This was orchestrated beforehand, but he had an emotional conflict because of me and promises he made to me behind the scenes. So he had to come up with a very clever story and didn't tell me right when he got back, but after the little bit was posted on their launch day.
Despite what Tati said in her video, this whole situation was definitely not a big scheme that was orchestrated beforehand.
Oh, he clocked her.
Spot. The Sugar Bear Hair team texted me the proposal right away. No money was involved, and with no time to negotiate.
Obsessed with him basically just saying to his audience, yeah, so if you bought that, I haven't tried them. Good luck.
In a panic, I signed, and that was that on that.
James Charles, he had 9 days after Coachella to talk to me.
On Monday, April 22nd, which was one day after Coachella, I was due to post my stories based on my contract. And up until that moment, I honestly had not thought about the fact that Tati was a Sugar Bear Hair competitor. And in that moment, I thought that as
I also believe him here. Like, he was at a festival. I don't think he was thinking about mommy back home.
a friend, she deserved a courtesy text to let her know the context of the sponsorship and everything that was going on.
To not even get a phone call, to not even get a text a few days prior, but right after that sponsored post went up to have a text like, hey mom, love you, I'm stressed. Just so you know, XYZ, I just did this post, but it's no big.
Before posting my stories, I actually did text Tati first out of respect for her.
And he did say, mom, I want to let you know. Okay, so condensed, he told her the story that we've just heard. And she says, this honestly breaks my heart. And he said, well, I was mobbed. And she goes, you're supporting my number one competitor after all the support I give you. I look like a fool now. I'm really hurt. This is harming my business. If you need a sponsorship, I'll give you that. But Tati, I thought this wasn't about, having to mutually support each other. She said, this is so deeply disappointing. Oh, so he did clock the fact that he actually did message her. So she has lied about that.
For her, giving her heads up about the sponsorship, but she was immediately upset. I tried my best to kind of explain the entire situation and also give her a direct apology as well.
Oh, he did text her a lot, actually.
And I absolutely had to post it. There was no getting out of it. I then headed to the airport and took off on a flight to San Francisco. And by the time that I had landed...
He also clarified in those... He also... in that text clarified that he was promoting sleep vitamins rather than hair vitamins, which I guess is different.
Instagram stories of her crying, talking about the friends of the community that haven't really supported her, how she was alone, and how she felt very, very hurt and betrayed.
Damn, so she jumped to make those Instagram stories quick.
Quickly, people put two and two together and realized that this was clearly about me, and I started getting thousands and thousands of tweets and comments and texts about the whole situation. Throughout the next several hours, I made countless attempts to text both Tati and her husband James, and many phone calls as well, trying to reach them, all of which they did not respond to. And later on that night, while sitting in my hotel...
And I just saw that he had texted her and said, oh, and Shane and Jeffree are tweeting too, so this was them getting involved too. So he was actually clocking everything here.
Because I could not reach Tati, I issued a public apology directly on my Instagram because I really wanted to make sure she saw
Need him to stop saying she's like a mother to me.
the situation by taking full responsibility for my actions. Over the next several days, I made countless attempts to contact both Tati and her husband James on all their different phone numbers. I texted and called Tati's business number, her family number, and also James's personal phone number as well. After a full entire week of trying to reach out and handle things in private with Tati and her husband James and getting no response, I figured at this time it'd be best to just respect their space, give them their privacy, and that whenever Tati was ready, she would reach back out to me to handle things in private and hopefully move on with our friendship. That is everything in regards to the Instagram stories. Now that we've talked about that.
Ooh, Tati, pick yourself up off the floor.
The reason that James always said that he couldn't promote Halo on his channel and really do heavy endorsement was because he has a teenage audience and it would just be inappropriate.
Now, this line was just confusing to me, mostly because this conversation never actually happened. If you guys know my channel, you would know that I don't really do dedicated product reviews ever, which is what Tati is known for. But even though that is the case, I've still multiple times talked about her products on all my social media networks. I have to word okay, I forgot to say too. Hello. I'm going to a really important event later on tonight. My best friend...
We are going to a very important event.
Yes, this is true. And this is a very important launch to me because it is my best friend Tati. She's launching something new on Halo Beauty. Super proud of her. By the time this video is out, it'll already be up. So go check it out. Promo for Tati. Love you the most.
Who doesn't need a little beauty?
Scariest trio. This is fucking nightmare blunt rotation. Oh my god, this is so bad. He included all the times that he had promoted her. Oh, Tati, pick yourself up off the floor.
Every now and then. Two of the following statements are real claims made by the...
God, this is the craziest video ever.
Which are the real ones?
Can I just say I love you guys for putting a Halo question in there.
We originally
I love you for that.
Oh, Tati.
Received my package from Halo Beauty. This is Tati's brand new brand. I did not tell Tati that I was buying these, but I did pay for these myself because I just wanted to support her, and I'm so happy. I know she's getting a lot of backlash on this, which is
Could you imagine him trying to frantically find all this footage?
several years now. Congratulations, Tati.
Imagine trying to find like a fucking Instagram story from years ago.
Proud of you and all your hard work.
But he found them.
Keep this video strictly based on facts and receipts, but one of the most hurtful things Tati did in her video was bring up my mom and question her parenting. No tears this time. My mom is the strongest woman I have ever met. She is kind, she is creative, and she is caring. She is a cancer survivor, and she balances a marriage, a full-time job, and raising 2 boys with absolutely crazy lives. She's taught me so much in the past, and when I've made a mistake, she has never turned to public humiliation as a form of punishment.
Ooh! Ooh! Oh my goodness, that was a good comment. Where he said, you know, through all the bad things I've done to her, she's never turned to public humiliation, obviously about Tati. Also, no matter who it is, I appreciate when people stand up for their... I'm a mama's boy, so I like this part.
That being said, I love my mom, and I think she's doing a damn good job, if I do say so myself.
The last phone
If I do show myself.
calls and I had, he said some things telling me about a situation that happened in Seattle at my birthday, and it literally made me want to vomit. Oh my God, you tried to trick a straight man into thinking he's gay yet again, and somehow you're the victim. You know, it's really disgusting to manipulate someone's sexuality, especially when they are still, you know, emerging into adulthood and don't quite have everything figured out. You are using your fame, your power, your money to play with people's emotions, and you're doing that
Under the guise of, straight boy, I love straight boy.
in your favor, even if they're straight. And you know what? That's not okay. And how dare you laugh about it?
And make meme after meme and straight boy, I love straight boy.
Straight boys, I love straight boys, and make it a joke.
Because it's not okay.
It's not normal. It's not okay. Cracking someone's sexuality is not an escape room.
First of all, I'm a 19-year-old virgin. I talk about boys quite a lot on my social media networks. Clearly at this point, it is not acceptable anymore. We're talking about that in a little bit, I promise you. But just thought I would bring it up.
I was not laughing at him saying he was a 19-year-old virgin, by the way. Because I think I was 20. So I'm not laughing at that. I'm just laughing at the fact that, like, that was what he said to, like, defend himself. Like, was I really 20? Like, if we're speaking, like, actual, you know what I mean? Like, not like, I mean, like, actual. Yeah, it would have been, like, 2022. It would have been, like, 20. Late bloomer, I guess.
Put it out.
Also, I don't like people.
We don't really get a lot of action. We have probably guessed this at this point. So that being said, I have never and would never and will never use my fame, money, or power to manipulate or get any sexual actions from a guy.
Okay, well, womp womp. That didn't age well. Like, that didn't age well. I mean, we literally had, like, okay, come on. Please. Chop.
That is disgusting.
It is.
Me.
It is.
The fact that Tati brought this up blows my mind because she knows the real story. The story that we're talking about here is a situation that happened when I was in Seattle for Tati's surprise party with a boy named Sam. Now, I'm going to tell you the full story since everybody seems to be leaving out
Buckle up.
literally every single detail. In Tati's video, she mentioned that she was disgusted and had to apologize to her family for me apparently saying things that I wanted to do to a waiter and then justifying
Sucking dick and cock.
I am a celebrity. Okay, this literally did not happen. What did happen is that me, Jeffree, Nate, and my best friend Drew all flew to Seattle to surprise Tati for her birthday on February 14th. That night we went out to dinner with Tati, James and her whole family and were in a restaurant. There was a cute boy across the restaurant that I kept making eye contact with and that I was interested in. And the conversation of dating for me and Jeffree both came up at the dinner table and we were talking about it for a very, very short period of time. The conversation never got inappropriate. period.
No sucking dick and cock.
The story is named Sam. Now, when I originally wanted to do this video,
Could you imagine just being a waiter at a restaurant and somehow you're involved in the biggest internet drama ever? Sucking dick and cock.
addressing everything, I did plan on crossing his name and keeping him completely private, but he has since come out and made a video of his own talking about the situation, just like Tati, leaving out many, many details. But in his video and in the screenshots that I have, Sam mentioned that he was perfectly fine and found the flirting that I was doing flattering. So I'm not really sure why this got turned into something much bigger, but it simply was not.
He was looking at me later on that night. He started talking to the other employees.
God, I can't believe this guy made a YouTube video about it. We were in the trenches, honey. I cannot believe he made a video about it. Oh God. Like, he set that YouTube camera up, he put that YouTuber hoodie on, and he spoke up
about me, asking me if I had a Valentine. This was on Valentine's Day, where he especially thought that I was very attractive and he wanted to get my phone number and all that. But the wait staff at my restaurant didn't let that happen. He left and it kind of just went untalked about.
The I'm a celebrity thing is really incredibly frustrating to me because this is an inside joke between my friends and I that Tati has also participated in, and she twisted this to be something far worse than what it is. This is the joke that really is where we say I'm famous, not I'm a celebrity, and it's something that we don't say in public very often because without context, I get it, it looks and sounds really, really bad, trust me. Literally, famous is synonymous with anything good. So yeah, if my YouTube video does well one day, my friends will say, oh my God, James, you're so famous. But literally, if my friend takes a good Instagram photo, oh my God, you're so famous. If our boneless buffalo wings at Chili's are extra delicious one day, oh my God, these wings are so, so famous. It has nothing to do.
So it's just like a stupid little word that they say in their friend group that Tati took out of context, which she was very clever, but very evil for taking it out of context.
At all with fame, power, or money, which is what Tati alluded it to being, and it is so frustrating that she turned an innocent and funny inside joke that she has participated in into something so beyond disgusting. I'm going to try my best to make a long story very short. The next day, Sam slid into my DMs first, and I happened to see it. We started talking back and forth, and he mentioned that he was flattered by me flirting with him the night beforehand.
Sorry about last night, you're very attractive. And then I responded with, it's all good.
Just, there's something about this guy making a video and like reading through all their DMs. It's just like, oh my God.
Actually,
a few minutes into the conversation, I asked him about his sexuality, and he told me straight up that he was bisexual.
Oh my God, you tried to trick a straight man into thinking he's gay.
There was no straight men being manipulated anywhere in the story like Tati mentioned. Later on in the conversation, he asked when I was leaving Seattle, and I told him the next morning, to which he responded, I wish we had time to hang out, and I said, hey, why don't you come over to my hotel tonight? We can watch a movie together. He said, sounds good. Later on, he messaged me first and told me, hey, straight up, I've never done anything with a guy before. I'm a little bit nervous. To which I told him,
what's the deal with the hotel? Do you want to come here and watch a movie and talk? Well, yeah, I can book another room for my friend or another room for us to hang out. Oh, James was down bad. James was like, I can book us another room. I would love to hang out and talk and watch a movie. I'm just letting you know I've never done stuff with a guy before, so I'd like to talk and get to know you first. Yeah, that's fine. Same. 30 minutes away. You have nothing to worry about. You don't have to do anything. And you know I'm not going to post anything or tell anyone about you.
There was absolutely no pressure. This is all shown in the screenshots. Sam showed up at the hotel. We watched the movie together and we cuddled. After the movie, I asked him if he wanted to kiss, to which he said yes.
I get to the hotel room. We say hi. It's all fine. We end up watching a movie, and after that movie, he asked to kiss me. I said yes, and we ended up making out for around an hour, and if I'm being honest, he's the worst kisser I've ever kissed. Way too much tongue.
All right, note taken. After making out with Sam for over an hour.
Oh, that was so rude. That was so rude. That was so rude. Oh my God, that was so rude. I think James's response was funny though, but that was so rude and unnecessary. If someone said that about me as well, I'd jump out the window.
I did invite him to sleep over at the hotel.
I want to hear that part again. That was actually really funny.
To the hotel room, we say hi.
James's response is actually really funny.
And after that movie, he asked to kiss me. I said yes, and we ended up making out for around an hour, and if I'm being honest, he's the worst kisser I've ever kissed. Way too much tongue.
All right,
Note taken. After making out with Sam for over an hour, I did invite him to sleep over at the hotel.
And he kept telling me to stay, like, please stay, don't leave me, all this and that, but I really wanted to go home, so I left.
Of course, I wanted to spend more time with him, but he said that he wanted to go home and be in his own bed and think about everything that was going on because it was quite a lot, and I definitely understood and did not blame him. He then left and sent me a message afterwards thanking me for being so understanding, and I told him that I would always be there for him if he needed.
3 a.m., my goodness.
Point being, everything that happened in the hotel room was 100% consensual, and this is confirmed.
I said yes.
By the only two parties that were actually there being myself and Sam. After this night, Sam and I continued to talk for the next several weeks. At first, it was really, really great, but I noticed that his feelings towards me and sexuality were kind of wavering quite a lot, and I came to the conclusion that he needed to figure himself out and that I needed to move on because I kept getting hurt. Last important note to keep in mind about the timeline of the whole situation. On May 2nd, Sam texted me from his friend's phone saying that he was fully gay and needed to talk to me about something important. I called him, and instead of talking about that, he asked me if I was talking to another guy at the same time that I was talking to him. I was a little bit confused as to why I was being asked this, but I did answer him honestly, and then I asked him what made him come to a conclusion with everything. To which he said, I'm actually not fully gay. After dealing with this a million times, I was frustrated and I hung up. Just to clarify, so there are no further questions, the point of including this screenshot is not to out Sam. Sam texted me saying he was fully gay, but it was a trap to get me on FaceTime so he could illegally record the conversation to include in the video that he was planning later on. Like I said, at the end of the conversation, I asked Sam how he came to this conclusion, and then he told me he was not fully gay, to which I hung up out of frustration. Later on, he texted me saying he was confirmed bi. This is why, in Sam's video, he included a screenshot of me telling him I did not think he was fully straight. This comment had a lot of people really upset and confused as to why I was telling somebody.
Oh, this is so bad.
There's a very simple explanation. Sam and I talked for a very, very long time, and his sexuality, like I said, wavered a lot. Every time that he was a little bit confused, we had open and honest conversations about it, and he always asked me my input, and I gave it to him. I would never out somebody, and I have never, ever tried to manipulate somebody's sexuality, including his, point blank period. The whole situation that happened with Sam was very, very long and complicated and left both of us very hurt and confused. And through trying to deal with this, I reached out to many of my different friends for advice. There was one night in my kitchen where Tati, James, and Gabriel all came over, and I told them the same exact story and showed them the same exact screenshots that all of you guys just saw. After hearing this, like Tati said in her video, Tati and James actually did have a heart-to-heart conversation.
It's actually really evil that Tati then weaponized that. Specifically how much older she is. Like, that is quite evil, actually. Considering that not talking about what James Charles has done years past this, but at this time, James was just like a 19-year-old, like, loser, basically. You know what I mean? No shit.
About the boys that I get involved with. They told me that talking to curious guys was going to continue to get me hurt, and that also it could look really, really bad from an outside perspective if somebody tried to manipulate the situation. And for me, this was a major, major wake-up call that I took to heart.
It's really interesting that Tati Westbrook told James this would look bad from an outsider's point of view if someone manipulated it, and ultimately she was probably planning on doing that herself, which she ended up doing.
Honestly, had never thought about it in any other way because I knew that everything that I was doing was always consensual between both me and the boy, and I had receipts to back it up. But I wish I knew at the time that Tati's advice was really a warning because she did exactly what she told me someone else may, which was tell my story with no details, no facts.
That's fucked up. It's fucked up.
Around, and now serious allegations have surfaced that could permanently damage my career. Now, like I said, the talk that happened in my kitchen, I really did appreciate because it was the first time I kind of took a step back and was able to analyze what was going on. And this week has been a major eye-opener for me as well. I want to take a brief moment to talk about boys. Boys have obviously been a topic that has been discussed quite in detail on my YouTube channel and social media networks.
And it never stopped, honey.
I wish it hadn't been, but if I'm going to talk about it one last time, I definitely want to be open and honest with you guys, the ones who matter. I came out of the closet as gay at age 12, which is honestly really, really young to kind of figure all of that out. I had two other boys in my school at the time who were gay, but we were all close friends, so nothing was happening there, if you know what I mean. But all my other friends were having their first kiss underneath the playground slide or getting into their first relationship and talking all about it. And for me, I was on Pop Tropica and social media networks trying to make friends and trying to find out what else I was interested in. I never really got the opportunity to experiment with love and learn from that as a growing teenager, and I think that that's honestly left me kind of underdeveloped as a person in a lot of different ways.
I can relate to, everyone around you, specifically in school, doing fundamental things in relationships or even having their first kiss. I mean, I had my first kiss when I think I was like 18 or 19, which in the grand scheme of things compared to all my friends is really late. I mean, most of my friends had their first kiss when they were like 13 or something like that. I know a lot of people, have had their kiss later than me and stuff. But, you do feel a type of way about the fact that, like, your childhood best friends, if they're straight, have been in multiple relationships by the time you've had your first kiss and stuff. So I do agree with him there, but I feel that ultimately he's kind of hid behind this. I've underdeveloped to get out of scandals in years past this, so I'm not agreeing with him fully.
I've been forced to grow up very, very quickly because of the job that I work in social media, which I know I've said a million times beforehand, but love and relationships is something that I have barely any experience in, and I honestly think that that's why I'm a lot less mature than others may be in the situations that I get myself into. I definitely am emotional, and I let that get the best of me sometimes. I can be dramatic, I'm reactive, I'm forward, I'm flirty, and these are qualities that I'm not necessarily proud of at all. But I can confidently say that with each experience, I'm learning more and more, and I've been able to better myself. But a lot of times these situations have become public, my own fault, but having millions of people watching you learn can be very, very tricky. When it comes to experiences that I've learned from in the past, a lot of times I've talked about being into straight guys. Now, this conversation is something that has upset and also confused quite a lot of people. So in order to provide a little bit more context, I would like to play a clip from Tati's friend Jeffree Star's video titled "The Truth About My Relationship."
I was single for a long time, and the reason why is because I am really not attracted to anyone but what we call in this world as a straight male.
Oh God. Oh, he came for them all. Oh my God, including this is so good. Oh my God, it's Be Real. Sorry, I take my Be Real very seriously. I have 40 more seconds. Oh God, I look terrifying. Oh shit, I have 30 seconds. God, I look awful in that. Fuck me. God, I look terrible. Thank God I only have like 10 friends on Be Real. I look horrible on that. God, him including this Jeffree thing is so good. So good. It's so petty, but perfect.
Or a normal dude. And what I mean by that is, like, I am really into straight guys. And I know that is going to not be surprising to a lot of you. So, from just traveling everywhere and meeting dudes all the time and being around that world for so long, I really kind of fell into a trap of always...
God, including this is fucking crazy.
The secret. And when you are someone like me who is, I get asked all the time, even every day on my channel, you guys, I get comments, are you a guy? Are you a girl? Are you transgender? Are you trying to transition? What are you? Being someone that is like me, that is a guy that looks like a woman, right? I keep doing this because so many people are not into labels these days, and I love that. I'm all about that.
Cut to Jeffree Star being like, what did he make fun of? Pronouns or something like a couple of months ago?
You call yourself whatever you want, whatever you believe in.
Ironic when it's profitable, right, Jeff?
Living is we can be whoever we want to be. I've always been into straight men. And the problem with that my entire life is I never found real love because straight men...
Oh, he's including everything here.
They love hooking up, they love having fun, they love the relationship as long as other people don't know.
I really like this clip from Jeffree's video because not only is everything in it very accurate, but I honestly feel like he did a great job of explaining a topic that is very confusing and complex and that not a lot of people understand, including me fully, to be honest.
I'm obsessed with him being like, I included that clip because I think he did a great job at explaining it. Oh, he included that clip to fucking show how hypocritical these people are.
Yes, as a gay man, I am attracted to men. And in the past, whenever I have found a guy cute on Instagram or on social media, I have slid in the DMs with a simple hello or a nice compliment. If anybody ever made it clear that they were not interested or were not gay and didn't want to talk, I always apologized for the unwanted attention and the conversation was put to a halt immediately. I do take full responsibility for sending these messages, and this situation has definitely taught me that sending messages that are so forward and direct like this are unacceptable, and I no longer will do that moving forward. A few different guys that I've talked to in the past have since came forward with their stories or posted screenshots of conversations that I had with them saying that I made them feel uncomfortable, and reading some of them, I honestly felt really, really bad. I reached out to all the boys directly and apologized to them for my actions.
But aside from those few guys, people are treating hashtag James Charles' over party as an open invitation to add to the narrative with lies, which is not only harmful to me, but it's also creating very, very dangerous stereotypes around the LGBTQ plus community. For example, Zara Larsson, who's a pretty big singer, tweeted saying that I messaged her boyfriend multiple times knowing he was straight.
Oh my god, she got 500,000 likes on that.
Tweet got almost 500,000 likes before it was deleted. In her defense, she did later on say that it was only one message, but it was way too late because the media had already ran with it, saying that I was harassing straight men and wouldn't leave him alone. Had I known that he was dating Zara Larsson, I clearly never would have messaged him in the first place, but this is all very hypocritical considering this is how Zara Larsson found her boyfriend. I'd like to pose a question.
Oh, he clocked her.
All very hypocritical considering this.
So Zara Larsson tweeted photos of her then boyfriend before she got with him and said, "Who are you? Where do you live? How old are you? Why are you so fine? How do you like your eggs cooked in the morning?" Oh, he fucking... I mean, he makes a good point here. He makes a great point here. It's huge stereotype and huge, you know, it's a damn good point. I'll give him that.
Is how Zara Larsson found her boyfriend. I'd like to pose a question to you, the audience, and ask, why is it okay for Zara Larsson, a woman with a public platform, to tweet these photos of a shirtless man and say, "Who are you? Where do you live? How old are you? Why are you so fine? How do you like your eggs cooked in the morning?" But for me, as a gay man, to DM the same person in private with a simple compliment is predatory. These stereotypes around gay men have been and continue to be very, very harmful to the community and have been historically used to villainize gay...
I agree with him. Preach it so much. I just wish that he wouldn't then, in years past this video, have fed into them even more in ways that, like, are true. You know what I mean? I agree with you. Yes, honey, 100%. But then why did you, like, go back on it? Why did you go back on it? Why did you prove their point? Why did you do that? Like, why? Why? It was almost so perfect. Like...
gay men in society. Someone completely fabricated a whole entire story about me touching another boy in a high school urinal, and it blew up. This person came forward a few days later saying that it was a social experiment, but it was too late. People also completely photoshopped Twitter DMs of me reaching out to these people, threatening legal action if they were to tweet more things, when in reality I have literally not even been on social media, and I deleted the Twitter app from my phone. So all these things are just so false and are so fake, and it's truly disgusting. Also, pretty much every boy that I've ever even communicated with at this point is posting screenshots of our conversation to make a spectacle of me. I've dealt with so many fake stories in the past, from Coachella, the fake sex tape, and now this, and I'm done. I'm done being the subject of these bandwagon stories for likes. It's not okay. Now that we've addressed and cleared the air on the boys, let's get back to our timeline, because somehow there's still a whole lot more to this story and more claims as well. In Tati's video, she said that she felt she needed to bring all of this to the public eye because people needed to know what's going on behind the scenes, and I truly cannot believe that I'm about to bring up what I'm going to bring up, but I feel the same exact way. On Monday, May 6th, Jeffree posted this tweet to his Twitter, which I instantly started getting tagged in. After this tweet and a few other ones from him and his friends, I decided to reach out to him and ask if there was something going on that I should be aware of. He replied to me and he said that it was not about me and that it was about another brand stealing his ideas. This message was in a voice memo, which has since disappeared from the screenshot. You'll just have to believe me. I have literally no reason to lie at this point. Even though he said it wasn't about me, I still asked to talk to him, but he said he was unavailable. A few hours later, while I was getting ready for the Met Gala, I got this text from Jeffree. Concerned, but mostly really
We definitely need to talk soon. Tati and Shane and a few others have told me everything that you've said about me over the last 6 months, and I'm heartbroken, disgusted, and I'm so sorry to hear everything, but I'm not shocked. I've only been a great friend to you and never have said anything bad about you. Oof. And James said, let's definitely talk.
I reached out to him about meeting together in private in hopes to speak together and figure out the misunderstanding, but he didn't reply. 3 days later, still no response. I decided to reach out again, but he was not available to talk. I flew to Australia on May 8th, and on May 10th, hours before my scheduled meet and greet appearance where 5,000 fans were already waiting outside, I was woken up at 4 in the morning by my friend because Tati had just uploaded her video titled "Bye Sister."
Oh my god, I just got goosebumps. It's like all these people were working against him, weren't they, so secretly? Oh my god, I got goosebumps at that.
Watching Tati's video, it was very clear to me that my friend was still very hurt. And even though I had already apologized both privately and publicly, I wanted to make a video right then and there with my raw and honest emotions. But because of the time difference, it took me an extra few hours to film the video and get it up. And by the time I was about to hit publish, I received yet another text from Jeffree Star. I've already cleared...
Jeffree said, oh my God, he said, are you going to respond to everything or are you going to pull a Manny? When you basically trapped Sam in your hotel room in Seattle and forced him to stay and made him feel horrible for the pennies you spent on the room, I knew there was something terribly wrong about it. Oh my God. When Zach showed me the Snapchat messages of you trying to force him to like you and send him photos, it was completely horrifying to see you use the same sentences as a rapist. He was so grossed out by your behavior. Oh my God, it's so crazy that Jeffree's acting like this, but then the day before he's like, hey, I'm so busy right now, but I'll call you later. He's so evil.
Up Sam and our night together being 100% consensual. He was absolutely not trapped in a hotel room. But Jeffree also brings up Zach. Zach is his boyfriend Nate's brother, and not only did I not pursue Zach, who identifies as
Jeffree is so evil.
Jeffree, who suggested that I talk to him in the first place.
Hey, Nate's brother is single and mainly straight. Oh, right up your alley.
Sounds good.
And he
sounds great for me.
And he just moved here. Work.
Zach and I talked.
Oh, mama. Oh, that makes Jeffree look horrible. Oh God, he really clapped them all with this video.
Snapchat for maybe a total of 10 selfies back and forth to each other. He was super, super sweet, but it was very clear to me that he was not actually interested, and the conversation stopped before anything could even get remotely flirty at all. With everything going on, I did not reply to Jeffree's text in the moment. A few days later, on Monday, I woke up again in the middle of the night from a phone call from my little brother Ian, who was very, very upset. He told me he had tweeted saying, why do people act so tough online about somebody from his hometown who was bullying him? And Jeffree Star, of all people, had quote tweeted Ian's tweet saying, why is your brother a predator? Why did you really move back to New York City? Exactly, shut the fuck up. Many people were quick to call out Jeffree for bullying a kid who had nothing to do with the situation literally at all, and he deleted it.
This was really bad.
I went to check my phone and noticed that Jeffree had texted me a few minutes prior, and I opened my phone to this. I really want to read this text out loud just so you all get to hear exactly what
I have goosebumps.
But also so I don't miss anything. Grayson is going on camera shortly to finally tell the world how you tried to molest him and touch him in his sleep and made him uncomfortable for months, you sick motherfucker. Next, Zach will be going on camera to tell how twisted and
oh my God, I'm almost moved to tears, and I think the reason is just like Jeffree Star is so scary. Like, he's so scary. Oh my God, I was like goosebumps and tears. Fuck me.
Trying to get him to like you and then make him feel bad when he didn't want to send you photos back. Then Sam from Seattle will be joining me and Cameron to talk about you trapping him in his hotel room. You need to be locked in prison for a very long time. You need the internet taken away from you. You are a danger to society. As disgusting as it is, I have to admit, bringing up Grace and Dolan was pretty clever. At the height of all these allegations and stories going around, both of the twins unfollowed me, not wanting to be associated, and fans started speculating that the rumors could be as to why. Too bad that aside from our pre-planned collaborative jokes that happened in the Sister Squad videos, me and Grayson flirting, nothing ever happened between us. And when all this went down, I knew Jeffree was lying because the twins were two of the first people to call me and make sure that I was okay. I already mentioned Zach, and I still have no idea who the Cameron Jeffree is referring to in this message is, but he also brought up Sam last, who we also already talked about. Later on that day, though, Jeffree was right. Sam did upload a video.
My heart is racing. Oh my God, I couldn't imagine being involved in this. Why is Jeffree getting involved in that? Like, of course he was involved in the Bi Sister.
To his YouTube channel, telling the whole story. He left out almost all the details and included an illegally recorded FaceTime call, which was on May 2nd. Told you to remember that. But even through all of this, he still managed to get the point across that our interactions were 100% consensual. Next was Jeffree's tweet to my little brother Ian. Now, I did say that this video was going to be solely based on facts, and I of course can't prove what Jeffree was trying to imply here, and I don't want to put words into his mouth. But since it's now open for speculation, might as well clear the air. Ian actually went home for a few different reasons, but it's temporary. He had to get his wisdom teeth taken out, and he's also working on different modeling opportunities in New York City, and I am so incredibly proud of him. But he was also having a really, really hard time in LA. Dealing with a public breakup and negativity online sent him into diagnosed clinical depression, which he is now being treated for, and he wanted to be with my parents. Nothing more. Last but finally not least, Jeffree posted this tweet claiming he hadn't seen me since February and that Nate banned me from their home. Now, this so-called ban...
Oh my God, Jeffree is so fucking evil.
It's really funny that Jeffree brought this up, considering the fact that he's tweeted me twice in between February and now saying that he missed me. Regardless, he ended that tweet by saying I was a danger to society and everything in Tati's video was 100% true. Adding insult to injury, not only did Jeffree text me, but he also went out of his way to text my best friend, Drew, this lovely message, trying to turn him against me.
How do you sleep at night knowing you enable and support a predator and a pedophile? Hopefully you seek help very soon and get away from that monster. When he trapped that boy in his hotel room in Seattle and you didn't care about it, I knew you didn't have a soul either. Jeffree, get a life! Get a hobby! Which is so ironic because Jeffree Star has so many allegations against himself as well. Please read the Business Insider article about him.
Jeffree's messaging about me both in private and in public was hurtful, defamatory, extremely excessive, but most importantly, literally all based on lies. I wish I knew why he was doing all this, but at the same time, his track record with public feuds makes none of this a surprise. Tati made a video telling stories about me and publicly humiliating me, and now I have serious allegations against me that could be detrimental to my career. Hello, Future James here popping in again. I've been completing the whole timeline thus far, and I obviously want to keep doing so I feel like it is only fair to mention that only within the past few days, pretty much everyone involved with this situation has started to reach out to me in some way, shape, or form. Sam Cook, the boy from Seattle, has called me 9 times and sent me a few different text messages about the situation, trying to make things right. Tati and her husband James have tried to reach out in order to schedule a meeting, but only through a mutual YouTube rep that we share. And I've also heard from that same person that Jeffree was open to a meeting as well. This whole thing has just been really
not a moderated meeting.
Throughout the past 3 weeks, literally all I've wanted and all I've asked for was for communication from these people, and I tried really, really hard to get that, and I didn't. So I declined the meetings because I felt like this was started
fair
and it was addressed publicly, and I felt like it was only fair for me to address this publicly as well before meeting behind the scenes. And
fair, defend yourself.
That sucks to say because I still have love for these people, and I hope that one day we all can sit down together in a meeting for closure and also to discuss how in the future, if problems do come up, we can talk in private with only us involved. But right now I just need time and space to kind of get my head back to where it needs to be and get my mental health back together before I kind of rekindle those friendships, because everything that happened still really, really hurt. And I like wouldn't wish what I went through upon even my worst enemy, no matter how angry I was. I've always tried to use my platform to spread positivity, but I feel like at this point it's my responsibility to be honest with you guys and tell you that the last few weeks of my life has literally been the most painful time that I've ever had to deal with. And my head and brain for a hot minute went to a place so dark that I didn't think that I was going to come back from. And I can't believe I just admitted that on camera. People always say that being a social media influencer is an easy job. And this is something that I've talked about time and time and time again on YouTube. We get it. But I don't think any human being ever is prepared mentally or physically to deal with the pain and anxiety of what it feels like to have millions and millions of people attacking you at one time. Having to read the hundreds of thousands of tweets and the YouTube videos and the articles about me and my character and my family based on things that were almost all lies, like, it messed me up. It messed me up is the best way that I can put it. And through all of this, I've learned that if I can get through this, I can get through anything. Joining in on bandwagon hate and cancel culture is incredibly, incredibly toxic, and it's very concerning to me that as a society, we're becoming okay with guilty until proven innocent instead of the other way around. I truly hope that everyone who participated in this, whether it be fans, influencers, drama channels, or credible news sources, take the time to think about your words and the impacts that they may have on others, because I assure you and I promise you, it's a lot stronger than what you may think. Right now, I have a lot of positive changes that I want to work on in my life. First and foremost, I really want to focus more on spending time in person with the people that I love and care about the absolute most. And I also have a lot of work to do in terms of getting my mental health back to where it needs to be. What's now, you guys ask? My parents and little brother just got to LA this morning and we all got to hug on the website before it went down. Everything will still be fulfilled.
Okay. So then he's talking about his merch and stuff. All right, let's... How heavy was that? How heavy was that? When this video came out, I was 100% Team James. And when I watched this now, with the story at hand, I think it's very clear what happened. And I think it's very clear that they took an opportunity and tag Team James. It's just very unfortunate that for after this and for years after this, we've had to deal with allegations involving minors with James Charles. It's unfortunate because now I can't sit here and agree with your video, even though I think you were being 100% truthful and stuff in it. It's unfortunate, but you did it to yourself. So that's where I'm at with No More Lies. It's just so confusing. Like, let me know where you're at with it. I really am interested to see the comment section in this one, but wow, he really showed them all up in this video. I'll talk to you in my next one. Goodbye. Hi, muckers. Welcome back to my YouTube channel. I hope you're all doing very well. I am back from my brief couple days in Manchester. I went to the Girls Aloud concert, and by the way, I am very impressed with my muckers. So I said in my video a couple days ago that I was going to the Girls Aloud concert in Manchester, and I basically just said it like to update you on what I was doing with my day, and I was like, hey, like I'm gonna be aware that like a majority of you will not know who Girls Aloud are because they're basically just like a really big thing in like British culture, and I'm Irish. And they're also really big in Irish culture, but they're like Britain's icon, you know, girl grip from like a decade ago. And they're doing a big reunion tour, clearly. And I mentioned it and I was like, if there's any like British or Irish people out there that like know who Girls Aloud are, like let me know because I'm so excited for their show tonight. The amount of people that commented and were like, yeah, we're British, we're Irish, we know Girls Aloud, and the amount of people that were like, hey, I'm from blank country, and they were like, and I know Girls Aloud, I was severely impressed. And if you don't know Girls Aloud, get to know Girls Aloud. Those pop bangers from the 2000s, don't get me started. Anyways, we have been doing this revisiting of the 5-year anniversary of Bye Sister, and all in which you think you just fell out of a coconut tree? You exist within the context of all in which came before you and all in which you exist. All right. Love saying that. And I was only going to do it for like the Bye Sister and Tati's video, but people have been really loving this, and people have been sending me more and more videos from that time being like, can we also go back and watch this? And I was like, sure. I have videos lined up about like JoJo Siwa's birthday party, her getting a blackout at Disney and stuff that we're going to talk about. I'm prioritizing this to get them all out of the way because there is quite a lot of them. Now, I was on the lookout for these two videos in particular. One of them was Never Doing This Again by Jeffree Star, and the other one was Tati Westbrook's Why I Did It. These videos have been scrubbed from the internet. Jeffree Star's video, which he made after James Charles's No More Lies video, I think that was the timeline, is scrubbed from the internet. It is impossible to find on the internet. And Tati Westbrook's Why I Did It video, which she posted after Bye Sister, is also being scrubbed from the internet. Now, I want to thank the chronically online folk who have been helping me out with this. First of all, Mika's Rhetoric has sent me on Google Drive Jeffree Star's Never Doing This Again video, and without Mika's Rhetoric, I would not be able to make this video. They really pulled through, and I also see that they're also currently doing a deep dive into Dramageddon, so go support this video. I'm able to make it completely because Mika's Rhetoric gave me that Google Drive link. But it really is crazy that these videos have been scrubbed from the internet, but we will not forget. So anyways, this is Jeffree's video he made after getting involved in all of it, and if you're aware, he was tweeting hate towards James Charles's brother, who was really young at the time, just bringing him into it for no reason. Jeffree was sending so many threatening messages to everyone involved, really just was riling things up behind the scenes. And then when James Charles made the No More Lies video, Jeffree looked awful because one of Jeffree's main points was, you know, you're coercing, forcing straight men into wanting to be with you. And so James Charles showed a video of Jeffree Star being like, I love straight men as well. So Jeffree looked awful in the media at this time because he was basically shown as being a hypocrite and a starter of drama, and he was really loved during this time. So this was really one of the first, you know, his hair looks amazing here, by the way. This was really one of the first things that was like the catalyst of like the ongoing cancellations of Jeffree that we see until recent. I'm excited to get into it. I hope you're all doing well. Let's do it. Never doing this again. Okay, are we ready for the drama of it all?
Hello, everybody. Hey. The last few weeks in the beauty community and in some of our personal lives have been very insane.
And so much of that was fueled directly from him. James really showed all the text messages where Jeffree was really instigating stuff behind the scenes. So I love whenever people start stuff and then be like, things are really crazy right now, aren't they? They're really, really, really crazy.
I know a lot of you are sick and tired of hearing about the subject. I know a lot of you are expecting to get a lot of tea today. I know the whole world is sitting here wondering, what is Jeffree Star going to say next?
That's what we're all thinking. This is my favorite thing that Jeffree did. I forgot. I actually haven't watched this video since he posted it. I think so. But Jeffree does this thing where he acts like he has, and he does this to this day with the James Charles voice memo that he says he has, which is really weird that he's like using it as leverage if it's someone's actual story. But whatever. Jeffree does this thing where he loves to hone in on the fact that he has screenshots and receipts and will drag a bitch and all like this. But in this instance, we were aware that James Charles showed basically a majority, 90% of everything. So Jeffree had lost control of the narrative. So when Jeffree lost control of the narrative, I remember now, Jeffree was like, but I'm not going to do that. You know, I just have to be the one to step away from this. The reality is there's nothing really more for him to talk about. He looks like an idiot. Like, that's one of my favorite things that these influencers do whenever they get called out. They're like, I am going to choose to take a step away from this.
And I think that this will be one of the most important videos that I ever upload. About 10 days ago, Tati uploaded a video about James Charles. It caused waves. There was a lot happening behind the scenes. And I think today I would like to shed some light on the entire experience, because I think that things are getting crazy, dangerous, and we need to have a conversation.
Again, that's really ironic because while James Charles, and I'm never a James Charles defender, but while James Charles was in that hotel in Australia, Jeffree was threatening him over text, being like, I'm pulling everyone together in a room. We're all going to sit down and we're going to expose you. You think it's bad now? You think you just fell out of a coconut tree? You exist within the context and all in which came before you and all in which you exist. Jeffree was literally saying, you think it's bad now? It's going to get worse. So for Jeffree to be like, things got so scary and so spooked magook, it's like, you were the one that caused it. Like, yes, Tati Westbrook made the video, but if we're to believe the screenshots that we have seen, you further instigated it and really, really, can I come back into focus? We're really, really, really trying to you wanted Tati to start it and you wanted to finish it. And then it didn't go your way and then you were like, I need to take a step away, you know?
So yesterday, James uploaded a video. There was mentions of me in there, and I want to be very transparent with my audience. For hours yesterday, it took me back to the old Jeffree, and I was in a very dark place. I sat...
The old Jeffree. The screenshots that we saw were current Jeffree. We see this a lot when people get involved in drama, specifically back then, where they will love to, like, disassociate themselves with themselves to avoid having to address anything. We see like Shane did this a lot, and a lot of YouTubers do it when they get canceled. This isn't just like Jeffree, Shane, you know, James. They will get canceled and they'll be like, I don't even recognize myself. That's not even me. You know, that's past Jeffree. That's you. That's you.
There for hours, and it started to get really dark in my head. And what I mean by that is that you guys know me for always sticking up for what I believe in. You know that I'm brutally honest on my channel. I am always keeping it real. Has it gotten me in trouble before? Absolutely. Whether it's a makeup review, a conversation about someone else or any part of drama or anything that I've ever been in the past, I have been very outspoken, and sometimes I've spoken too much. And I think that this week was definitely one of those scenarios. Now, most of you have seen some brutal tweets that I sent out last week. A lot of you have seen the vicious text messages that I sent, and I want to let you understand something. Because I said those things, that does not equal me hating James Charles. He has been in my life for a few years now. Are we the best of friends? No.
That doesn't equal me hating James Charles. Meanwhile, the entire text were like, you're banned from our home. We hate you. We're going to ruin you. Bitch. Like, all the worst messages in the entire world. But also what's so funny is like a couple weeks after this, Jeffree then started hating on James again. And like Jeffree, up until recently, will go on every podcast being like, I have incriminating evidence against him. I think he's the worst person in the entire world. I think he's a predator. I think he's it's just all so fabricated for the moment to like manipulate the audience.
But we had a real connection. I loved and cared about him. And I definitely think I mishandled our friendship. Which I will dive into in a minute. But I want to let you guys know that there is no actual hate in this heart. I don't know what the future holds, but I do know.
He goes, there is no hate in this heart. I don't know what the future holds. I know that there's going to be a lot of hatred in this heart in the future, but for this moment, like, what kind of statement is that? In this moment, I don't have any hatred in my heart. I can speak for the future, but I can only speak for now.
But I need to get a few things off my chest. And one of those things is that behind the scenes, there was definitely weird feelings. Everyone over the last few days keeps asking about the Seattle trip, about the text messages, and I really want to let you guys know something. After Seattle, okay, which there's so many rumors, right? Everyone has their own version of the story.
So many rumors because you're the one that started all of them. Like, don't look at us. Don't look at us. Come on. You know, we're not involved in this, honey. Like, this is... No.
We're all there. Today, I am not going to give the world what they want. And I don't think that everyone wants this from me, but I think that there is a major portion that thinks Jeffree Star is going to come for James because I was in a dark place yesterday.
But James, at this stage, had won. You know what I mean? The only way for Jeffree to not come out awful in this was for Jeffree to do this and be like, you know, I'm not going to expose James. I'm going to put my hands up and surrender. Because if Jeffree had... Oh my god, you know what I really want to play? Minecraft. Sorry. Just like randomly came into my head. I need to download it again. There's something so crazy because if Jeffree had done anything but this, Jeffree probably... The career... deterioration probably would have happened a lot quicker because after No More Lies, James was the public darling again. James had given everyone what they wanted, which was receipts, text messages, proof, everything. And Jeffree couldn't come back from that. Like there was no coming back from it. So I think Jeffree did what career-wise was the best thing to do here. Did Jeffree want to do this? I promise you not. I promise you. I mean, you know, Jeffree, like, promise you not.
I said some things online about pulling receipts and showing things, and I sat there with myself, and
you didn't have them.
With my mother, and I sat there with Nathan, and we fully understand the power of millions of people watching and what my voice and what this channel actually means to me. And what it means is that I don't want to play the games anymore. I sat there yesterday.
Me when I lose the games. I don't want to play the games anymore.
And I started to get really angry. I was going to pull voice memos. I was going to pull old text messages.
But it's funny he says this because, again, for years past this, he's been threatening that he has voice memos and texts. So if in this moment you're saying, well, why would I bring that up? Because I'm further feeding into the negativity. That's what you've done up until recent. You would go on Keemstar's podcast and be like, I can show you the voice memo of a James Charles victim right now. You know, you leveraging that you have victims' voice memos. It's like, well, you don't care about victims then. You just care about one-upping. I mean, do you feel great about that, Jeffree? Do you feel great about that you have an alleged voice memo from a James Charles victim and you get to use it as leverage? Like, does that make you feel great? Does that, like, that's a really fucked up thing to admit.
From other people that don't want to be involved. And I was just getting into a place where it wasn't healthy, okay? And thank God I'm in the headspace that I am today because
I'm obsessed with him acting like yesterday was a year ago. By the way, when he's talking about old Jeffree, he's literally talking about yesterday. He keeps referencing yesterday I felt this way, but today I feel like a new person. Do not get it twisted. He's throwing a lot of years ago, blah, blah, blah. When he talks about old Jeffree in this context, he's talking about the day before he filmed this. Like, that is crazy to be like, I'm not the person I was yesterday. What the fuck?
Stop those feelings. I let them all subside, and I understand.
He slapped on it.
That isn't okay. I am not going to fuel this fire bigger so everyone can get more entertainment.
But he did for years prior, or years after.
This is our real lives, and I inserted myself into something.
Isn't it funny how it's our real lives whenever the public turns against Jeffree, but, you know, it's not otherwise? It's getting too much when Jeffree's involved negatively, but when Jeffree can profit off of other people's downfalls, then it's not too much. Okay, honey.
Publicly, that I shouldn't have. And I think that I need to let you guys know where I'm at today and where I've been this entire year, okay? I am in an amazing place. I'm in a beautiful relationship. My business is amazing. My family is mainly...
I thought you just said yesterday you were in a bad place.
Employees. I have a good group of people around me, and I think sometimes we slip into our old ways.
As in yesterday.
I know what people want. They want me to sit here and degrade James. They want me to open up my phone and expose it all. I'm done doing that. And it may be shocking. Some of you may be like, oh, are you just trying to save your own ass? Are you a liar? Are you this? I'm willing to bite the bullet.
He's willing to bite the bullet and let us think that he is, you know, oh my God. We're all seeing through this, right? Oh my God. It's just like when he lost control of the narrative, he had to act like this. And I know it was killing him. I know it was absolutely killing him. Killing him. Oh my God. My friend just tagged me in an Instagram post. Oh, that is so cute. Look at this photo. Me and my friend Neve. This is so cute. Oh, she posted this other one of me, which is not so great. It's me eating a raw onion. My friend's eating a raw ginger. Okay. I don't appreciate the second one. But I got featured twice. I love when my friends post like photo dumps and I'm included more than once. I'm like, yes.
And let anyone think what they want. But today I will not be posting voice memos. I will not be posting text messages. I will not be exposing anything more. This has to stop. I'm embarrassed by...
Again, for years after this, he would go on podcasts threatening that he can show all these things. So it's not really you growing if you're still threatening that you have them. But who am I to judge?
My own actions. And a lot of you may be like, whoa, what do you mean by that? I could have handled things differently. After Seattle, yes, me and Nate were very uncomfortable with some things that had happened. We were kind of getting distant from James, and we really weren't on the same vibe. And that's okay. But what I should have done is vented all my feelings to James. And I know that Tati got to do that. She had private conversations with him. I didn't do that. I should have been mature enough to say, hey, I love and care about you. I've heard X, Y, and Z about you. I've seen some things I didn't like. Here's my feelings.
But if you have voice memos from James Charles victims, then that's not necessarily a conversation to have on like, here's my perception of it. You know what I mean? Isn't that just cold, hard evidence? Hard, cold evidence for him being a bad person?
Guess what? I didn't. And that was my first mistake. I want to give you guys some context. I don't want you to see things that I've written to someone and think, wow, like Jeffree is an evil person. He's a bitch. I want to let you guys know that.
Is that not how we're supposed to feel?
Big piece of the story that I don't think a lot of people know. And that's that behind the scenes, there were people in my head. There were people telling me a lot of stuff.
Isn't it so funny that Jeffree used there were so many people feeding me things behind the scenes, which is also the thing that Tati said in the Breaking My Silence video. She was like, there were so many people feeding me narratives and stories behind the scenes. They all just blamed there were other people involved.
I don't mean my own friends. I mean people that had known James. They were being very, I don't know the right word, but they were telling me things that was making me feel a whole other way. Should I have let other people get in my head?
But we also find out through James's text that he showed that you were actively meeting up and trying to meet up and talk to the people that were using him and talking shit about him online. So you were going out of your way to find out this information as well. That's not necessarily information falling on your lap.
Sway my opinion about someone? No, that's my problem, and I have to deal with that. I have let people get in my head for years. I have let others and their opinions somehow get to me. So moving forward, I want to handle things way differently than I have in the past. Did I jump the gun on a situation that I didn't fully understand and chime in? Absolutely. And I am living with that every day. There's a lot of questions about my tweets, and I want to say that I regret them. I don't regret much in my life, but I regret hitting the send button because they were bigger and louder than I ever imagined. And it made things worse when I could have handled things privately.
You mean you harassing his brother for no reason on Twitter? Yeah, that blew things up a little bit, Jeff.
Everyone is so used to Jeffree being the most controversial person in the beauty community. I am very outspoken, whether it's about brands, shade ranges, someone stealing from other companies, an old friend that I've had to set straight. You guys know me for being brutally honest. You know me for keeping it real. You know me that I am not a liar.
You know him for not being a liar. You know him for being honest. And your friend. Who's your friend? You know him for being your buddy. That's Jeffree. You know what I mean? That's Jeffree. We can trust him. We love him. What is this terminology going on here? You love me. You're my friend.
So I don't want my character to ever be misconstrued. And I do want to come clean and say that I do regret sending those tweets. Before fully accusing an individual of doing anything, I need more facts. And I also really need to get something off my chest. James Charles' brother, Ian.
But Jeffree told us that at this time he had already heard the voice memo of the James Charles victim. So is that not true? Or are you just lying to cover your ass? Or like, what's going on here?
I sent a very mean tweet to him when I fully didn't understand what he was even referring to. And that's the problem with the internet. We take things personally. We're selfish people.
Hey, stop saying we. Focus on you, honey. We're not the ones in shit right now. It was you.
We see things and you just think, oh, that's about me. Because you already had a situation with someone, so you just think that that's about me. And Ian's tweet wasn't about anything that was going on. It was about something personal. And I made it way more personal, and I hurt him with what I said. So Ian, I just want to let you know I am so sorry for ever sending that tweet. If I could take it back, I would. And I did not understand.
There's something so insincere about him.
I was fueled by sadness, by anger. I felt like I was being let down by someone, and I hit send. And I knew it was going to be hurtful to James, and
If James had not released No More Lies, Jeffree would not be posting this video right now. He stands behind everything he fucking did.
Didn't really think about how you would feel, and I'm so sorry. So moving forward,
sorry.
I want to let you guys know something. I'm done. I am done with the tea, with the drama, and I don't want to be involved in anyone's situations anymore. This was a huge wake-up call to reel me in because I have been really healing myself. I'm in such a good place. So for me,
I thought you said old Jeffree, as in yesterday, was in a bad place. Are we in a good or bad place, honey?
to digress and go back to Jeffree from years ago,
or yesterday, I guess.
I'm embarrassed for my family that they have to see things online, and I'm sad that Nathan and my friends have to go online and deal with this as well because of my actions. I also owe an apology to you guys. I owe an apology to my audience for bringing something public and for inserting myself.
This was a really smart move that he did here, apologizing to the audience, because even if the audience aren't on his side up until now, they're going to be like, wait, we got acknowledgement. It kind of makes you feel a little bit more, oh, he is our friend. It was very smart to apologize to the audience. What is he apologizing for? Doesn't matter. But apologizing to the audience is such a smart move that really gains that trust again. Really, really reels them back in. You know, where you're like, oh, thank you. Wait, what are you apologizing for? You know what I mean?
In someone else's beef, drama, situation, whatever you want to call it. I should have kept my mouth shut. And I didn't. So I want you guys to learn from me, because you know I'm the first person to apologize and own up to my mistakes. I have had an
Why do we have to learn from you? You're the one doing all this.
I will be sorry for until the day I die, okay?
So he's sorry for this until the day I die, but again, like I said, years after this, he would go around saying the same stuff about James again publicly. Like,
and for me, that means I need to let go moving forward. I cannot let old me and old feelings regurgitate and
old me yesterday.
I know who I am, and this beauty community right now is suffering, and I'm really sad that everything is going on. And I know that may be hard to believe because there's so many people that have opinions. They think that I get off on drama. They think that anytime there's a situation, I insert myself.
He does.
And I didn't want this to happen, and I should have known better. What I want you guys...
Come as a bitch, I should have known better. Sorry, I can't hear those words without singing that song. Ooh, nearly went red there. Anyone else seen that video, Jojo C, where she's singing Traitor and her face goes like bright red?
To understand is that when you
me right now
voice and millions of followers, you need to use that in a positive light. And there are people, including myself, that maybe have abused the power, have used it in a wrong way.
Maybe.
Have done things way too publicly. And today, this is done. It's over.
Spoiler, it wasn't.
I don't want anyone that is inspired by me, whether it's a makeup artist, a boy in beauty, someone that doesn't really feel like they belong and they look up to me. I don't want them to think that gossip, hate, and negativity is how you get popular, is how you grow.
Ironically, it is how Jeffree got pop, but whatever.
Because it's not respectable at all. And I've had...
It's not respectable, but it's how you did it. Bonk.
And I want you guys to know that I am not who I used to be, and I haven't been
yesterday.
So I'm not going to play...
He said, and I haven't been for a while. Yeah, 24 hours.
games that I started to play, because that's not me. And if people...
It was him yesterday, but not today.
I don't know who they are anymore. You'd have to go follow someone else, you know? So just know where I'm at mentally. I'm good. I'm going to take a few days off and just turn off my phone. I think a lot of us are on our phones too much. Business and life just takes over, and you get way too caught up in the mess. And I'm done getting caught up. Something that I need
for today
before this is over is that you guys saw a lot of text messages. There were things being told to me that were never proven. There was a lot of rumors. And
so where does the voice memo that you were threatening come into this? You know what I mean?
Sadly, I let that get to me. So James, I want to let you know that I should have...
And if he does have a voice memo, and he would have had it back then, you're now saying that you don't have anything, so that would be really unfortunate if you have information and you're lying that you don't have it just to save your career.
Never sent you those messages. I should have...
known better.
A better friend. I know that now. And even if we weren't close friends anymore, I should have handled it way differently. I will never handle a situation like this again. And I want you guys to know that you shouldn't either. So
don't bring us into it.
Continue to try to pick at the situation, to try to get all three of us to say more. On my end, I'm not talking about this anymore.
He lied. He talked about it for many years after this.
I think that everyone needs to heal, and this all has to stop. So I know that there's going to be more videos about this. There's going to be more.
Hey!
But for me, I'm now ready to deal with this privately. And I know that's shocking.
It is shocking because he went on a podcast right after this, but okay, whatever.
It's just hurt too many people. So, thank you guys for even just watching and hearing me out. I know a lot of you are ready to just get back to makeup and my dogs and Nathan. And I will be back soon. I'm going to take, a little bit of mental vacation because I think we all need one. So I love you guys so much.
Taking a mental vacation because we all need one. a majority of your audience, if not most of your audience, don't have the luxury of just taking a, a mental break. Anyways, God, it's so funny that this video is just so wiped from the internet, because it means that he doesn't stand by anything that he said in this video. Like, he's such an interesting character. Oh my goodness. I just can't believe that he would say all this and then go on all these podcasts saying, well, I have voice memos, I can let you listen to them, I have proof. He was actually one of the people keeping this story alive for years and years. I think he was actually the only one keeping it alive. Tati doesn't talk about it. Shane doesn't talk about it. It's really been Jeffree that has kept this alive. So when you listen to all that and then you now know what he's done, it's just ironic. Anyways, let me know your opinion on it. Mika's Rhetoric, thank you so much for sending me this. I appreciate it. I will see you all very soon, and goodbye. Hi, muckers. Welcome back to my YouTube channel. It is the big one. We are doing Breaking My Silence. This was very, very, very requested by all of you. I basically said, did you want me to like round up, finish off this Dramageddon and do the subsequent events that happened years later relating to Dramageddon? There's only a couple of them, but when we do these, that is it on Dramageddon. We have covered everything. Now, I have really been enjoying doing this. I know a lot of you have been really enjoying watching this. Thank you so much. And a lot of people have been saying that it's really interesting to kind of go back and look at Dramageddon from this new perspective and watching everything back to back, because in the moment, watching it spread out, like, you forget a lot of things. You also have a different opinion when things are being posted over here and then weeks later over here. I'm going to be honest, my opinion has definitely changed. I used to really be on Tati's side with all of this. And again, I'm not the biggest James Charles lover. But my opinion has definitely changed for the negative of Tati while I've watched all these back to back. And speaking of Tati, today we're doing her video that came out a couple years or maybe even a year or two-ish after the Bye Sister video. Tati had been posting videos, then went radio silent on social media, came back, was teasing butterflies and lyric quotes and inspirational quotes about, like, sometimes you just need to speak up for yourself and sometimes you just gotta, be the one to, bite the bullet. She did all these on social media for so long, and I know because I was not, like, doing YouTube drama whenever Dramageddon 1 happened, but when this Dramageddon, I was waiting for the uploads. So I started making videos actually around the time when Tati posted the Breaking My Silence video. I think I started covering drama maybe a couple months before that. So this is whenever my expertise, I'm kidding, comes into it, because this is whenever I covered it in the moment. I didn't cover the other things in the moment, but I covered this. So I'm very intrigued to see this video. This is the video where she basically walked back on the Bye Sister video. She said that her and James were friends now. She ended up blaming Shane and Jeffree for the entire thing, which then had a knock-on effect in Shane and Jeffree's career. That was their big cancellation. I'm ready to get into it. Are you? I want to let you know I've just opened a new P.O. box and I'm doing something very different this time. If you send anything to my P.O. box and you have like your return address, I've bought a bunch of like postcards of actually this photo of me and the dogs, not with the text on it. And I'm going to be signing them and writing back if you wrote anything, or just saying thank you, or just creating a little bit of, I wanted to basically show appreciation for having a P.O. box and people sending things, because I used to have a P.O. box and I would just open them on video. However, people take time to send things to a P.O. box, so I also want to take time to send things back. Don't worry about the postage cost. I'll sort it out and I'll deal with it, and I'll keep doing it for as long as I can do it, and then I'll, you know what I mean? But this is my address, not my real one, but my P.O. box address if you want to send anything, and I'll make sure to get that back to you. It's Adam McIntyre Studio, 120 Regency House, 91 Western Road, Brighton, BN1 2NW. Are you ready? Also, I really want to get to PewDiePie's response of these two videos. I know that his video reacting to the video we're going to watch was really, really, really messy. He came down on her hard. If people want me to do these as well, again, apparently this is the saga that never fucking ends. I can do that. I'm definitely going to do the Shane Instagram live stream as well. That's kind of like the last one that I was going to cover, but I also do want to get to these two PewDiePie things. Let me know. We can talk about it. Anyways, let's get to this. Now, this video was like monumental because she really changed her perspective on everything. She came at it from this point of view of, I'm going to be suing, I'm only speaking what my lawyers approved. And for all we know, nothing ever came of all those loose threats from her. So again, don't really know what to believe here. But again, her skin was glowing. She had her hair done. She took those Halo Beauty vitamins. We're in a new location. It was a very serene background. I think the way this video looked was definitely planned out. Again, I'm someone who like majored in film. So I know whenever she's using these lightings and these colorings and stuff, she's definitely creating a vibe here. Let's get into this video. This one's gonna be crazy. All right, let's do it. Wow, she really does love starting a video with I hate it.
It's been a long time coming for me to share with you some very, very important things. And I am going to be
dramatic off the bat.
Reading from what is approved by my legal team. So I am, once I start getting into what I need to share with you guys today, what I feel is important to share with you, I won't be deviating. And it's at the advice of my legal counsel. So there's so much going on YouTube and in the world. And I just...
Also important to note, Shane and Jeffree were being canceled during this time. I forgot to include this. So Tati Westbrook made this video when Shane and Jeffree, if you remember their cancellation, their recent one, it was the worst one yet. So Shane and Jeffree were like, it was the D'Angelo Wallace videos were coming out. Like the media was, you know, Willow Smith was, or Jada Smith was speaking up. There's a lot going on in the media. So Tati Westbrook making this video was very tactical. She made it during the time when Shane and Jeffree were career-wise at their lowest and most hated, most polarizing. So I think she definitely got a lot of people on her side on the basis of Shane and Jeffree were not liked during this time. So it was a very, very calculated move to make this video when she made it. I also remember when this video came out because it had been teased for so long. I remember watching this on my sofa with my mom. Mom, I know you're watching this. Do you remember watching this video whenever it dropped? We were in the old house. My parents moved. We were in the old house and I was sitting on the sofa. You were sitting on your chair and we watched the entire video and we watched it in silence. We watched it in silence. We were gagged, actually.
First off,
I'm sorry. The court appointed things she can say, I think that's a bunch of bullshit. I mean, we never, she was suing Shane and I mean, we never heard anything of that. So taking as a pinch of salt because nothing happened from all that we know.
I do want to request something. Actually, before that, I just want to tell you that I missed you guys.
A lot.
A lot.
My memory's actually quite good. I've not seen this video in years. I'm impressed. I miss you guys a lot. She really does love the mouth noises, doesn't she? All right, we're opening this video strong. She's opening the video the same way she opened the Why I Did It video, which is building that relationship with the audience. You know, I missed you. It basically pulls you in. Do I think it's manipulative? Yeah. Because at the end of the day, she wasn't really, in the YouTube sphere as what she once was. So what does she miss? You know what I mean? She wasn't in it like what she was. So when she says she misses you guys, what, the camera? There was no community spirit on her channel at this stage.
And I'm sorry that you haven't seen me in a while. And I'm hoping that this video clears up a lot of the reasons why I felt I could not be online over the past couple of months.
Give it to us, honey.
I have missed making videos and I've missed you so, so much. But I do want to ask anyone watching this that believes in anything higher than themselves, that believes in any higher power, all higher power, all God is love and the root of love. And
Okay, right. I forgot that that's how we started the video. I forgot that we started the video like that. Okay.
I'm a woman of faith, and I've been praying every day over this event, scandal, whatever you want to name it. And I just ask that you press pause for a moment and
What now? We press pause for a moment, but you're paused, so we won't hear you saying to unpause. All right, muckers, thanks for watching the video. See you later. Bye. Come on, girl.
Even just for 10 seconds, just...
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4. That felt so good, Tati. You're right.
Cover this in prayer because there is so much healing that needs to take place. There was a lot of injustice and there's a lot of truth that needs to come forward, but it is not going to be easy and it's very painful. And I don't wish harm or hate on anyone. And I just want to make that very, very clear. I'm an imperfect person and I do my best.
I love her peace shirt that's backwards right now. Easy up. Her shirt says easy up.
To be caring, kind, and loving, and I screw up and I make bad choices. And I think that we all right now, we go online and it's really easy to make terrible choices, even with how you cast a vote on your what your opinion is of someone's, you know, news story or, you know, whatever is going on in the world or just anything you see in the media right now.
What is she getting at here? Oh, she's preaching fake news to us right now. Fake news!
We're made to feel like we have to follow the herd. And there are so many AI bots and accounts that aren't even real that influence your opinion on whatever narrative is out there. And
it's so crazy. It sounds like she's talking about the bigger picture here in the world, but no, she's just talking about her and Shane and Jeffree. All right.
It's just left me feeling really heartbroken. If enough people have one opinion about something, it feels like the masses turn the tide really quickly. And I've witnessed that. And I feel like I've experienced that with my own scandal, but it's even worse, like stepping back from the picture and not being like so close up to it and actually stepping back. And with all of the sadness going on in the world, you see how quickly the tides turn. And I just want to inspire you guys, or just empower you actually to look further into yourself and your own opinions and don't follow the herd. Follow your heart, really. Because I thought I was following mine, but I was listening to the wrong people.
Okay, so that's the first instance of her basically starting to pass on the blame of Bi Sister to someone else.
So if you can take anything from this, it's listen to your heart first, and always, and don't bend on that. I feel like sometimes we're afraid to be ourselves in this world. Like our freedom of speech is expanded in areas and limited in others because the second that someone jumps and disagrees, it feels like so many jump with that and you feel voiceless and afraid to speak up. And I think that's a scary part of the world right now, that some of the good is suppressed and voiceless. And
we're still talking about James Charles and Shane Dawson here.
I want to speak as much of my truth as I legally am.
Okay, then let's get into it, honey.
So I'm going to share what I can, and I love you all so much, and I'm grateful.
We love you more.
Come here to hear.
Her skin looks glowing and beautiful.
So
I love that she's scrolling on an iPad.
Talking publicly about a wound in my heart that I don't think will ever fully heal is not something I ever wanted to do. I avoided it, even though I felt the heaviness of so much disappointment.
Girl, even a teleprompter would have been nicer than this. I mean, give us some eye contact. You know what I mean? Just put it behind the camera.
Until today, I made no comment, and I have made every effort to move through this with dignity. The reality is, every day I've struggled quietly trying to rebuild my now poisoned reputation. The heartbreak that was born from the scandal still lingers, and I feel it won't ever have the opportunity to completely heal until I uncover the truth from all parties involved and their motivation of it all. For over a year now, every time the scandal is revisited, either in the mainstream media or through social platforms, I become the #1 target of relentless hate while remaining voiceless. I've lost over a year of my life terrified of social media and terrified of speaking up against the people that used, coerced, and manipulated me into uploading my video.
Ooh, okay, used, coerced, and manipulated. Okay, so she's fully on the hill of the responsibility on Bi Sister is not hers. You know what's so ironic about this? And I've said this in one of my videos where I was reacting to Tati before. I said that I always felt like a sense of, sorry, my mom was texting me. I always feel a sense of like I want to defend her and I'm on her side and stuff. And I feel like my perception of her has 100% changed this time around, where I feel that she does pass on a lot of the responsibility. And I think in the moment of watching this video, I think I was fully on her side. And I think I can look at it now from a point of view of, do I believe that Shane and Jeffree, you know, manipulated her? Yes. Do I think they took advantage of her? Absolutely. Do I think they used her? Totally. Do I think at the end of the day that she is responsible for making the video? Both can be true at the same time. And I think we're all grown enough that we just have to call a spade a spade. Do I think they did all that to you? Yes. Do I think they used you? Yes. Do I think they successfully did? Yeah. Did you do the video at the end of the day? Yep. And you spoke personally in the video.
The damage to my health, relationships, reputation, business.
Her reputation's never been worse, so he must like me for me. We can't make any promises now, can we, babe? But you can make me a dream. Diva on the west. Me and you
have been enormous. The platform that I love, this platform that saved.
Nobody's heard from her for months. She's doing better than you think. You just fell out of a. I said that to everybody.
And it changed my life, has become toxic, and what it needs now more than ever are peacemakers. We need to find our way back to the beginning through forgiveness and leading with love. We need to rebuild a safe place to escape again.
I know the lawyers were falling asleep writing this. I don't even think lawyers wrote this.
The world seems to be falling apart all around us, so the last thing you need me to do is fuel more hate by releasing my receipts and voice memos. But I know many of you are needing some answers, as well as a lot.
I love, and I gave Jeffree criticism for it, so I'm going to do it to her as well. I love when influencers are like, I know y'all want me to sit down here and show screenshots and texts, but I'm not going to do that. Then don't say it.
Long overdue apology for the role that I played. Also, by the way, these are my words. I did write this, and this is from my heart, but I am being careful here, and I think you guys...
I love that she snapped out of the emotional state so quickly. She was like... Oh, also, guys, by the way, this is my words.
Understand why. Back in December 2019, after Shane and Jeffree's series ended, James Charles came to my LA home, and we compared DMs, texts, and stories about what had happened behind the scenes. We apologized to each other, forgave each other, and agreed to wait patiently until it was safe for me to share my story. Since that night, James Charles has repeatedly said that he wanted to be beside me for this video. But I felt it was important that I do it alone. Because he deserves my first apology.
Wow, my lip gloss looks crazy right now. Here's the thing. By this stage, James Charles had already had more accusations out against him. So for Tati Westbrook now to be like, he was going to sit beside me in this video and we're now friends now and I apologize to him and stuff like that, it like makes her not look great in the long term because James Charles has done things that ultimately he was accused of. So I don't necessarily think buddying up with him under the gauge of forgiveness is necessarily the best look either.
And I am really sorry, James. And I've said that privately, but I want you to hear it publicly. I'm sorry. To provide some context, it's important.
She deserves to give us an apology. 40 minutes long this video is? Where's our apology?
For you to know that I love James Charles. He has a special place in my heart. And that never changed, even when I was hurt. I promised my dad I wasn't gonna cry. I've been trying to feel...
Thank God she took those fucking bracelets off. They were light as fuck. Her saying, I promised my dad I wasn't gonna cry. I mean, it is kind of a pulling at the heartstrings moment. I do think it was intentional.
I've been trying to feel...
But also, I don't want to say someone showing emotion is them being manipulative, because people have said that about me in the past. So I just think it's a slippery slope. I'm going to be honest. I can see both sides, and I could also see when people accuse me of it, but like I was being genuine. So maybe she's being genuine as well.
Strong enough to do this video because I want to feel strong. I don't feel like I'm able to talk about any of this without getting emotional. So forgive my emotions.
Forgiven, honey.
Difficult stuff. I was always more of a mentor than a friend to James Charles. I was someone he could lean on if he needed advice. He came into my life after he had sent me a tweet in 2016. And
it's really interesting. Now she's kind of putting it more on the mentor of James rather than a friend of James. Whereas in the past, she did say she was a mentor, but she said she was a friend.
I met him in person for the first time at a Generation Beauty event in New York. Not long after that, his CoverGirl deal was made public and he was off to the races. I was a proud friend, and I wanted nothing but good things for him. A few months later, he was a guest at my wedding where he did my makeup for my wedding day. It's still my favorite memory of us.
That's so funny, because in the Bye Sister video, you said that you no longer want to watch your wedding video because you see that he did your makeup for it and he's attached to it and the day's ruined, or whatever the fuck dramatic ass thing you said.
As it was a gift.
I wonder if James Charles gave Tati Westbrook big blocky eyebrows, because that was his makeup style back then for her wedding day.
Getting to know him before all of the success.
And mismatched foundation.
James Charles has made his fair share of mistakes and has been in scandals. We all have, but I always believed in him, as he had a rare ability to improve himself through any situation. In the past, if I was upset, it never lasted long. He is gifted with turning pain into strength, and I've always admired that. However, prior to the scandal last May, I'd started growing frustrated with what I perceived as a progressing sense of entitlement, and I felt that he was making some detrimental choices that could jeopardize his career and safety. None of my concerns became overwhelming until after I met Shane Dawson.
Which also is interesting, because in the Bye Sister video, she said that she did meet with Shane Dawson, which is what she's talking about here, but she clarified in the Bye Sister video that they didn't talk about James Charles. And even in that video, I said, that's bullshit. Of course they talked about James Charles, but she was the one that said in that video that they didn't talk about James Charles, but now she's saying that, well, they did talk about James Charles. So as an audience member, I'm confused.
When I made my video, I expressed my opinions about James Charles's behavior. I expressed how much a specific decision he made that I perceived as betrayal hurt me. I was very worried and heartbroken, but I did not lie in that video. I never called James Charles a predator, and I never said that James Charles was a danger to society.
Okay, that's interesting. I want to look up. Dustin Daly texted me yesterday with a screenshot. Okay, Dustin Daly sent me this screenshot. Shout out Dustin, from the 13th of May, 2019. I'm actually going to send it to myself so I can load it up here, because first of all, shout out Dustin. That bitch has all the receipts. I'm going to send it to myself on Facebook and put it up on the screen really quick. Okay, where is it? Hello? Screenshot. Okay, from 13th of May, 2019. All right, let me load this up on my Facebook so I can show you on the screen. So she just said that she never said that James Charles was predatory. Okay. So Dustin sent me this, and someone commented, Tati, why did you try to ruin James Charles? Like, he doesn't deserve any of this. He's 19-year-old and will make mistakes. Have you ever made a mistake? Tati Westbrook said, predatory behavior should not be swept under the rug or justified away based on anyone's age. The entitlement I see online every day is poisoning the minds of the kids who are watching and emulating destructive behavior. If the roles were reversed and it was a famous straight guy using his power to emotionally manipulate young, vulnerable women into bed, and when they declined took it to Twitter to publicly shame them, everyone would be freaked. There shouldn't be a double standard. I'm speaking up for those who are too afraid to look uncool because they need boundaries when it comes to people commenting on their sexuality and physical self. I understand the gravity of these terms or topics because of my age, wisdom gained throughout my life experience, and the essay that's a part of my history. This is not the way people should be treating each other. I know that, and I need to speak up on this. It's not out of hate. I truly wish for change and better. So that is really interesting because what did she just say?
Perceived as betrayal hurt me. I was very worried and heartbroken, but I did not lie in that video. I never called James Charles a predator, and I never said that James Charles was a danger to society. My video was not made with...
Well, maybe you didn't say it in the video, but...
any malice.
You implied it and doubled down on it.
Of the horrific accusations that were being made behind the scenes. While I was definitely upset that he had accepted a sponsorship from the biggest rival to my brand, Halo Beauty...
Here we go with the fucking gummies.
Because of vitamins.
Gummies.
I made it as a result of all of the poisonous lies that were fed to me by Shane Dawson and Jeffree Star. James Charles's Sugar Bear Hair sponsorship and all of the drama that had kicked up afterwards, that was just my breaking point. Yes, I'm a grown woman. I'm smart. I can usually spot deceit and manipulation a mile away, but my guard was down from being heartbroken, and I allowed myself to be worked by Shane, Jeffree, and others. After my video went up, I was never served a lawsuit or any cease and desist letters. I only privated my video at the request of YouTube because YouTube said it was a bad look for their platform.
Can you imagine YouTube reaching out to you and being like, take this video down? It makes us look bad. Could you imagine YouTube doing that? Oh, girl, they were not on your side. Meanwhile, the only video from this that's still up is James Charles's No More Lies. The rest of y'all have deleted your video. By the way, this is a deleted video now.
James, I am so sorry that I allowed myself to be poisoned and weaponized against you. I'm sorry that I bought into any of their lies. Believing those lies and allowing myself to be gaslit into making that video is one...
Again, do I believe Shane and Jeffree were doing this? Yes. I think it's very easy to tell when you watch the conspiracy series that they were trying to take James Charles down. But at the same stage, you know, you did it. At the same stage, you did it. So I don't know how I feel about this. I feel a little bit iffy.
One of the biggest regrets of my life. I should have tried harder to reach you over those concerns in person.
Well, but you didn't respond to any of his texts or calls. He showed us proof of that, so... Oh, here we go.
And I'm sorry for giving up on you. The information they were giving me was terrifying. I thought your career and freedom were in jeopardy. I was trying to get you to put your phone down and seek help because I was told there were a lot of victims that were going to come forward to destroy you.
Do I believe that she was told that? Yes. Because we know how Jeffree and Shane talk. I believe that they were doing that. But again, I just think that it doesn't take away the responsibility of her making the video. You know, Shane and Jeffree didn't make the video. They were able to hands clean. Do I believe that they were saying there's so many victims of James Charles that are going to come forward? Yes, because we were shown a text message from Jeffree Star that was like, I'm going to compile them all in a room and we're all going to talk up about you. He sent that to James. I believe that this happened. I believe Tati Westbrook here. I can believe her and also think that it doesn't take away the responsibility.
I was foolish for believing them. I was scared. I thought if I called you out, you would put your phone down and stuff.
But also, if that message that Dustin showed me is true, then you were also saying that there was predatory behavior from James Charles. So you were publicly saying that as well, allegedly.
The detrimental behavior I was being made to believe was true. James, I apologize for uploading that video. I should have known better than to fall for their lies and manipulation. But in the end, I failed. And instead, I allowed Shane and Jeffree to put a wedge between our friendship.
This entire video is shifting the blame onto Shane and Jeffree. I didn't notice it was so intense. Like, I thought maybe she mentioned it one or twice, but there's no responsibility being taken by her at all right now. And again, do I believe that Shane and Jeffree did this? Yes. But this shouldn't be the sole focus of this video. Specifically, if you're not going to show any proof. You know what I mean? I believe you. But if you're not going to show any proof, then it's just kind of your word against theirs, which is why this ended so messily.
Jeffree Star first contacted me early in his YouTube career wanting to meet. But it wasn't until 2017 that we started speaking. I knew that Jeffree had had a lot of drama in his past, but when he came to me, he presented himself as someone who had changed and was trying to be better. I saw his pain and I felt that I could be a positive influence. As time went on,
Empath.
I learned that being friends with Jeffree Star was like being friends with a lion. Yes, he may have been dangerous, but he was always really kind to me. From time to time, I would see improvements, which were followed by setbacks thereafter, but overall, I thought he was growing as a person. And again, I thought I could be a good example for him.
The way she speaks about everyone in the YouTube community is so exhausting. In the James video, she talked about wanting to be a mentor and someone he could look up to and she could save him. And here she's saying it with Jeffree too. You know, I can be a mentor. I can be a good example for him. It's like, wow, there's no one that loves her more than her, right? Fuck me, the pedestal she has herself on? Girl, you're the one that started all this.
I even tried to get him involved with my favorite charity. Diverting from script, P.S. I am going to be speaking on my real life more freely, I hope, in the future and the things that I think are important. I have participated in this charity for years on end now, and I love their work, and I had it in my head that if I could pull Jeffree somehow into like being a role model or feeling like a role model, that could be really empowering to him. And when you empower someone to feel good about feeling good, it will help them change. And if you just tear someone down, no change. So I did try to get him involved with my favorite charity, Spirit Awakening Foundation, which helps at-risk kids that had found themselves in legal trouble but are trying to change their lives for the better.
This is irrelevant. This does not matter. Like, you're including this on the basis of, I do charity work. I tried to pull him into it. That's like, this is so irrelevant. So irrelevant. So irrelevant. Oh my god, congratulations, Tati Westbrook, you do charity. And you try to bring Jeffree into it to save him. Make him feel good about something. Congratulations.
My intentions with Jeffree were good, but I was a fool for thinking that I could ever help him become a better person. Which brings me back to another long overdue apology. Jackie Ina. Jackie, the moment that Jeffree went off on you, the day before my first video collab with him went live, I should have run for the hills. I was naive. I was excited about the video. I got it twisted that you had provoked Jeffree because you were angry that I had filmed with someone who had a history of being labeled by others as a racist.
Rewind that.
I was naive. I was excited about the video. I got it twisted that you had provoked Jeffree because you were angry.
You already know what I'm going to say. Tati Westbrook here is saying, Jackie Ina, I'm so sorry that I let you be labeled as the provoker and the angry one. So basically, it's not even microaggressive at this stage. It's just aggression by putting these labels on black women. Tati, this does not make you sound good. This really does not make you sound good. You went, sorry for not believing you. I believed that you were the label, you know, and just you were provoking him and you were angry. What the fuck? What the fuck?
That I had filmed with someone who had a history of being labeled by others as a racist.
It's not really labeled, it's proof.
That I did not do the right thing and walk away from him then. I should have not been blind to the reasons behind the accusation.
Or was it more profitable to work with Jeffree than Jackie Aina?
Of his racism. I shouldn't have defended him, and I regret any of the pain that I may have caused you.
This video is actually terrible.
And for the record, loud and clear, I've always liked you, and I've always enjoyed you, every interaction that we've had face to face. And I let you down.
So it's crazy you were willing to throw it away.
I'm genuinely sorry for that. In 2018, I saw from the sidelines what happened in Dramageddon 1 with Manny, Laura, Gabriel, and Nikita. That should have been to me some big red flag of what happens when Jeffree is unhappy with someone. But for some twisted sense of civic duty, I thought it was my responsibility to stay in Jeffree's life and try to help him become a better person. When Shane's first series,
this is so, like, this entire thing so far, we've learned that she does charity and that she's a savior. Oh, and she's spiritual and religious.
Jeffree happened, from all outside appearances, it looked like Jeffree was actually changing for the better. He was accepting responsibility for things that had happened in his past, and he was pledging to be a better person. I believed him again. During those first 2 years of knowing Jeffree, it's important to note that we did not actually spend much time together. I was invited a few times to go to his home, but I usually declined. On the 2 occasions that I did go to his home, I did not stay long because I don't smoke marijuana and I just don't like to be around it. Likewise, he came to my home on a few occasions and he also did not stay long. So the vast majority of our relationship was primarily by FaceTime, telephone, or texts. Sometimes weeks or months would go by without hearing it.
Sorry, it's so crazy she doesn't smoke weed, because doesn't she give you the vibes of smoking weed? She does, for some reason.
Anything from him, but I always heard from him when he was involved in drama or when he had a new launch about to happen. Though I recognized this pattern, any suspicion that I had of being used was clouded by the hope that he actually cared for me and that I was a positive influence in his life. As a result, I usually would take his snarky statements about others with a grain of salt. One thing that he did that did concern me a lot was how he would frequently comment about how much dirt he held on other brand owners and members of our YouTube community.
I believe that.
I believe that he actually held blackmail material on many people and was capable of destroying the entire community.
I mean, I believe it, and I'm sure you do as well. Jeffree has said that on multiple occasions. He, like, threatened people, specifically back in the day, so much that he had stuff and he'll come out with it. Those Instagram, like, manic stories he would do. Yeah, I believe this as well. I believe a lot of what she's saying. I just think her delivery is awful.
It's worried me about him. And I stayed and I tried my best to be a positive influence.
Girl.
My opinion, he's gonna go off, guys. And I don't think anyone, I don't think he will hold back. And I think we need to be prepared.
We need to be prepared. Girl, we're not involved.
To understand that we need to forgive.
Wow, she's
the people that he is holding hostage with.
God, she's terrified.
Veiled threats of exposure. We need to be prepared to forgive them. Otherwise, this won't stop. So prepare.
No, Jeffree did something really smart in a response to this. Jeffree said, I'm not going to release anything, which then made her look like she was over-exaggerating it. Now, obviously, Jeffree probably wanted to make a big expose, but he chose to be like, but I'm not going to do that. Which then, in the long run, made him look quite good, unfortunately.
To not cancel everyone and give them a chance. It's not right. It is not right to try to trap people into saying things that they wouldn't otherwise say.
And again, I believe her, and I do believe that Jeffree Star did this for many years. I don't think he holds any power in said community anymore, but I think at a certain stage he did, and he would do all this. And it's scary and it's sad.
It's not right.
I agree with her.
I was blind. I was so blind. And I don't want any part of it anymore. None. None. Back in 2019, Jeffree started talking a lot more crap about James Charles than usual. It seemed that doing so had become his biggest obsession. It started with him telling me right before filming our collab together for James Charles's channel that James Charles actually didn't want me there, that he had wanted Nikki tutorials instead, but said he had had my back.
Ooh!
Things further escalated at my birthday. Every time James Charles's back was turned, Jeffree would tell me that James Charles was out of control. He even texted and called me the following morning to apologize for James Charles's behavior at my birthday dinner and how—
What an iconic birthday dinner. Holy shit. And you did it at her birthday dinner. Fuck me. Where was my invite? This seems like the most historical birthday event of all time. We needed the camera crew there.
embarrassed he was for me.
Oh my god, not Jeffree Star saying that he was embarrassed on behalf of her for her birthday party.
I initially dismissed it as jealousy because James Charles's career was on a rocket ship at the time. But as the weeks went by, every time I saw or spoke with Jeffree, it seemed to me that James was all he wanted to talk about.
I believe it.
I met with Jeffree in his Killer Merch offices in March to discuss Jeffree developing and managing my merch. And as we were touring his warehouse that was filled—
And that's all a thing as well, where Jeffree Star was Killer Merch. He had James Charles's merch. He had all these people's merch. And it's like, it's crazy that Jeffree owned these people so professionally as well. Like, they're not going to speak out against him because the merch deal relies on it.
With Sisters Apparel, it seemed that all he could do was speak poorly of James Charles.
It is crazy he was talking shit about James whenever he was literally housing his merch, but
Jeffree began talking to me about how Shane Dawson was a big fan of mine and wanted to meet me, and how I should be involved in their docuseries. Eventually, Shane reached out to me by text and started DMing me on Instagram. Shane said I was the queen of makeup reviews on YouTube, that I was his favorite beauty channel, and he wanted me to teach him all about makeup. I didn't know much about Shane Dawson. I knew that he was viewed as the king of YouTube, and he had done amazing series.
how times have changed, honey.
I hadn't watched much of anything else other than Jake Paul series, and of course the series with Jeffree.
Not her watching the Jake Paul series.
I was looking forward to meeting Shane. I had actually hoped he would want to help me tell my personal story one day about all the pain and heartbreak in my life that led me to wanting to start my own YouTube channel back in 2010.
Wait, so she was going into the friendship with Shane Dawson wanting to get something out of it. She wanted Shane Dawson to make a series on her. This is what I'm saying. Like, she complains about people using her and being transactional with her, and then in the same breath says that she was using people and being transactional with them. Girl.
I wish I had researched him better. I wish I had watched his old videos. I wish I had educated myself and I was aware of his earlier content. All I knew at the time was that Shane Dawson was the most adored documentary filmmaker on YouTube. So I invited
We were in the trenches.
to play with makeup and to get to know him. Shane came over one afternoon in April and I opened up and shared—
Could you imagine her inviting Shane over to play with makeup, and we know that Shane was faking liking makeup? He was probably bored out of his tits. No wonder he was talking about James Charles.
things that I've only shared with my closest of friends. I shared that I had been the victim of sexual assault. I spoke about my faith and told him how deeply I feel for others. He shared with me that he was an empath and that he could feel.
heard that. Oh my God. So she just said, I told him how deeply I feel for others, and he opened up about being an empath. Oh God. You cannot write this shit. It is so good. It is so good. Could you imagine her like tearfully opening up to him and he goes, I get it. I'm an empath. Oh God.
All of my pain. He pledged his unending friendship and loyalty to me forever in this life and in the next one. He told me that God had called me to be a beacon of light for the world so that it could be a better place.
Sorry. Shane Dawson told Tati Westbrook that God had called her to be a beacon of light in this world. Yeesh.
He also shared that Jeffree had wanted me to have a small role in their docuseries.
Shane said, back to work.
The series was quickly changing because there was something horrible happening in our community with James Charles. He said that James Charles was a monster with many victims. Yes, I knew that Shane was friends with Jeffree and that they were working together, but I thought to myself, why would Shane Dawson, the king of truth on YouTube, be turned...
The king of what, honey? The king of truth? Not in this life.
...against James Charles unless these things he was saying were true. Why would Shane sit in my home and spend so many hours telling me these horrific allegations if they were not true? Shane said that James Charles was a monster and that James Charles was hurting minors. Shane said he was planning to interview victims for the docuseries. He told me that something needed to be done to stop him from hurting more people. Over the course of the next few weeks, he and Jeffree fed me so much information that I felt sick. Almost every day, there was more information and new allegations. Eventually, I started believing what they were saying because they said they had evidence. By the time the drama around James Charles's promotion of Sugar Bear Hair reached its peak, I was beyond gaslit. Shane Dawson didn't just know about my Bye Sister video. He offered to help edit it. He even offered to design the thumbnail and help title it.
Now, this was one of the big bombshell moments because Shane said that he wasn't involved in the video, and here she is saying that he wanted to edit it and do the thumbnail and title. Do I believe her? Absolutely. Absolutely, I believe her. I believe, because Shane's an editor and a filmmaker. I believe her 100% here. Let me know if you believe her as well.
I declined his offer, but his gesture supported and reinforced for me that he was telling the truth. Why else would he jeopardize his career? So surely Jeffree was telling the truth too. Keep in mind that up until this point, I didn't even know I was making a video. So how is it that so many editorial outlets knew that something was coming before I had even made a decision to film? I struggled with the decision to film my video for days. The night before I did film, Jeffree sent me what he claimed was an audio file from an alleged victim and told me to listen to the pain in their voice. The audio was clearly a small portion of a larger conversation. It wasn't enough for me to contact the authorities. It was enough to scare me. As a victim of abuse myself, I know how terrifying it is to think of facing public humiliation and legal proceedings. It wasn't my place to contact authorities. It was not my place to contact authorities or the alleged victim.
I mean, in the same breath, was it your place to make a YouTube video blowing it all up? I don't know.
And I made no mention of it in my video.
But I mean, if those Instagram comments of you saying about predatory behavior are true, then I mean, you did.
The night before posting my video, Bye Sister, I texted Shane sharing my concerns for James Charles, that he was out of the country on the high floor of a hotel and I was afraid for him hurting himself. Shane texted me back and said that I should not be nervous about the 50th floor, that James Charles was a narcissist, and that he would never do that.
Ooh, God. Well, I mean, if you didn't run after getting that message, then I mean, again, I'm trying to be as sympathetic to her as possible, But like, you have someone being like, oh, well, he would never harm himself. Anyway, he's too narcissistic. Let's focus on the people you're talking to right now, Tati, because they're not good people at all. Like, what the fuck is going on? Sorry, I'm just trying to fix my speakers. There we go.
The day the video went up, Shane requested to come over to my home and film and document what was happening. I declined. After a few days of Jeffree fanning the flames on Twitter, no victims appeared as they had stated would happen, and no evidence came forward as they stated would happen. The last time I spoke with either Jeffree or Shane on the phone was the night before Jeffree's Never Doing This Again video.
The one we just watched. Hey.
Shortly after, the relationship dissolved entirely. And I was so confused.
Not before they were wishing you, congratulations on this subscriber, this subscriber. They were congratulating you on Twitter for every new million subscriber you gained. Bunch of bullshit.
I bought into the conspiracy theory that what happened was all a social experiment, and that maybe James Charles was even involved, and that there was going to be a big reveal in Shane's docu-series, and that I would be the fool who fell for it.
That's really interesting, actually, that she thought that they were all using her to kind of expose how fake the beauty community could be, and that she was like lied into making this video and stuff like that, and then they would have all been working together. That would have been interesting. Shane, if you were a good filmmaker, that would have been the plot.
Shane never reached out to check on me, and he never shared the trailer with me.
The trailer for their series that involved the bi sister, like it showed them reacting to bi sister and being so shocked, and then it wasn't even a part of the series until a bonus episode. So they basically used Tati to get all the promotion for the conspiracy series, and then added in a bonus episode of them reacting to bi sister. But she was in the trailer for it.
The last time we spoke on the phone was before Jeffree's apology video, and I asked him to not include the drama in the series. He only texted me after the trailer was live with an audio message telling me to not worry about it.
They're all evil.
It's only going to be one episode. For the next few months, I was tormented with subtweets and innuendo that there was a huge drama around the corner. I felt that I was a liability to them and that I knew too much, so I put all of my text messages and other files on a hard drive and told a few people that I was afraid for my life and had given everything to my lawyers. I was hoping that information would leak, as I thought it might keep me safe. My mental and physical health suffered. My businesses suffered. It was all I could do to pull myself together for the launch of Tati Beauty. That night helped me so much to everyone that came, because I felt like I didn't have community anymore. And I was too ashamed to even think about inviting anyone from my community. And I'm just so grateful to my subscribers that showed up for me. And I just hope that you're still there.
I'm gonna have a heart attack.
Last fall, I became so afraid to stay in my LA home that I bulk filmed a lot of videos and I left town in October to get away from it all. I was so upset that I continued to lose weight. I couldn't sleep, and slowly I became a shell of my former self. I had intended on pursuing fertility treatments in 2019, but my mind and body were just too frail. My mind and body were just too frail to support a pregnancy. It wasn't until the series ended in December, when James Charles and I met, that I started to realize.
Goodness.
What happened. Over the next few months, a few people have bravely come forward with more information, and the pieces of what we believe actually happened are coming together. Make no mistake, this is far from over. I've been terrified for a very long time, So much so that I had to relocate again 2 months ago, and I have taken serious security precautions to ensure my safety. On the advice of my attorneys, I cannot share with all of you right now the evidence that we have accumulated of the events that have occurred.
And it never was shown to the public and we never got it. So no comment on that. We can't comment on something we don't see. I can be on your side for most things, but if, you know, under this guise of I can't show because of the legal team, I mean, nothing happened, so.
However, there will soon come a day where we will be able to present this evidence.
Not really.
We'll be able to see why it is we believe that Jeffree and Shane are responsible for so much of the damage that has been caused. I can tell you this.
I believe it, but you're not showing me anything, so I can only believe it so much.
It's now my opinion that Jeffree and Shane were both bitterly jealous of James Charles's success.
I believe it.
Jeffree resented that so much of his business was centered around his biggest rival.
I believe it.
And Shane did not like that James Charles wanted to make a documentary.
I believe
Neither
it.
of them were happy with standing in his shadow on YouTube anymore. I believe James Charles was gaining more followers and receiving more views and more press faster than anyone in the history on the platform. And it's also my opinion that Jeffree and Shane needed James marginalized and out of the way for their November launch of the Conspiracy Palette.
And that's evident in the Conspiracy series when they're on the phone to Morphe and they're like, oh, well, the James Charles re-release will be happening of his palette around the time of November. And they were like, oh, okay, you know, that'll be no problem. Because they knew that they had to get rid of him within that time. And I believe everything she's saying here. I just think that there's a lot that I need to, like, side-eye. You know what I mean? Her saying that Shane was pissed because James wanted to create a series on the drama community. We know that that is true. We know that Jeffree was also very jealous of James. This is true. I believe a lot of what she's saying here.
Along with Shane's merch. I've also recently been informed that Jeffree is allegedly a co-owner of Morphe. Before the scandal occurred, I had also been told that James Charles was about to develop an entire cosmetics line with the owners of Morphe. This entire situation opens up a Pandora's box of speculation, but I'm just not sure anyone counted on this drama spreading like wildfire. It's my opinion that everyone involved got scared, and their plan changed multiple times as I refused to play along or engage with the drama over the next several months. A year later, it is now my opinion that James Charles was not their only intended target. I believe that there are many different people who have unclean hands in all of this, and there was a coordinated plan to keep me quiet and push me out of the way for other business reasons. I do not think it's a coincidence.
I do believe if she's going to be focusing so much on Shane and Jeffree here, that she should also be saying whoever the hell she's also, you know, saying here. Like, you may as well put everything out. I'm sure your legal team won't care because nothing ever happened, as far as we know.
That Morphe is about to launch their own brand of hair, skin, nail gummy vitamins. I do not think it was just Shane and Jeffree that stood to benefit from my being silenced. This was just too big. I think there were many players, and I have every intention of getting to the truth. In early May, when Jeffree went on a podcast and denied responsibility for his involvement and placed blame on me, it was both cowardly and defamatory. Last week, when Shane issued his statements about his involvement in all of this, I also perceived them as cowardly and defamatory.
I agree with her, and I think that she's the only one that really was being as honest as they come when it comes to beauty gurus and all this. I think Shane and Jeffree did a very, very, very dirty thing and ran away from it. I think Tati did a very dirty thing and had to talk about it for years to come. I think that's the difference. So I'm grateful she talked about it.
That did anything underhanded or defamatory over the last year, I am still well within the statute of limitations for bringing a civil action to seek recovery for my damages. Should I proceed with this course of actions, my attorneys will be deposing all witnesses who have information about the truth of what happened here. So for everyone else whose hands are dirty that have not yet come forward, be careful of your allegiance. You don't want to be on the wrong side of the truth.
Not her threatening. Also not her saying for people to be on the right side of the truth. I don't think she's ever gotten on the right side of the truth, honey.
I'm sorry I was unable to provide you with receipts that I'm sure you want. I've told you everything that I can right now.
The remainder will be handled privately or at a time that I choose to speak publicly on it again. To the incredible people who watch my videos because they love makeup as much as I do, I'm so sorry that this situation caused so much pain and frustration, and I truly miss you all. And I'm working really hard to heal myself, to become strong again, so that I can come back to this platform that I hold so dear.
Well, I mean, at least the good news for Tati is she did come back to the platform and, you know, post her videos now and minds her own business again. So, I mean, good for her.
Doing a really terrible job not crying, Dad. I'm sorry. I just want to get my life back. And I don't want to feel like this. For what? In the description below this video, you're going to find a link where you can learn more about the Spirit Awakening Foundation that was founded by one of my biggest heroes and spiritual advisors, Akuyo Graham. Like a public thank you to you, because this woman helped me so much. She has this grace and love where even just one conversation just really challenges you to look at things through the scope of love and of only rehabilitating and of only loving through it. And I'm grateful for the powerful women in my life that call to love and that call to everything light and healing. And I'm so grateful for her and her work that she is doing to really bring effective healing is important. It's an unusual type of work. And I have spoken before.
God, this sunlight's so harsh on her, isn't it?
For Voices of the Unheard, where you're giving voice to those who have been silenced. And I just want to take this time and like shine a little light on something good. And I've been supporting this amazing foundation for most of my adult life. They help kids that grew up in tough situations to reach their dreams and to change their lives. All of my AdSense from this video will be donated to the Spirit Awakening and earmarked for their Spirit Home project that will construct a safe place for those kids to come seek guidance and betterment after their release from juvenile boot camps. I appeal you to please take something from my hard lesson learned and be careful who you let influence your decisions. What you see in the media online and what you hear from friends is not always the truth.
Tati Westbrook says, fake news!
To be manipulated into doing harm in the name of justice. Try to seek peace. Try to find love. Try to hear others' truth.
That sun is coming in bright, telling her to wrap it up.
Meet them with love and understanding. And I want you all to know that I love you and I love this career so much. Ooh, the sun's going down. I'm gonna go for now.
Her ability to cry but also like pose in the viewfinder is so fucking iconic.
Perfect time. The sun is setting. Thank you for listening, and I hope this clears up enough for you to feel like you can forgive me, because that's really important to me.
I do think she's a beautiful crier.
I'm still working on healing myself, and I'm working through it. And just thank you
even if the road stops here. I've had more good than bad. And I'm really, really grateful for that. And I really promised to not cry during this video, and I just could not do it. It's been a lot of pain. But I'm turning to God to get me through it, where earlier in my life, I have to say, I ran from God and I blamed him. I'm doing it different this time. I hope there's a small part of this that can help you to feel like you don't have to hate people. It does not fix anything. Even people that you want to cancel.
Look at her in the viewfinder.
Hate. Really actually do that. Don't spread hate. You can turn away and give your time to yourself or to something else. You don't have to live there. You don't have to participate.
Girl, that sun is so bright. Just wrap up the video.
I'm praying for this pain to be healed, and I just want you guys to know that I love you so much. I don't know when you'll see me again. I don't know when you'll see me again. Hopefully sooner than later, but thank you for hearing me out. And
any final words?
At some point, I'll be back.
Sheesh. Sheesh, sheesh, sheesh. All right. I believe her entirely when she says that Shane and Jeffree were manipulating her. I believe that Shane and Jeffree saw her as an easy target, and I think they did everything in their power to overwhelm her with information. She was already fragile in the moment. They overwhelmed her and pushed her to the point of making the video. Does that evade her making the video? No. I think hiding behind legal and stuff in this video was an interesting move because it was obviously, as we're aware, false promises. I mean, she literally was like, and if you're a part of this, you know, I can still do a class action lawsuit. There were a lot of threats in this video. I think this video scared Shane and Jeffree for sure. The Shane Instagram live streams incoming. I think she scared a lot of people with this video. Do I think she evaded responsibility? Entirely. The rewriting history that she didn't say that he was predatory or anything, don't like it. It's a really interesting video. My God. Please let me know your opinion on this one. I will see you in my next one. Goodbye. Okay, hello everyone. Okay, this is monumental. This is the final video on all of the videos that were involved. Now, I want to clarify that I maybe will make a video on a couple other things to do with this Dramageddon that I want to cover. Quite like PewDiePie's reaction, PewDiePie and James Charles' collab. There's certain things here and there. There's also a couple of tweets from different people involved, a couple different Instagram stories that I would love to get to. However, this is the finale as we know it. Like, we have covered Tati, James, Jeffree, and now Shane, and this is the main players. This is their participation. We have covered it all. So I'm going to be compiling, probably tomorrow, everything into one video of all of the main contenders. So if you ever want to just watch everything back to back, all of the deleted videos, you will have one place for it. But again, I do want to clarify that while this may be the end of Dramageddon coverage as we know it, there's certain things that I still want to get to, but I just wanted to prioritize getting this series started. Sorry, I'm filming this at 2 a.m. It's been a long night here at Mucker's headquarters, if you couldn't tell. And over the past week, we've dived a lot into Dramageddon. It's been crazy. I appreciate you being here for the journey. But yes, Dramageddon, in terms of everyone's participation, this is the last one. Now, Shane Dawson did an Instagram live stream in response to Tati Westbrook's Breaking My Silence video, which we just watched, and that video was piss pur. It was actually 10 times worse than what I ever thought that it could have been. I remember watching it in the moment and thinking that it wasn't as bad as what it was. Honey, it was worse. Shane Dawson's response to that was something that he should not have done. He immediately went on, Shane Dawson went online at the time of Tati Westbrook's video premiering. Now, Jeffree Star and Shane Dawson were in the midst of being canceled during this time. I need a cough. It's the Shane Dawson voodoo trying to kill me. Now, Shane and Jeffree were being canceled very much so on social media during this time, And Shane Dawson did something that Jeffree Star chose not to do, which is respond to Tati Westbrook and respond immediately. Jeffree ran for the hills, and if you remember online at this time, or if you don't, I will let you know right now. So Shane and Jeffree, people really didn't know if they were going to continue their professional friendship, their public friendship, and Shane kept talking about Jeffree online, but Jeffree wasn't talking about Shane. Jeffree was being photographed, paparazzi, was in, videos, not his own, but of other people's fans, meeting up with them, and he was not mentioning Shane or Jeffree, or Shane or Tati, sorry, at all. So in this instance, from the Breaking My Silence video, Jeffree looked better because he didn't immediately respond. Shane Dawson, on the other hand, immediately went on Instagram Live, and it is quite possibly one of the most infamous things in Shane Dawson's career thus far, and I feel like his entire career, I don't think you're going to get more infamous than this Instagram live stream. It was one of the worst, I was going to say one of the worst things he's done in his career. Actually, that is not true. It was something that he could never come back from. He changed people's perception of him with this. He came across very erratic, very manic, very angry, and this wholesome image was falling down by the day. And with all the old footage that was coming up of him from his, problematic content, this was really what people needed to see to basically be like, wow, you're not the perception on what you have made yourself out to be online. And it was a very much so eye-opening moment for the general public. And after this live stream, Shane had to take, time off because it was not a good look for him. So much so that Ryland is in the background of this live stream being like, get off, get off, get off. Like begging him to get off, because even Ryland knew in that moment that the worst thing Shane could have done when Tati released the Breaking Her Silence video, which was throwing Shane under the bus, was reacting live to it, because Shane didn't know what the video contained. Therefore, how can he give, an in-person reaction to something he doesn't know what she's going to say? So he was blindsided and he really fucked up. Let's get into the reaction. Before that, I want to remind you that I have just opened my new P.O. box, which I'm very excited about, and I'm doing something that I haven't done before. If you send anything to my P.O. box, I am going to respond. I've ordered little postcards of me and my dogs. Looks like this. I'm going to be signing them and writing a letter back to everyone that sends things to the P.O. box. I wish I did this whenever I had my old P.O. box. I'm going to be doing it with my new one just as a way of saying thank you. I really appreciate it. So make sure to have a return address or something in there so that I'm able to send that. But this is it. It's Adam McIntyre, Studio 120, Regency House, 91 Western Road, Brighton, BN1 2NW. Are you ready? Are you ready? Let's get into it. I'm trying to make this as big as possible so you can watch it. Okay, so this is from June 30th, 2020. So we're about a month out of this being 4 years old. God, I'm scared to hit play. God.
So sure.
By the way, I remember reacting to Tati's video, and Shane had gone live during the time I was reacting to it. Like, reacting to it not even professionally, like just with my mother. Like that, like we were watching it at the same time. We were having a viewing party, if you will. Oh, speaking of viewing parties, hey Colleen.
Oh, of course. Is that another ad? Another ad. I'm losing my mind.
I'm losing my mind. I'm losing my mind. This video is starting to come back to me because you were messaging drama channels. I'm losing my mind. And then I remember Tati goes, as a victim of abuse myself, and he goes, oh my God.
I'm losing my mind. This is so fucked. This is, oh my God. Okay. I'm live because I can't even process. I need a drink of water.
95,000 people were watching this. Real time. 95,000 people. I'm losing my mind. I'm losing my mind. I'm losing my mind. This woman is such a... He goes, oh wait, it's coming back to me. It's coming back to me. He goes, it's funny that like I have the worst memory when it comes to like people I've met in life. Like I often forget people's names, or I forget memories, or I forget what I did yesterday. But for some reason, I don't watch this in 4 years and I'm able to remember it. I remember he goes, this woman is such a... I'm not going to say any bad words or something like that. Or he goes, I'm not going to say anything bad about her.
I can't process this.
117,000 people watch this. Whenever I have like a manic spiral on Instagram stories, a couple thousand people see that, and that's tormenting to me. 117,000 people. And the numbers are going up.
This is insane. This is insane. This woman is a fucking... Oh my God. Oh my God. I'm going to wait till as many people get in here as possible because I'm losing my mind.
He's waiting for... We're now almost at 200,000 people. Him saying we're going to wait for the most amount of people to get in here, that's not the best decision to make. This woman is such a... because you are messaging drama channels.
Keep playing it. Keep playing it.
I'm obsessed with Rylan being like the assistant here. Shane goes, keep playing it, and Rylan immediately clicks that button, honey.
Video. So how is it that so many... I didn't know I was making a video. So how is it that so many editorial outlets knew that something was coming before I...
Because you message drama channels! Oh my God. Oh my God.
Oh my God.
Oh my God.
Oh my God. Oh my God.
The night before I did film, Jeffree sent me what he claimed was an audio file.
217,000 people. I keep reiterating that because I need you to know, like, 217,000 people were watching this in real time.
From an alleged victim and told me to listen to the pain in their voice. The audio...
Him panicking, pacing, the way he's acting here just confirmed to me that Tati Westbrook told the truth about Shane Dawson in that video and that he was guilty of being involved in this. Because no person that wasn't, if they were being accused of something, they would be angry and annoyed, but they wouldn't be pacing... whatever this is, you know, like...
It was clearly a small portion of
my
the
God.
conversation.
Sorry, Ryland is in the back with his hands like this. This household was in shambles. Cheeto's in the corner, probably having a day off, actually. Oh, poor Cheeto.
It wasn't enough for me to contact the authorities. It was enough to scare me.
Well, then why would you make a video on them?
Because she's so... I'm not going to say anything bad. I'm not going to say anything bad. Am I right? Is that what he says?
Claiming these allegations.
Because she is a fucking...
Oh my God, I can't say anything
bad. To say mean things about people. This is insane.
She is a fucking... I'm not going to say anything bad about people.
This is insane. This person literally... Oh my God. Oh my God. Okay, sorry. Keep pressing play. I need to get through this video so I can fucking... Oh my God.
As a victim of abuse myself...
Oh my God. You are so manipulative.
You are fake crying. You are fake crying. You are fake crying. And he's like pointing at the TV. You are fake crying. You are fake crying.
You're fake crying. You are fake crying. You are fake crying. That is not real. Oh my God. Oh my God.
Contact authorities.
Oh my God. Oh my God.
It was not my
Oh my
place.
God. I was molested. I have been. Oh my God.
Victim.
That is not.
And I made no mention of it.
250 people. Sorry, the first instance of Rylan being like, get off live just happened.
Video.
Oh my God.
Get off.
Rylan is begging. Shane, please, get off live. Do you hear him? Get off.
Get off.
The night before posting my video advice.
Now, this is the part that I want you to focus on. The most interesting part about this, which proves to me that Shane is guilty, other than what we just witnessed, is that... Did this happen at 1:38 in the morning? No, probably time zone. So I was looking. It's probably a UK person. Why I know for a fact that Shane is guilty. So he's watching this for the first time. He's on live this entire time. Tati now goes to talk about Shane. The night that she was about to post, Shane was going to do something. That's when Shane sits down, listens to it, realizes she's going to talk about him, and he ends the stream. Because he needs to not react to that in person. Like, he needs to not let you see his reaction to that because he needs you to believe that he's innocent. Watch this.
The night before posting my video by sister,
Oh my God.
I texted Shane sharing my concerns for James Charles, that he was out.
Look how quiet and composed he is now when he realizes that something's being said about him, and then he ends the live stream.
I texted Shane sharing my concerns for James Charles, that he was out of the country on the high floor of a hotel, and I was afraid for him.
Isn't that interesting? Isn't that interesting? He ends the live stream when Tati's about to say that Shane Dawson said that James Charles wouldn't himself because he's too narcissistic. He knew what she was going to say. He knew that there was no way of defending it, so he ended the live stream. Isn't it funny how he went from manic pacing to sitting very composed? Now, I gave commentary. We are now going to watch this from the start one last time without commentary, but I'm just going to watch it with you.
Oh, of course. Is that another ad? Another ad.
He monetized the entire drama. But
I'm losing my mind. This is so fucked. This is... Oh my God. Okay. I'm live because I can't even process. I need a drink of water. I can't process this. This is insane.
Alexandra commented, here we go.
This is insane. This is insane. This woman is a fucking... Oh my God. Oh my God. I'm going to wait till as many people get in here as possible because I'm losing my mind. Keep playing it. Keep playing it.
I didn't know I was making a video. So how is it that so many editorial outlets knew that something was coming before I...
Because you messaged drama channels! Oh my God. Oh my God.
I struggled with the decision
Oh my
to
God.
film my video for days. The night before I did film, Jeffree sent me what he claimed was an audio file from an alleged victim and told me to listen to the pain in their voice. The audio was clearly a small portion of the conversation. It wasn't enough for me to contact the authorities. It was enough to scare me.
Well, then why would you make a video on the matter claiming these allegations?
Because she is a fucking... I can't. I don't want to say mean things about people. This is insane. This is insane. This person literally... Oh my God. Oh my God. Okay, sorry. Keep pressing play. I need to get through this video so I can fucking... Oh my God.
As a victim of abuse myself...
Oh my God. You are so manipulative.
To think of facing public...
You're fake crying. You are fake crying. You are fake crying. That is not real. Oh my God. Oh my God.
To contact authorities.
Oh my God. Oh my God.
It was not my
Oh my
place.
God. I was molested. I have been... Oh my God.
Victim.
That is not...
And I made no mention of it in my video.
Oh my God.
Get off.
Get off.
The night before posting my video by sister,
All that to calm and collected.
sharing my concerns for James Charles, that he was out of the country on the high floor of a hotel, and I was afraid for...
Calm and collected at the end. Well, we made it. Where to begin? We made it. Again, there are some other things to do with this Dramageddon, like the PewDiePie thing that I want to get to. But I want to end this here. Of everyone's involvement, we can still keep talking. There's other things I want to react to with this, but this is everyone's involvement. It's a pretty clear picture. I think that Shane is guilty. I think that Jeffree is guilty. I think that Tati is guilty. I think James Charles was done wrong. But I think ultimately he was guilty. And then everyone else we don't care about. This live stream really was the moment that Shane Dawson's career... Like, I remember D'Angelo Wallace was like, the moment Shane Dawson's career ended, and it was this live stream. This live stream really was the moment that everything changed for Shane. He changed people's perception of him. He really ruined it for himself. Like, even if people wanted to defend him, they were like, what the fuck? It really was a bad move on his behalf. It's also incredibly memeable, please. Let me know your opinion of this live stream. It's a beautiful ending in this historical chapter of Bye Sister. And I'll leave it there. Goodbye, everyone. That was a lot, right? Okay, I really wanted to do this, detailing it all together. I know this was several hours long, so if you watch this, you're a tripper. All right, I'm going to love and leave you. Thank you so much for watching. I appreciate it, and what an interesting time online. Okay, goodbye.